Chapter 795. Rokudo Shinkoin's Bounty. The whole world was in an uproar. At the same time, all the major sects started to search. Almost the whole world was hunting down this group of devils that came out of nowhere. Gu Hai put on a simple disguise, temporarily calmed down, and continued to fly toward the Peacock territory. Peacock Shrine. A group of Peacock tribe elders came to see the Peacock tribe's sovereign with a portrait. As soon as they entered the shrine, the 20 elders looked at the green-robed man wrapped in a green light not far away. It was Kong Xian. This, no mistake, it's him. One of the elders looked at the portrait in his hand and said in surprise, "Sovereign, Rokudo Shinkoin's bounty is on a group of devils, he is one of them." Sovereign. All the elders cried out in alarm. Cough, 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 cough. Sovereign Peacock coughed. All the elders were anxious, no longer paying attention to the bounty, but looking at Sovereign Peacock worriedly. Sovereign Peacock, why did you suddenly become so old? You weren't like this yesterday. One of the elders said with a shocked expression. But they saw that Sovereign Peacock's face had many wrinkles, and countless age spots appeared on his skin. The stench around him was even stronger, as if he would die at any time. Plop. All 20 elders suddenly knelt down together. Sovereign Peacock, why are you like this? Everyone suddenly cried bitterly. Don't cry, this old one is happy, this old one can finally safely reincarnate. The old man smiled gently. Sovereign Peacock, this shouldn't be, isn't there still a few more days? Isn't there still a few more days? All the elders said in fear. You are all here, that's great, listen to me. From today onwards I will pass on the title to him, Kong Xian, the new Sovereign Peacock tribe. The old man said weakly. What? Sovereign Peacock tribe can't. This person's origin is unknown, moreover Rokudo Shinkoin has issued a bounty, how can we hand over the Peacock tribe to him? One of the elders suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. He is my descendant. The old man said weakly. Everyone's face sank. If I hand the Peacock God to you, it will take at least 3 years to integrate into the body. It's too late, so I passed it on to Kong Xian. He is now a supreme being. The old man said weakly. How can this be? How can this be? Supreme One, we. The elders were anxious. Listen to me so that I can die in peace. The old man slowly breathed his last. Zhizun. Everyone started to cry and wail. Buzz. The green light on Kong Xian's body suddenly receded and he let out a sorrowful cry. Screech. A sorrowful cry seemed to spread in all directions. Suddenly the entire peacock race heard this sorrowful cry. It was the voice of the peacock god. The voice of the peacock god could reach all peacocks. Endless peacocks' expression changed. Supreme being has fallen? The peacock god wails. The sovereign is dead? No. Woo-woo sovereign. Starting from the peacock temple, the countless peacocks all knelt down and wept as they knelt, as if they had suddenly lost their backbone. At the same time, outside the peacock palace where the peacock palace was located, a group of black-robed men was coldly staring at the peacock palace. The old thing is dead? He died so early. Inform the Lord and get ready to act. A black-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. A group of black-robed men immediately rushed to the sky and flew in all directions. Inside the Peacock Palace, Kong Xian sat cross-legged. After talking with the old Supreme for an entire night, the old Supreme wanted to pass the Peacock God to him. Kong Xian did not hesitate. He immediately agreed. Suddenly, a huge Peacock God flew from the old Supreme's forehead to Kong Xian's. Kong Xian also had a Peacock God between his eyebrows, but Kong Xian's was smaller. One was a great god and the other was a lesser god. The two gods looked at each other. The great god said in a deep voice, "In that case I will be destroyed soon?" A trace of my divinity was left in the peacock's body, and a new god was formed after 800,000 years? The little god nodded. You are the main body and I am a clone. However, I am merged with Kong Xian. If I die, he will be injured. The great god was silent. The two gods confronted each other. After a while, the great god suddenly felt that the old supreme was dead, and he immediately panicked. Screech. A sorrowful cry spread throughout the world. All the peacocks heard it. Forget it. If I am going to die, I might as well merge with you. After all, you are also formed by my divinity. Give me quick. The great god said coldly. Screech. The little god opened his mouth and swallowed the great god. However, the great god's divinity was too big. It was not easy to digest it after being swallowed. Screech. The little god screamed in pain. I'll help you. Kong Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Boom. Billowing demonic energy rushed into the little god. Kang Xian tried his best to help the little god refine the great god. For a moment, demonic energy surged out from Kang Xian's body again. The peacock elders beside him cried and looked at Kang Xian together. Their faces were ugly. The elders wanted to become the next supreme, but the person in front of them beat them to it? Kang Xian? I don't know him at all. How did he become the supreme's descendant? Rokudo Shinkoin wants him dead. Will our peacock tribe be destroyed because of him? No, the peacock deity is in his hands. We must get it back. Stop, you want to go against the supreme's will? Are you going to rebel once the supreme is dead? The 20 elders quarreled, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. Let's deal with the supreme's funeral first. We'll talk about it later. A man said in a deep voice. Yes, great elder. The elders nodded their heads. The great elder looked at Kang Xian with a complicated expression. Turning around, the elders were about to instruct the other peacocks. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside. Who is it? How dare you? Who? Countless peacocks cried out in anger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises came from outside as the group of elders rushed out of the peacock sacred hall. They were shocked to find that the peacock sacred island was surrounded by pillars. These pillars were so tall that they seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth. It was as if they had formed a super array that covered the entire peacock sacred Tao. Break the formation. The peacocks roared with ferocious expressions. The supreme had just fallen, and someone dared to cause trouble on the peacock divine island? A peacock flew to the formation's formation. It seemed to want to tear the formation apart. Roar. Immediately, a huge toad demon rushed out and swallowed the peacock that rushed out into its mouth, chewing for a while. He swallowed the peacock king of Maoqing. Kill him. How dare you act so presumptuously on the peacock divine island? You're courting death. Suddenly, another large group of peacocks rushed forward. The 20 elders standing at the entrance of the peacock palace were also shocked. Toad demon? Wasn't it destroyed by the solar divine palace? An elder's expression changed. However, when the group of peacocks rushed forward, more ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the formation. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the peacocks that rushed forward were all torn apart and swallowed. How dare you? A peacock clan elder's expression changed and a 5-colored divine light swept past. Boom. Immediately, the toad demon was sent flying. The toad demon was also instantly covered in blood, but he didn't die. One monster king after another rushed out from the formation. Peacock clan? Ha ha, that's all you got. A group of monster kings laughed sinisterly. Just as the surrounding peacocks were about to continue to rush forward, the great elder's expression darkened. Stop. The great elder stopped the group of peacocks and looked around with a gloomy expression. More and more monster kings were attacking from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the peacock divine island and trapped it. Humph, a bunch of rabble. Do you know that the peacock divine island is the center of the peacock clan? There are countless powerful peacocks on the island. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Everyone, do you not want to leave today? The great elder said with a cold expression. Wah. Suddenly, a crow's cry sounded in the sky. It was as if a sun was swooping down. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of the great elder in an instant. What? The elder's expressions changed. This was because the aura of this expert was too ferocious. It was almost above the great elder's head in an instant. 3 golden claws slashed down, as if it was going to rip the great elder's head off. 5-colored divine light. The great elder's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Swoosh. Boom. The 3 golden claws tore through the great elder's 5-colored divine light and landed on the great elder's extended right arm. Rip. It grabbed and tore at the arm. Immediately, the great elder's right arm was torn off. Blood splattered everywhere. 5-colored divine light. Swoosh. The 19 elders attacked at the same time and forced the attacker to retreat. Master. The group of ferocious beasts said respectfully. The great elder had lost an arm and his expression was pained. However, at this moment he did not scream. Instead, he covered his wound and looked at the master of the ferocious beasts in horror. It was a huge 3-legged golden crow. Dong Huang Tai? The great elder was sweating profusely as he said in shock. Buzz. The 3-legged golden crow transformed into Tai's appearance. He sneered and said, "The old thing is dead. Who has the peacock god? Tai, you want to steal the peacock god? Back then, Supreme Being spared your life. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you?" The great elder said hatefully. Bite the hand that feeds me? If the old thing hurt me back then. Today is the time for revenge. Super Peacock God? It is indeed a big threat. Sieve-colored divine light, invincible? The peacock tribe has no reason to exist in this world. Tai said coldly. What did you say? The great elder's expression suddenly changed. You came so soon? You have been waiting for Supreme Being to die? You are not stupid. Hand over the peacock god, and I will spare the peacock tribe's bloodline. Otherwise today I will exterminate the peacock tribe and not leave a single one alive. I will kill them all. Tai said ferociously. Chapter 796. Peacock Palace. Kong Xian was in the midst of refining the peacock god. His mind was immersed in his body, and he didn't seem to hear the battle outside the palace. After a few days the great peacock god was slowly refined. Kong Xian's consciousness slowly returned. Of course, if there was a great danger, Kong Xian could still wake up early. However, there hadn't been any great danger in the past few days. Ah. Hell. Traitor, you want to destroy the peacock tribe? I'll fight you. Be careful, that peacock elder is going to self-destruct. Boom. Chaos came from outside. Kong Xian got up and frowned slightly, but he didn't go out first. Instead he looked at Peacock Sovereign lying there. The old man breathed his last breath, but his eyes were still wide open. Can't he die in peace? Kong Xian frowned slightly. The tragic sounds outside were getting louder and louder. Kong Xian waved his hand and opened the door of the palace. He saw that there was a layer of 5-colored divine light outside the palace. Obviously it was to protect him from being disturbed. Looking at the outside world through the 5-colored divine light, it was like hell. Endless blue flames burned everywhere, and countless peacocks were struggling in the blue flames. Some of the stronger peacocks could resist the blue flames, but there were many fierce beasts killing them quickly. Blue flames? Heavenly Cycle Star Formation? How is that possible? The one who destroyed the peacock tribe was Solar Divine Palace? Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. After all, 800,000 years later he was most loyal to Solar Divine Palace. And the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation was Solar Divine Palace's most powerful formation? Could it be that Tai, whom he was most loyal to, was the culprit who destroyed the peacock tribe? Kong Xian, run. Suddenly someone shouted. It was one of the peacock elders, who was covered in blood and was being chased by a wolf demon. Although the elder didn't agree with Sovereign's decision, when it came to the inheritance of the peacock tribe, he stood on Kong Xian's side without hesitation. Perhaps the elder's shout had attracted the wolf demon. The wolf monster turned around and saw Kong Xian. Immediately, it showed a ferocious expression and pounced on him. Oh! That elder's complexion suddenly changed and he instantly rushed in front of Kong Xian, blocking in front of the demon wolf. Boom! The wolf demon tore open the elder's chest. It seemed that the elder was about to be torn apart. The elder's expression was one of despair, but he had no regrets in blocking the attack for Kong Xian before he died. This was because Kong Xian had the peacock god, the future leader of the peacock race. As long as he was there, the peacock race would have a chance to rise again. Just as the elder was about to be torn apart, a voice rang out. Ka. A loud bang came from the elder's chest. The wolf demon's claw suddenly stopped in front of the elder. A hand wrapped in black gas grabbed the wolf claw. The wolf claw couldn't move. No matter how hard it tried, it was fixed there. Brr. Let go of me. The wolf monster's expression changed. It knew that it had met a tough opponent. That elder looked at Kong Xian in shock. Go and rest. I'm here. Kong Xian sighed softly. Swoosh. The wolf monster was instantly torn into pieces by Kong Xian's rainbow god light. Shattering the heavenly palace with a single light? This was too strong. They weren't even on the same level. When did such a strong existence appear in the peacock race? Yes. The severely injured elder retreated with tears streaming down his face. Before him, the peacock god island was like a purgatory. The peacock race seemed to be on the verge of destruction. When the Supreme was around, who would dare to cause trouble in the peacock race? But now, this Kong Xian before him was so strong? That elder saw a glimmer of hope and he was excited. Kong Xian turned his head and looked up into the sky. In the starry sky, 361 stars shone brightly. Clearly, there were many demon kings controlling the stars to form the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Heavenly Cycle Star Formation? 800,000 years later, it was under the command of Kong Xian. Screech. Kong Xian roared fiercely as he suddenly transformed into a stream of light and shot into the sky, heading straight for the grand Heavenly Cycle Star Array's array source. Boom. His speed was too fast. In an instant he was above the starry sky. Be careful. There's a tough one over there. Palm of the stars, hurry. On the stars the demons roared. Suddenly the heavenly cycle star formation rotated, and a gigantic blue palm descended from the sky, grabbing towards Kong Xian. Palm of the stars? You guys are still too inexperienced. Kong Xian's face was ferocious. Swoosh. The five-colored divine light soared into the sky like a divine whip, heading straight for the blue palm. With a loud bang, the divine whip hit the weakest point of the palm of the stars. Kong Xian was the clearest about that point. Boom. A resounding boom rang out as the massive astral palm exploded violently. What? The faces of the demon kings changed. Below them, Dong Huang Tai, who was watching coldly, was also shocked. Who is it? Tai's pupils shrank. Screech. He saw that Kong Xian was already above the starry sky. In an instant, he turned into a gigantic peacock that was 3,000 feet long. What? All the demon kings were shocked. 3,000 feet? 3,000 feet? How is that possible? Tai was also shocked. The experts of the peacock tribe were also shocked. Then they were overjoyed. 3,000 feet? Supremacy is 3,000 feet. Who is this peacock? Who is he? Why is he also 3,000 feet? Ha ha, the peacock tribe is not destined to die. They're still a mighty figure. We're saved. We're saved. The peacock tribe was overjoyed. The new supremacy appointed by the old supremacy is the descendant of the old supremacy. He's the new supremacy of the peacock tribe, the supremacy. An elder shouted. Supremacy? Countless peacocks' eyes lit up. The descendant of the old supremacy? Suddenly, all the peacocks regained their spirits from their despair. As long as the peacocks were alive, the supremacy would be invincible. Screech. Kong Xian was already above the starry sky. He turned into a peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Immediately, billions of demonic auras burst out, dyeing the entire starry sky black. Oh no, quick. He knows the location of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. He's coming in. Help. Whoosh. The massive heavenly cycle star formation could not stop Kong Xian at all. Kong Xian passed through it, opened his mouth, and sucked in a demon king on a star. Bastard. Tai's expression changed. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Above the starry sky, the five-colored divine light was like a chain of order. Wherever it went, the stars crumbled. Immediately, countless demon kings fled in fear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black winds billowed. One demon king after another was swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Demonic aura filled the sky. Divine light lashed the world. Kong Xian unleashed his power above the starry sky. The massive heavenly cycle star formation crumbled instantly, but Kong Xian did not give up. Tun tun tun. Immediately, countless demon kings were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Stop. Tai roared ferociously. He had painstakingly gathered these demon kings, but they were all swallowed by this peacock. The peacocks and demon kings fighting below were also confused. The new supremacy has such a strong demonic nature. Why do I feel that the new supremacy is even more ferocious than the old supremacy? He doesn't have the six-colored divine light, but only the five-colored divine light, and he's already a match for the supremacy? The new supremacy, the supremacy. The peacocks were very excited. While Kong Xian was swallowing countless demon kings, Tai also approached. Wah! The golden crow roared. A golden light flashed toward Kong Xian. True sun fire? Five-colored divine light. Kong Xian's expression was ferocious. Boom. The two beams of light collided in the void, tearing a small crack in the void. Who are you? The peacocks don't have someone like you. Demonic energy surging into the sky? Who are you? Tai said ferociously. Kong Xian, full of demonic energy, also paused and looked at Tai with narrowed eyes. After 800,000 years, this was the person he admired the most. For him, he could disregard life and death. Even when Tai wanted to kill him, he did not hold much resentment because he admired him. Why did he admire him? Because when he was young, Kong Xian remembered that when the peacocks were about to be wiped out, it was Tai who saved the peacocks and him. But now, Kong Xian's memory was overturned. He might have been tricked when he was young. Tai did it on purpose? Tai, you want to wipe out the peacocks? What? Kong Xian's face was filled with hatred as he shouted ferociously. Tai had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the peacocks. He had nothing to fear. I don't care who you are. With such strength you must die. I will rule over all the demons in the world. If the peacocks do not obey, then they will be wiped out from this world. What about that super divine peacock? What a scourge. That old thing had just died and now a new fierce peacock was born? A super divine peacock every 10,000 years? We can't let the peacocks grow. Leave no one alive. We must wipe them all out. Tai said with a ferocious expression. Are you afraid of the super divine peacock? Is that why you want to wipe them out? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Afraid? Me? Afraid? Tai's expression darkened. Although he was afraid of the super divine peacock, he could not bear it. Since you said so, then I will leave a small tribe of peacocks alive. I will raise them slowly and make them loyal to me. I will study the reason behind the super divine peacock's transformation. Ha 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 ha, one day the super divine peacock's transformation mystique will be mine. But today there is no need for your peacock divine island to exist. And you swallowed so many of my subordinates. Today is the day you die, Tai said with a ferocious expression. I see. I was so stupid. I was so loyal to you. So I was really just a dog? You killed my entire tribe. No, my parents were killed by you too. My father was loyal to you, but in the end... Ha ha ha. Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. Loyal to me? Tai was puzzled. Now I don't miss it anymore. Tai, I will take revenge for the peacocks. I will kill you. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. The two peerless beasts began to fight. Chapter 797. When Gu Hai reached the vicinity of the Peacock Sea. It's already the 9th day? Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened. This was because Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if there were two presences pressing down on his heart. Rokudo Shinkuin? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. These two presences were from two Rokudo Shinkuin? Gu Hai could even clearly sense who these two were. One was Rokudo Shinkuin, who had fused with the 9th young master, and the other was Gu Qin. Now he could only sense them. Presumably he would be able to confirm their location tomorrow. Similarly, they would also be able to confirm his location. Gu Hai wasn't clear about Rokudo Shinkuin's current strength, but that didn't stop him from guessing. How strong would he be if he could kill the heavens in a year? Would the two great experts be able to confirm his location tomorrow? Old man Guanxi? What a dangerous game. Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The world was very big, but with Rokudo Shinkuin's strength, it wouldn't be very slow for him to go somewhere. Compared to the Long Jianghu back then, he could reach the infinite celestial capital in a very short time after the Qin Terracotta notified him. Now, wouldn't he be able to reach him in the blink of an eye? This was no longer a game but a great hunt. Being hunted by Rokudo Shinkuin? Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Not only Gu Hai, but all the experts who had helped Guanxi's 9 sons with their thoughts in the past had the urge to curse. How could he have been so careless as to help Guanjuko? Were they going to die soon? They had to find Kong Xian immediately. Gu Hai had already pushed his speed to the maximum. He flew into the Peacock Sea, but saw countless peacocks crying out in grief. What happened? Gu Hai was slightly startled. He could vaguely hear what sounded like a crying Jizun. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The supreme being of the peacock race had fallen? At the periphery of the Peacock Sea, the peacocks only cried and wailed, but as they got closer and closer to the Peacock God Island, they could gradually hear the sounds of battle in the distance. Buzz. Waves of holy light shone in all directions. They formed thousands of holy light nets that covered the entire Peacock Divine Island. The Peacock Divine Island was now shrouded in endless fog. Clearly there was also a super great array within. Taichu, your solar divine palace is so bold. You want to snatch the Peacock God the moment Jizun fell. Kill Taichu or my Peacock clan will be finished. Quick, let's fight it out with him. Countless peacocks rushed towards the Peacock Divine Island with all their might, but countless angels were waiting for them with their nets. In an instant, the peacocks were enveloped by the holy light nets. The powerhouses of the Peacock clan are all on the Peacock Divine Island. You're just a ragtag bunch? Watch my holy light trial. Taichu sneered as he waved his hand. Instantly, thousands of spear-shaped white lights appeared in his right hand. Go! The spear-shaped white lights immediately shot towards the peacocks trapped in the nets. Boom boom boom. Amidst a series of screams, the peacocks were instantly pierced through by the spears. Then the surrounding angels strangled the peacocks. The pierced peacocks cried out in pain as they were torn to pieces. Taichu's strength completely suppressed the peacocks. The peacocks revealed looks of despair, but the decline of their clan made the peacocks continue to charge without hesitation. Charge, charge, charge. Break the array and let the elders out. Demon, my peacock clan will not rest until you die. Screech. The peacocks let out sorrowful cries as they charged towards Tai Chu like moths to a flame. Tai Chu set up the array and led the angels to kill countless peacocks, protecting the peacocks from the inside. The peacocks cried out in grief. In the distance, Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. Tai Chu. Gu Hai clearly remembered how strong Tai Chu was. However, he was now strong as well. Furthermore, this was 800,000 years ago. He did not have many opponents in the Go Dao. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and took out the life entrapment saber. The moment the life entrapment saber appeared, it seemed to merge with the void. Gu Hai's Go energy immediately sensed the vast Go Dao laws through the life entrapment saber. Go Dao array activate. Gu Hai shouted as he held the life entrapment saber. Boom. From the life entrapment saber, hundreds of millions of transparent beams of light suddenly emerged, as if weaving into a large emerald green net that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, an area of 10 million miles was wrapped up by this emerald green net. Huh. The expressions of Tai Chu and the peacocks suddenly changed. Why is someone else here? Who are you? Tai Chu's expression changed, becoming ferocious. A few days ago, Rokudo Shinkuin had put up a bounty for Gu Hai's portrait. However, Solar Divine Palace had been lying in ambush in the Peacock Sea, so they had not paid much attention. I am an old friend of the peacock race's sovereign, Gu Hai said simply. Immediately, the peacocks around them recognized friend and foe, and they all became excited. Senior, please save our peacock race, the peacocks immediately said anxiously. Leave Tai Chu to me. You guys start breaking the array. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, countless peacocks said excitedly. Brat, aren't you being too confident? Kill him. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Immediately, a large number of peacocks charged at Gu Hai. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, the emerald net formed by the life entrapment saber moved, and countless angels were caught in the net. A blazing aura came from the green net, causing the angels to scream. Ah, there's poison on the net. Save us. True Lord, save us. Pissed, 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 pissed. While the angels screamed, the peacocks were stunned for a moment, and then they looked overjoyed. This senior was too strong. This is retribution. You killed my brother with the holy light net, and now you're caught in the senior's net. This is retribution. Some peacocks who had just lost their brothers were filled with grief and hatred. Quick, break the array that's shrouding the Peacock God Island and save the elders. Boom, boom, boom. The peacocks immediately rushed at the array. A Go Dao array? Who are you? Tai Chu's expression changed as he charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and sneered, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Gu Hai reached out and twisted his hand. The Go Dao array immediately spread out, covering an area of 10 million miles. The angels could not escape at all, and they were instantly enveloped by the emerald green net. For a moment there were countless screams. The power of the array was too strong. Tai Chu appeared in front of Gu Hai in an instant with a ferocious expression. He was about to strike at Gu Hai with a palm strike. Ning Tai Chu. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz. A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. It looked exactly like Tai Chu, but the difference was that it was more mature. The two Tai Chu faced each other. What? The real Tai Chu's expression changed. The cloud beast, Tai Chu, suddenly struck out with a palm strike. Boom. The two Tai Chu's palms collided in the air. Suddenly the void trembled. The real Tai Chu's figure retreated, and the cloud beast stood there coldly. Oh, it seems that you are not as strong as my cloud beast? Gu Hai sneered. One was the Tai Chu from 800,000 years ago, and the other was the Tai Chu from 800,000 years later. Gu Hai had killed Tai Chu before, so there were 3 souls of Tai Chu in the transformation pool. Gu Hai had also studied these 3 souls, so he naturally had a certain understanding of Tai Chu's abilities. Although this cloud beast could not compare to the real Tai Chu from 800,000 years later, it was still slightly stronger than the one from 800,000 years ago. Impossible. A Go Dao cloud beast? Furthermore, it is imitating me. How can it be a match for me? Tai Chu refused to believe this and continued charging. Boom, 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 boom. The two Tai Chu fought in the air, but the cloud beast kept winning, gaining the upper hand. Gu Hai's Go skills were much stronger than before, so he could not suppress the cloud beast with his Go skills. Hence, this cloud beast was under Gu Hai's control. After a series of battles, The real Tai Chu finally accepted his fate. Godao Cloud Beast? I don't care who you are. Today you provoked me, so you will pay the price. The real Tai Chu's expression turned cold. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 10-direction destruction appeared in his hand. Boom. 10-direction destruction suddenly transformed into a 12-winged angel, exuding a terrifying aura that was even stronger than Tai Chu's. Kill him, the real Tai Chu said savagely. The 12-winged angel immediately charged at the cloud beast. Boom. The 12-winged angel and Tai Chu clashed in the air, immediately suppressing the cloud beast. Again. Reckless thing. The real Tai Chu snorted coldly. Boom. 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 The cloud beast and the 12-winged angel fought fiercely, rising higher and higher. As they clashed in the air, ripples appeared in the air. The real Tai Chu suddenly looked at Gu Hai with a sinister expression. Now it's your turn. Is that so? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Crack. The real Tai Chu's body froze. My body? Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, hundreds of stars suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight in the starry sky, slowly rotating. Gu Hai's Godao ritual array connected to the starry sky, controlling the hundreds of stars. As it rotated, the power of the stars surged into the ritual array. A huge spatial power tore at Ka. A Godao ritual array? How can you control a Godao ritual array so casually? Who are you? Since when was there such a Godao grandmaster in this world? Do you know the consequences of opposing my solar divine hall? Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. As the spatial distortion increased, Tai Chu felt like he was about to be torn apart. Not far away, the peacocks were very excited. They attacked Peacock Divine Island's ritual array while thanking Gu Hai. Ching. Gu Hai extended his hand and pulled out the Life Slayer blade. As soon as the Life Slayer blade was drawn, blood-red light seemed to dye the entire sky red. A ferocious aura rushed toward Tai Chu. Tai Chu's expression suddenly changed. The threat of death loomed over him. 10 directions annihilation. Come and save me. Tai Chu roared in shock. However, the cloud beast in the air firmly held the 12-winged angel back. Gu Hai held the Life Slayer blade and slashed at Tai Chu. It seemed like he wanted to kill Tai Chu. Amateus Buddha. A golden palm in the air struck at Gu Hai. Vajra Buddha, you old bald donkey. I saw that you were a kind person, so I didn't bother with you. Now you're here to stop me? Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at the monk who struck at him. Chapter 798. As the Vajra Buddha struck with his palm, Gu Hai's Life Slayer saber had no choice but to turn toward the Vajra Buddha. As soon as the Life Slayer saber struck, a blood-red illusion enveloped the Vajra Buddha. The Vajra Buddha felt as if he was suddenly in a sea of blood. Countless evil spirits were biting at him, as if he had fallen into an evil spirit's hell. Don't be so arrogant, demon. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he increased the strength in his hand. His palm collided with the Life Slayer saber. After 800,000 years, although the Life Slayer saber was not one of the 16 great Dharma treasures, it was not far from it. Its biggest advantage was its sharpness. It was so sharp that even the Life Slayer saber could not compare. Boom. The saber and the palm separated. As the saber and the palm separated, the Life Slayer saber dragged out a huge cloud of blood. In that instant, the Life Slayer saber had cut open the Vajra Buddha's palm and forcibly extracted a large amount of blood. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed and he looked at his palm. His skin, which had not been cut open by the Life Slayer saber's 5 cycles in the past, was now cut open. In just a short while, 1/3 of his blood had been extracted. You! The Vajra Buddha glared. Vajra Buddha, don't test my limits with your foolishness. Gu Hai said coldly. Vajra Buddha, save me. He's a demon. Tai Chu shouted anxiously. Tai Chu. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he seemed to be about to attack again. Suddenly, a peacock screamed, Vajra Buddha, you want to destroy the peacock clan too? The Vajra Buddha was slightly stunned. He saw a large group of peacocks surrounding the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha, when the Vajra temple was about to be destroyed, it was the honorable of the Peacock clan who helped the Vajra temple resolve the crisis. Now you're helping the Solar Divine Palace to destroy the Peacock clan? Vajra Buddha, you'll die a horrible death. Vajra Buddha, you repay kindness with ingratitude. The Peacock clan will not let you go even if we become evil spirits. Honorable is famous. Why would he be so blind to save the Vajra temple? Senior, you'll have to step over my dead body. A group of peacocks blocked the Vajra Buddha with sorrowful cries. The Vajra Buddha's expression and said, "What? Solar Divine Palace wants to exterminate the peacock clan?" Although the Vajra Buddha accepted Rokudo Shinkuin's invitation to hunt down Guhai, he had no temper when facing the peacock clan. After all, he owed the peacock clan a huge favor. Kill the peacock clan? But the Vajra Buddha could not do it. In particular, the Vajra Buddha's heart suddenly trembled when he heard the peacock's screams of hatred. What's going on? How could the peacock clan be exterminated? How did he get involved with him? The Vajra Buddha said anxiously. Countless peacocks stared at the Vajra Buddha with no intention of being friendly. All of a sudden, the Vajra Buddha's hands and feet were tied. Vajra Buddha, quick, save me. Solar God Shrine will definitely reward you handsomely. No, I am helping Rokudo Shinkuin. Tai Chu shouted in fear. The tearing force of the array rendered Tai Chu immobile. Guhai's life slayer saber slashed at him again. Wait. The Vajra Buddha shouted anxiously. Screech. The peacocks immediately charged at the Vajra Buddha without regard for their lives, as if they wanted to perish together with him. It's too late. Guhai showed a ferocious expression. No. Bang. Tai Chu's head flew up and his head separated from his body. His eyes widened. Even in death, he could not believe that he would die at the hands of a stranger. His blood was already drained. The three souls instantly entered Guhai's eye of life and death. The Vajra Buddha immediately showed anger. Thank you, Senior. Countless peacocks suddenly bowed to Guhai in gratitude. Roar. High in the sky, the 12-winged angel let out a sorrowful roar and attacked the cloud beast with all its might. Boom. There was a loud sound and Tai Chu's cloud beast exploded into pieces. Without Tai Chu's control, the 12-winged angel suddenly shrank and turned into a cross. Guhai extended his hand and grabbing absolute annihilation. All annihilation. Guhai's eyes lit up. You killed Tai Chu? The Vajra Buddha said irritably. What? Does the Vajra Temple owe Solar God Palace a favor again? You're too cowardly, aren't you? You owe so many favors? Guhai said with a smile. Solar God Palace has nothing to do with me. However, aren't you afraid of retribution for killing so ruthlessly? The Vajra Buddha said angrily. Retribution? Tai Chu's cultivation is high. Killing him is ruthless? How many peacocks did Tai Chu kill? Why don't you call him ruthless? I killed Tai Chu and saved countless peacocks. That's great kindness, virtue, mercy, and compassion. Guhai said coldly. You? The Vajra Buddha did not know where to start. Or should I say that the lives of the peacock clan are not worth mentioning in front of you? Only Tai Chu's life is worth mentioning? Great monk, I heard what the peacock said just now. Your Vajra temple was saved by the peacock clan. When the peacock clan is in trouble, you don't want to repay the kindness and end the karma. Instead, you help the devil and repay kindness with enmity? What kind of Buddha are you cultivating? What kind of good person are you? Guhai glared at him and shouted. Me? The Vajra Buddha's face stiffened, and then a trace of bitterness appeared. Now the peacock clan is suffering inside. Have you ever thought of helping the peacock clan to break the array and save the elders? Guhai shouted. The Vajra Buddha took a deep breath and immediately rushed toward the array. He was about to strike with his palm. Wah! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the array. Boom! However, a huge hole was torn in the formation. A huge ball of fire shot out. What? The Vajra Buddha paused. Three-legged golden crow, Tai? Guhai's expression changed. He reached out his hand and summoned the stars. Where's Tai Chu? Absolute beginning? Tai roared. I've killed Tai Chu. You're next. Guhai said coldly. He waved his hand. Buzz. The grand matrix of chess was once again activated. The 100 stars in the sky immediately formed a massive killing force, tearing Tai apart, intending to keep him in place. Wah! Tai roared. His strength was not something that Tai Chu could compare to. He flapped his wings and Guhai's Go array shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The 100 stars controlled by the Grand Tao of chess formation in the starry sky exploded with a loud rumble. Ha! Guhai's face sank. This Tai was very strong. Tai, don't think of leaving. A shout came from the array. It was Kong Xian's furious voice. Humph. Kong Xian, when I get the bell of primal chaos, it will be the time of your clan's destruction. When I return, none of you will leave. Wah! Tai flapped his wings and suddenly disappeared into the horizon. Boom. The 3,000-meter-long Kong Xian gave chase. However, by the time he came out, Tai was already at the horizon. Kong Xian showed a ferocious expression as if he wanted to give chase. Kong Xian stopped chasing. Gu Hai shouted. Bus. With a jolt, Kong Xian recovered from his rage. He turned his head and saw Gu Hai holding the absolute annihilation, protecting the peacock race members behind him. Bus. Kong Xian immediately turned into human form. Whoosh. With a flick of his sleeve, the grand formation that was trapping the Peacock God Island behind him exploded. It exploded, revealing the tragic scene of the Peacock God Island. Countless peacocks were torn apart in pools of blood, and countless animal kings were dead or injured. Only 100-odd animal kings survived, and they were currently fighting the peacock race elders. What? When the peacocks outside saw the bloody scene, they were horrified. Brr. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Billowing black winds swept the animal kings in the distance, trying to suck them into his mouth. No. The Vajra Buddha could not bear it. Vajra Buddha, don't you think you're being too merciful? Gu Hai frowned. The Vajra Buddha's expression froze, but he did not interfere in the end. Rumble. In an instant, a large number of animal kings were devoured by Kong Xian. The battle was over and the peacock race relaxed. However, the moment they relaxed, countless peacocks started to cry. Big brother, don't die, don't die. Father, the supreme martial artist has avenged you, father. Mother, don't leave me behind. Cries shook the heavens. The Peacock clan had suffered great losses. In this battle, 70% of their experts had died. If not for Kong Xian's sudden appearance, the Peacock clan would have been wiped out. Whoosh. Kong Xian immediately appeared in front of Gu Hai. Your Majesty, why are you here? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. When I arrived, the first thing I did was to look for you. Unfortunately, I'm still one step too late. Gu Hai sighed. Absolute Beginnings 10 Direction Annihilation? Kong Xian asked in surprise. It seems like Tai Chu was killed by your Majesty again? Gu Hai nodded. Who's this monk? I've never seen him before? Kong Xian looked at the Vajra Buddha. He thought he was with Gu Hai. A good guy who doesn't know what's right or wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Kong Xian looked at the Vajra Buddha in confusion. The Vajra Buddha recognized Kong Xian. This was because there was a portrait of Kong Xian in the 6 Dao Realms bounty. For a moment, the Vajra Buddha did not know what to do. Thank you, Supreme Martial Artist. All thanks to Supreme Martial Artist. Supreme Martial Artist. After the initial tearful complaint, the 5 surviving elders flew over with blood all over their bodies. They bowed to Kong Xian with gratitude. When the Supreme Martial Artist passed the throne to Kong Xian, the elders were still unconvinced. But now, how could they be unconvinced? If it wasn't for Kong Xian, the Peacock tribe would have been wiped out. Collect the corpses of the peacocks. Kong Xian ordered. Yes. All the elders replied. Immediately, the elders arranged for the peacocks to collect the corpses. The Vajra Buddha? Your Vajra temple also received the news and came to help us defend against Solar God Shrine? Although you're a little late, the Peacock tribe is grateful. An elder said gratefully when he saw the Vajra Buddha. Elder, the Vajra Buddha is on the same side as Solar God Shrine. Suddenly, a peacock said. What? The elder's face changed. The Vajra Buddha's face stiffened. He didn't know how to explain. Your Majesty, he went against you just now? Kong Xian's face darkened. The monk must have uncovered Rokudo Shinkuin's bounty. He's here to capture the 2 of us and ask for credit from the 6 Dao realms. Gu Hai said with a smile. What? He's here to deal with the Supreme Martial Artist. Suddenly, the peacocks looked at the Vajra Buddha with hatred. The Vajra Buddha suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth several times but didn't know what to say. All right, don't make it difficult for him. He doesn't know. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 799. What? We are here to deal with the Supreme. Immediately, all the peacocks looked at the Vajra Buddha with hatred. The Vajra Buddha suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth a few times but didn't know what to say. All right, don't make things difficult for him. He doesn't know. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. The peacocks were slightly startled. Phew. The Vajra Buddha secretly sighed. For a moment he was really afraid that Gu Hai would hit him when he was down. He wasn't worried that the peacocks would attack him, but that he couldn't bear the resentment. When he looked at Gu Hai, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, I would like to send old Supreme off first. Kong Xian pleaded. Gu Hai nodded. The group quickly flew to the entrance of the Peacock Palace. Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. Supreme. Along the way, the peacocks who were collecting the corpses saw Kong Xian fly over and bowed respectfully. After the battle just now, all the peacocks on the Peacock Island had already recognized Kong Xian. If it weren't for him, the peacocks would have been finished. After the 5 seriously injured elders were arranged, they followed Kong Xian back to the Peacock Palace. The eyes of the old Supreme were still open. Supreme. The elders cried and bowed again. Although they recognized Kong Xian, the prestige of the old Supreme couldn't be erased so easily. Amateus Buddha. The Vajra Buddha suddenly chanted. Under the Buddha's chant, the Vajra Buddha sat cross-legged and started chanting scriptures. Chanting scriptures? Vajra Buddha released the old Supreme. The peacocks looked at the Vajra Buddha gratefully. Kong Xian walked closer and gently touched the eyelids of the old Supreme, making him close his eyes. The peacocks have me. You can rest in peace. Solemnly Kong Xian said Vajra Buddha. Wang. As the Vajra Buddha chanted, strands of golden light surged into the corpse of the old Supreme. A blue transparent figure slowly emerged from the corpse. Human soul. Gu Hai frowned slightly. After a person died, their soul would remain in their corpse or grave. The mortal soul of the old supremacy appeared. Sovereign. Countless peacocks immediately knelt down in excitement. The old supremacy looked at Kong Xian with gratitude in his eyes. Solemnly he bowed to Kong Xian. No. Kong Xian frowned. You deserve this bow of mine. In the past, this old man let Tai go, but who would have thought that Tai would exterminate my peacock race? If it weren't for you, my peacock race? Many thanks to you. The old paragon bowed gratefully. Kong Xian frowned, sighed slightly and finally nodded. All members of the Peacock clan listen up. From now on, Kong Xian is the sovereign. You must listen to his orders and not disobey. The calamity of the Peacock clan has only just begun. You must not have the slightest thought of betraying him. The old sovereign instructed. Yes. Countless peacocks answered. At this moment, how could they have any thoughts of betrayal? All of them approved of Kong Xian to the extreme. Old supremacy, I have something to ask, I wonder. Kong Xian suddenly frowned. Speak. The old supremacy's mortal soul looked at Kong Xian. I heard that the peacock race will produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years. His power is peerless, and he can even tear the reincarnation cycle apart? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. The old supremacy looked at Kong Xian and nodded. There is such a thing. However, I believe that with your strength, as long as you comprehend the peacock god, you should be able to reach the level of super divine peacock. Comprehend the peacock god? But we don't have much time. Rokudo Shinkuin is about to kill heaven. Is there a shortcut? Kong Xian was worried. The Vajra Buddha opened his mouth. Kong Xian? Don't talk nonsense. How can Rokudo Shinkuin kill heaven? Great monk, you still don't believe it? Gu Hai frowned. Nonsense. The Vajra Buddha glared. Vajra Buddha, I believe it. The old supremacy's mortal soul sighed. Ah, what? How can you believe it? What kind of person is Rokudo Shinkuin? How can he do such a disgraceful thing? The Vajra Buddha was still unwilling to admit it. Previously, I used a part of my lifespan to ask the peacock god to meet Fuxi. Fuxi also confirmed the peacock race's great calamity today. He also said that a great calamity will befall the world. The old supremacy's mortal soul sighed. Impossible, how is that possible? The Vajra Buddha finally hesitated. The Vajra Buddha respected Rokudo Shinkuin, but he respected the old supremacy even more because he had saved the Vajra temple. Gu Hai's one-sided words made the Vajra Buddha unwilling to believe, but the old supremacy's certainty made him panic. Old supremacy, time is limited. Do you know how to become a super peacock god? Kong Xian frowned. The old supremacy shook his head. Every peacock's comprehension is different. It's useless to tell you my experience. Instead, it will mislead you. However, I have sealed a power in the peacock god. You should have noticed it. That power can help you tear apart a path of reincarnation. Kong Xian's expression changed. Which path? You can see for yourself. The old supremacy sighed. Old supremacy, may I ask, have you decided on a proper burial place? Gu Hai asked. You are the great Emperor Dahan that Kong Xian spoke of? Thank you very much. The old supremacy suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. Old supremacy, you don't need to do that. Gu Hai immediately helped the old supremacy up. You asked me about a proper burial place? What do you plan on doing? The old supremacy was puzzled. Although Kang Xian has saved the peacock race, the calamity of the peacock race may continue. Rokudo Shinkuin might even vent his anger on them. I have an idea. I want to move the entire peacock race to my immortal dome, Gu Hai said solemnly. The old supremacy's pupils shrank. Immortal dome? The Vajra Buddha's expression also changed. When Gu Hai was fighting with him, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, if he were to move to the immortal dome, he would. The old supremacy was silent for a while. After all, Rokudo Shinkuin wanted to kill Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai died? Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, the old supremacy nodded solemnly. All right. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. If I really die at the hands of Rokudo Shinkuin, I will release them to the divine continent before I die. Gu Hai said solemnly. Many thanks, ancient emperor. The old supremacy bowed gratefully. Then I will choose a good burial place for you in the immortal dome. Gu Hai said solemnly. Thank you. The old supremacy's human spirit nodded. Perhaps this appearance had weakened the old supremacy's human spirit a little. Instantly, the human spirit disappeared. Gather as many peacocks as you can as soon as possible. After tomorrow, maybe. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kang Xian's pupils shrank. Tomorrow is the 10th day? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai nodded. He stepped out of the peacock shrine and looked up at the sky. Kang Xian followed him out, while the Vajra Buddha continued to chant scriptures in the shrine. I have already sensed 2 Rokudo Shinkuin. Tomorrow Rokudo Shinkuin will discover me. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Your Majesty, don't you have the immortal dome? Can you hide inside and wait for the right time? Kang Xian asked worriedly. Rokudo Shinkuin also has the immortal dome. Have you forgotten? We can't hide. He can sense the location of the immortal dome and might even tear it apart. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then? Kang Xian said worriedly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Compared to 800,000 years later, this world has an additional Tao of chess. Gu Hai's face flashed with killing intent. Yes. Kang Xian answered. Although the world is vast, with Rokudo Shinkuin's strength, he will definitely be able to move unhindered. We need to end this quickly and kill one of them before the other Rokudo Shinkuin arrives. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. That Rokudo Shinkuin should be a Go expert. Otherwise he would not be competing with old man Guanxi. Kang Xian said with a frown. I heard that you can tear open a cycle? Gu Hai looked at Kang Xian. Yes. Your Majesty, which cycle do you want to enter? We will return to the 18 layers of hell and wait for Rokudo Shinkuin there. Gu Hai sternly said. Yes, this subject will immediately enter seclusion to figure out how to tear open a cycle. Kang Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. The 18 layers of hell and the divine continent's time were not symmetrical. Only by attacking there could he prevent the other Rokudo Shinkuin from interfering. After Kang Xian gave the order to the Peacock tribe, he quickly entered seclusion. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was sensing the 2 Rokudo Shinkuin. Whoosh! Suddenly a strong wind blew. In the blink of an eye it reached Gu Hai. Who's there? A large number of peacocks flew up. It's fine. Go about your business, Gu Hai said with a wave of his hand. The surrounding peacocks looked at Gu Hai, nodded, and retreated. Tongtian sect master, you actually came? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally the Tongtian of the Jie school. Last time I used a secret technique on you. It made it easier for me to find you. In less than a day the Rokudo Shinkuin will come looking for you. If I didn't come to help you, I was worried that you couldn't handle it alone. The Tongtian sect master said with a smile. Many thanks, sect master. Gu Hai said gratefully. These few days I went to the Wansho Taoism and Lingshan sect. The Tongtian sect master said solemnly. Lingshan sect and Wansho Taoism have both chosen to submit to the Rokudo Shinkuin. The Tongtian sect master said. They've defected? Gu Hai's face darkened. Solar Divine Palace. Tai returned in a sorry state. It was a huge barrier. A giant bell was suspended in the air above the barrier. It was the bell of chaos. Dang. Tai waved his hand, and the bell of chaos rang out. The surrounding demons quickly gathered. Master, why did you come back alone? Where's Tai Chu? A demon asked in surprise. Tai's expression was ferocious. Kang Xian? Kang Xian, where did Kang Xian come from? I'll definitely kill you. Tai ignored his subordinates. He grabbed the bell of chaos and was about to return to the Peacock Sea. Kang Xian? Master, is it this Kong Xian? Suddenly, a subordinate held out a portrait. Tai's pupils constricted. Why do you have a portrait of Kong Xian? Not only Kong Xian but also these. Rokudo Shinkuan put up a bounty. They're all Rokudo Shinkuan's enemies. The subordinates immediately took out the portraits. Tai's expression changed. He immediately saw the familiar Gu Hai in the portrait. The subordinates immediately told him about the bounty. Rokudo Shinkuan? That's great. Aha, Kong Xian? Gu Hai, you're dead. I'll join forces with Rokudo Shinkuan and put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Tai Yi let out a ferocious roar. Chapter 800. Return to the 10th day of 800,000 years ago. Peacock Sacred Island. Under Kong Xian's orders, all the peacocks left the Peacock Sea and stayed away from this place. In the Peacock Palace, there was a rift in the void that led to the path of hell. Gu Hai stood in the rift and looked at the Vajrabuddha sitting outside the palace. Vajrabuddha, aren't you going to leave? Gu Hai frowned. There are some things that I need to clarify. The Vajrabuddha took a deep breath and shook his head. So what if you clarify? That Rokudo Shinkuan will definitely kill you. You're sitting here waiting for him, but... Gu Hai frowned. It's just a facade. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry too much about it. I've cultivated the 10 lifetimes golden body, so I'm different from ordinary cultivators. Although I can be a little pedantic at times, it's because I'm pedantic that I investigate things thoroughly. I didn't believe what you said before, but now my resolve is shaken. I need to clarify. Otherwise, what use is my Buddha body? Mr. Good, are you sure that Rokudo Shinkuan will be here soon? The Vajrabuddha frowned. I can sense 2 locations. One is in the southwest, and the other is in the northwest. The Rokudo Shinkuan in the northwest is getting farther and farther away from me. It seems that he's gone to kill others. The Rokudo Shinkuan in the southwest is getting closer and closer to me. He's coming to kill me. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. The Vajrabuddha put his palms together and said firmly, All right, be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Gu Hai stepped into the rift in the Peacock Palace. Bang. The door of the palace closed with a bang. The Vajrabuddha carried the door of the Peacock Palace and put his palms together. This wait lasted for about 2 hours. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward Peacock Island. Wah. Where's the peacock? A crow's caw came from the sky. The Vajrabuddha looked up into the sky. A 3,000 feet tall golden crow suddenly transformed into a human form. It was Dong Huang Tai who had left yesterday. Beside Tai Yi there were 20 other experts. There were monks, Taoists, emperors and monster kings. All of them looked at the Vajrabuddha at the entrance of the Peacock Temple with a cold expression. There were 3 figures surrounded by a group of experts. The one leading them was none other than Rokudo Shinkuan, who wore a Taoist robe and had a compassionate expression on his face. As for the other 2, they were dressed in black robes, but their appearances could not be clearly seen. Rokudo Shinkuan stood in the air with everyone at the center. Amateus Buddha. The Vajrabuddha chanted. At this moment Rokudo Shinkuan was here. Even Tai didn't cross the line and only looked coldly at the Vajrabuddha. Vajrabuddha, how have you been? Is the ointment still effective? Rokudo Shinkuan asked with a smile. Rokudo Shinkuan's laughter was like a spring breeze filled with warmth. The Vajrabuddha had a complicated expression. If Rokudo Shinkuan really came, wouldn't that confirm what Gu Hai had said? Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuan was really going to kill the heavens? Thank you, Rokudo Shinkuan, for the ointment. My injuries have healed. The Vajrabuddha smiled bitterly. That's good. I heard that you went to the Peacock Sea for my bounty. I wonder how Gu Hai is doing now. Rokudo Shinkuan asked with a smile. They are in the hall behind me, the Vajrabuddha said solemnly. Haha, Vajrabuddha, well done. Among the experts, a monk laughed. Perfected Lord, you don't need to do anything to these demons. We will take care of them for you. The expert said. The Vajrabuddha stared at Rokudo Shinkuan. Rokudo Shinkuan, I have something to ask of you. Solemnly the Vajrabuddha said. Oh. Rokudo Shinkuan frowned slightly. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The Vajrabuddha should know the reason. Have you ever thought of going against the heavens? Have you? The Vajrabuddha suddenly shouted. As he shouted, the Vajrabuddha's eyes suddenly turned golden. He stared at Rokudo Shinkuan as if his golden eyes could see into his heart. Rokudo Shinkuan's expression did not change. However, the experts around him suddenly changed their expressions. How dare you slander the perfected Lord Vajrabuddha? Vajrabuddha, you are possessed. Have you been bewitched by the demons? The crowd of experts suddenly roared in anger. Vajrabuddha, it seems that your character is not strong enough. You have been bewitched by the demons. Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Vajrabuddha, you are the enemy of the entire world by harboring the demons. Today I will subdue you on behalf of the common people. The monk who greeted the Vajrabuddha earlier glared at him. He took a step forward, took out a stick and hit the Vajrabuddha. The Vajrabuddha stared at Rokudo Shinkuin as if he was still trying to figure out what Rokudo Shinkuin was thinking. Buzz. The moment the stick hit, the Vajrabuddha's body suddenly turned golden. Boom. With a loud bang, the stick was knocked back. The Vajrabuddha stood up, his expression ugly. Rokudo Shinkuin, I can see that you are tempted. Fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. As he spoke, the Vajrabuddha's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The dominator of 6 paths narrowed his eyes. Vajrabuddha, you have been bewitched by the demons. If you are the demon. Today I will subdue the demons on behalf of the heavens. The Vajrabuddha glared at Rokudo Shinkuin and grabbed him. With his 10,000 feet tall body, he was not slow at all. In an instant he was in front of him. Vajrabuddha? You burned your 10 lifetimes of good just to protect them? Rokudo Shinkuin's face darkened. Don't waste your breath on him, perfected cultivator. Let me do it. Tai suddenly roared. As he spoke, Tai suddenly turned into a 3,000 feet tall 3-legged golden crow. He spread his wings and flew toward the Vajrabuddha. Tai, be careful. This is his 10 lifetimes of golden body, the indestructible body of Vajra. Rokudo Shinkuin shouted. The golden crow's claws grabbed the Vajrabuddha's head. Dog. The Vajrabuddha roared and struck with his palm. Boom. With a loud bang, the two powerhouses separated. The Vajrabuddha's head was still there, but there was an additional scratch mark. The Vajrabuddha's palm hit Tai's wings, but Tai's wings were broken. 10 lifetimes of cultivation combined? What a good Vajrabuddha. However, you dare to protect the demons? Only death awaits you. Tai roared. With a roar, he opened his mouth and spat out a huge bell. Clang. The bell of chaos rang loudly, forming a huge yellow sound wave that rushed toward the Vajrabuddha. Bzzz. The Vajrabuddha held his head in pain. Bell of chaos, watch as I scatter your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Tai rang the bell again. Clang. The Vajrabuddha screamed in pain. As he screamed, he knew that he could not stop the bell of chaos. He leaped and grabbed Rokudo Shinkuin, as if he wanted to kill Rokudo Shinkuin with one claw. Be careful, perfected cultivator. Everyone shouted. Rokudo Shinkuin's face darkened. Vajra, you have been brainwashed by the demons. Pray for a better reincarnation in your next life. As he spoke, Rokudo Shinkuin extended his right index finger and tapped lightly. Whoosh. Rokudo Shinkuin's right index finger shot a beam of red light toward the Vajrabuddha's glabella. What? Boom. With a loud bang, the Vajrabuddha's body froze. He looked at Rokudo Shinkuin in shock. There was a bloody hole in the Vajrabuddha's glabella. Billions of golden auras were emitted from his body, as if his cultivation had been completely drained. Whoosh! The Vajrabuddha shrank back to his original size. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stopped breathing. He was dead. One finger? The powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts, but more than that, they felt admiration. Perfected cultivator, the Vajrabuddha had it coming. Let's take down the demons quickly, Tai said in his human form. Rokudo Shinkuin nodded. He ignored the Vajrabuddha's corpse and walked to the entrance of the Peacock Palace. Kwang. The entrance of the Peacock Palace opened with a loud bang. The crowd immediately saw the crack in the void. This is. The crowd was shocked. Hell-Dao reincarnation? Let's go. Rokudo Shinkuin said in a low voice. Yes. The crowd followed Rokudo Shinkuin and stepped into the crack. Buzz. After everyone stepped into the spatial crack suddenly disappeared. Peacock's sacred island became quiet again. Only the Vajrabuddha's corpse was left. He sat there alone. Buzz. At that moment, the golden aura that had just dissipated from the Vajrabuddha's body returned and slowly condensed into a transparent figure. That transparent figure was the Vajrabuddha. However, it was transparent and could not be seen by outsiders. The transparent Vajrabuddha looked at his corpse in front of him and said bitterly, God-slaying finger? destroying my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls with one finger? If I hadn't cultivated the 10 lives golden body and the great virtue body, I would have been completely destroyed. Rokudo Shinkuin is so powerful. Mr. Good, you have to be careful. Looking at his corpse, the Vajra Buddha's great virtue body sighed slightly. He took a step, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the void. As for the physical body, he no longer cared about it. Hell Dao Reincarnation. The 18th level of Hell. On a planet. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, and the Tongtian master of the Jie sect were looking at an image in front of them. In the image was the battle between the Vajra Buddha and Rokudo Shinkuin. One finger? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. Rokudo Shinkuin is really powerful. The Tongtian sect master said with a solemn expression. As he spoke, the Tongtian sect master waved his hand, and the image disappeared. Gu Hai, the next battle is going to be dangerous. The Tongtian sect master said with a bitter smile. Yes, the Vajra Buddha's skills are so superb, but his strength is not the same as Rokudo Shinkuin's finger? Rokudo Shinkuin has brought a group of helpers. Haha, it is indeed dangerous. If you don't want to participate, you can leave now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Back then, when Kong Xian was in danger, Your Majesty did not retreat. How can Kong Xian retreat now? Kong Xian said firmly with a solemn expression. Gu Hai, don't say such things. No one can escape from 800,000 years ago. Besides, I have never escaped before. The prime of Tongtian's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Gu Hai nodded. Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he looked at the entrance to the 18th level of Hell. Buzz. Rokudo Shinkuin led the 23 powerhouses into the 18th level of Hell. Chapter 801. Rokudo Shinkuin led the 23 experts into the 18th layer of Hell. The 18th layer of Hell, also known as the Boundless Hell, contained the densest baleful aura. It was a land of death surrounded by countless planets. One day in the outside world was 130 million years here. Gu Hai stood on a planet and looked coldly at Rokudo Shinkuin's group in the distance. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkuin also flew to a nearby planet. The two sides looked at each other from a distance. Just these 3? There are portraits of these 3 on the True Lord's bounty. 3 demons? What can they do even if they hide in the 18th layer of Hell? Everyone looked at Gu Hai's group of 3 with disdain. Tai Yi looked coldly at Kong Xian, who was not far away. In the past battle, he did not gain the upper hand and was even suppressed by Kong Xian. Among all the birds in the world, other than the old supreme of the peacock race, how could anyone compare to him? Even the Phoenix clan would not be a match for him. Where did this Kong Xian come from? Was he another super peacock god? Rokudo Shinkuin glanced at Gu Hai, then turned to look at the surrounding planets. He saw that countless planets were rotating rhythmically. Chess formation? Rokudo Shinkuin sneered. Ninth young master, I have repaid the favor you owed me at the Thousand Islands Sea. We don't owe each other anything now. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Thousand Islands Sea? Everyone was puzzled. Only Rokudo Shinkuin understood what Gu Hai meant. Because the Rokudo Shinkuin in front of him was the Rokudo Shinkuin that the ninth young master had fused with. Naturally, it retained all the memories of the ninth young master. I don't know what you're talking about, but Gu Hai, I value you a lot. Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. There's no need to complicate this game set up by Guanxi. If you want to kill us, then come. Gu Hai said coldly. True Lord, I'll kill him. Tai said anxiously. Rokudo Shinkuin nodded. Wow. Tai suddenly became 30,000 feet tall. Billions of golden flames emerged from his body. He was like a star falling toward the planet where Gu Hai was. The 6 paths and the other powerful beings looked on coldly. The dominator of 6 paths was not a reckless man. He did not underestimate Gu Hai at all. Tai's attack was a test. Dang. He spat out the bell of chaos. The bell of chaos rang, and a soul-stirring vibration rushed into everyone's hearts. As the bell of chaos rang, countless planets in the surroundings trembled. Clearly, the bell of chaos was extremely powerful. The sound waves formed ripples in the void and rushed toward Gu Hai's head. Eastern Emperor Tai? I'll do it. The Tongtian sect master sneered and stepped into the sky. As he rose into the sky, the fairy-slaying sword suddenly appeared in the Tongtian sect master's hand. The bell of chaos? Cut off the sword. The Tongtian sect master shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom. With a slash of the sword, endless light in the void gathered toward the fairy-slaying sword. It was like a heavenly sword that slashed forward. Selah. The sound waves in the void were torn apart by the sword. The fairy-slaying sword went straight for the Bell of Chaos. Dang! The sword collided with the Bell of Chaos. With a loud bang, the Bell of Chaos suddenly stopped. At the place where the sword collided, billions of sword chi exploded and rushed toward Tai. Roar! Tai immediately released countless golden flames to burn the purple sword chi. Break! The Tong Tian sect master shouted. Boom! The power of the sword increased exponentially and blasted Tai and the Bell of Chaos apart. What? The expressions of the powerful beings in the distance changed. The Bell of Chaos is a good treasure. Unfortunately, you're still not strong enough. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. At the beginning of chaos, the 10 bodies are separated. Tai roared ferociously. Dang! The Bell of Chaos rang again. This time, the sound waves did not rush toward the Tong Tian sect master, but toward Tai himself. Ah! Tai felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. He screamed in pain. In an instant, Tai was torn into 10 parts. All 10 parts were complete and looked exactly the same as the 3-legged golden crow. The 10 Tai suddenly lined up. Wah 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 wah. The 10 Tai roared and the primordial sun fire around him suddenly surged. A terrifying aura suppressed the Tong Tian sect master. 10 bodies. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Tong Tian sect master, be careful. The Bell of Chaos has separated Tai's 3 souls and 7 spirits into 1 body. It's like 10 Rokudo Shinkuin. 10 bodies with the same strength. Be careful, he can set up the 10 sun sky traversing formation. Kong Xian's expression changed. Wah! As expected, with Kong Xian's roar, the Tai enveloped by the Bell of Chaos began to dance around. A scorching formation immediately enveloped the Tong Tian sect master. As soon as the 10 sun sky traversing formation appeared, the entire star system seemed to be roasting. The water on some planets instantly evaporated. Under this scorching heat, the void started to distort slowly. As space twisted, the 10 golden crows no longer looked like 10, but hundreds, thousands and even tens of thousands of Tai swarming toward the Tong Tian sect master. Using the Bell of Chaos to set up the 10 sun sky traversing formation? 10 Tai is much more powerful than 10 golden crow princes. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Yes, the formation of 10 golden crow princes after 800,000 years is nothing compared to the 10 sun sky traversing formation. The Tong Tian sect master is in trouble. Your Majesty, should this subject go and help the Tong Tian sect master? Kong Xian asked worriedly. No need, I trust him. Gu Hai said gravely. Countless Tai instantly surrounded the Tong Tian sect master. The Tong Tian sect master's expression twisted. Had the 10 sun sky traversing formation? This sect master loves killing suns. The Tong Tian sect master's expression chilled. He twisted his body and slashed with the immortal slaying sword. Boom. One of the golden crows exploded, but it was only a blazing fireball. That's just an illusion. You don't even know where my real body is, yet you want to kill me? Ah. The 10,000 Tai snarled. It's just 10,000. Can't we just kill them all? Why do we need to know which one is the real body and which one is an illusion? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. As he spoke, only the afterimages of the Tong Tian sect master were left in the formation. Kill 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 kill. Boom 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 boom. The Tong Tian sect master was extremely fast. He swung the immortal slaying sword as if it was the end of the world. Every slash of the sword caused the golden crows to explode. The golden crows shrieked and grabbed at the Tong Tian sect master. However, the Tong Tian sect master's sword was too fast. It was so fast that only afterimages were left. The golden crows could not catch the immortal slaying sword at all, let alone catch the corner of the Tong Tian sect master's clothes. The golden crows missed every time. Every time they saw the Tong Tian sect master pounce, he was already gone. Within the 10 sun sky traversing formation, it was as if the Tong Tian sect master's location could not be seen. It was as if the Tong Tian sect master was everywhere. Boom boom boom. All they could hear was the sound of suns exploding one after another. The speed of the explosions was like a machine gun firing. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. The Tong Tian sect master was too strong. He was so strong that even if Tai Yi were to create 10,000 clones, he would still be no match for him. I am the peak of all swordsmanship. When my sword strikes, all swords will be destroyed. The Tong Tian sect master shouted with a ferocious expression, Destroy! Tai suddenly screamed in pain. Boom. In an instant, almost all the golden crows exploded. The countless afterimages of the Tongtian sect master suddenly gathered into one and slashed at the bell of chaos. Honk. A super loud sound reverberated through the starry sky of the 18th layer of hell. The huge bell of chaos was cut in half by the immortal slaying sword. The second bell of chaos in the world? How could it be destroyed? Kong Xian's expression froze. No matter how strong a treasure is, it needs a person to use it. Long Jianghu can destroy the bell of chaos, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the 10-sided annihilation in one hit. Why can't the Tongtian sect master destroy the bell of chaos? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Honk. The bell of chaos exploded into millions of fragments that scattered in all directions. Wherever it went, the nearby stars were instantly pierced through. No. Tai screamed in pain. The moment the Tongtian sect master slashed the bell of chaos, the 10 blood-soaked Tai merged into one. Tai was completely defeated. The Tongtian sect master grabbed his sword and looked coldly at Tai. He was about to slash again. The experts around Rokudo Shinkuin turned gloomy. Tongtian? How can he be so strong? The expressions of the experts changed. There was no need for Rokudo Shinkuin to speak. The 20 experts immediately swarmed forward. They each took out their treasures and weapons and slashed at the Tongtian sect master. Boom. In an instant, swords and sabers flew out, each of them tens of thousands of feet long. It was as if the heavens were charging at the Tongtian sect master. 800,000 years ago, there were indeed many experts. These people are not much weaker than Tai? Kong Xian's expression changed. How can the experts invited by Rokudo Shinkuin be weak? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Gu Hai was more concerned about the 2 black-robed men behind Rokudo Shinkuin. Who were they? Were they Rokudo Shinkuin's greater trump card? You destroyed my bell of chaos. Die. Tai roared with grief and anger. The 21 experts immediately charged at the Tongtian sect master. The powerful impact tore a huge crack in the void. Before the swords and sabers arrived, the crack in the void was already in front of the Tongtian sect master. 21. The Tongtian sect master was not afraid. Fairy slaying sword formation. The Tongtian sect master said with a ferocious expression. 3 long swords flew out from his sleeves. Together with the fairy slaying sword, they spread out in 4 directions and suddenly became tens of thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and emitted sword aura waves like the explosion of a star. Boom. The 2 forces collided in the void, creating a huge black hole in the void. Tai and the others were pushed back by the impact. What? Everyone took a step back from the recoil. Their expressions changed. The Tongtian sect master stood in the middle of the fairy slaying sword formation with a ferocious expression. He looked coldly at the 21 people in front of him and said, "Numbers don't necessarily make you strong. Come at me together. If 1 comes, I'll kill. If 21 come, I'll still kill." The Tongtian sect master's ferocious expression made Tai and the others grimace. They were all ambitious and ruthless people. When had they ever been afraid of anyone? How dare this person humiliate them like this? The group of ambitious and ruthless people was about to pounce on him. Everyone? Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly said. Oh? Everyone looked at Rokudo Shinkuin in surprise. Tongtian? Let the Tongtian deal with him then. Rokudo Shinkuin said calmly. A black-robed man behind Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly lifted his black robe and revealed his true appearance. The Tongtian sect master of Wuxia Taoism? Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He's really defected? Gu Hai's expression darkened. What a fairy slaying sword formation. Slaying sword formation? You only have 4 swords? Wuxia Tongtian sect master sneered. The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. He said coldly, I didn't expect you to be such a spineless person. I'm ashamed to have the same name as you. Chapter 802. One of the 2 black-robed men behind Rokudo Shinkuin was the Tongtian sect master of the Wuxia Taoism? Ashamed to have the same name as me? There is only one Tongtian and that is me. You, a cloud beast, want to compete with me for the title? You overestimate yourself. Wuxia Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh. Suddenly, 7 long swords flew out instantly. Boom. They surrounded Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation in an instant. Buzz. Each of the 7 long swords became 10,000 feet long, like 7 pillars of the universe forming a circle. Countless sword chi burst out. Slaying, annihilating space. The 7 immortal slaying swords of the Wansho Taoism. Boom. The 7 immortal slaying swords formed a large formation, and instantly burst out billions of sword chi, surrounding the 4 swords in the center. That's the 4 immortal slaying swords formation, and mine is the 7 immortal slaying swords formation. Let's see who is more powerful. Wansho Tongtian's eyes were cold. Humph. The Tong Tian from the Jie school snorted and waved his hand. Similarly, hundreds of millions of sword chi burst out. The power was stronger than the one that attacked the 21 experts just now. Boom. With a loud sound, the void was instantly torn into countless pieces. The 7 immortal slaying swords surrounded the 4 swords, but the void at the center of the 2 sword formations was instantly shattered, leaving only a vacuum zone like a black hole. One attack and the outcome was actually not decided? Not far away, Tai's expression changed. Impossible. When did Tong Tian become so powerful? Wansho Tong Tian alone blocked the Tong Tian of the Jie sect. This was not only the power of the past, but also the power from 800,000 years in the future. In just 10 days he had recovered the power of 800,000 years. Tong Tian of the Jie school suddenly pulled out the immortal slaying sword. Strangely, the fairy slaying sword was still in the fairy slaying 4 swords formation. The Tong Tian from the Jie sect had a copy of it in his hand, as if it was formed by the fairy slaying 4 swords formation. The same strange scene happened to Wansho Tong Tian. Wansho Tong Tian also had an immortal exterminating sword in his hand. The 2 Tong Tian stepped forward almost at the same time, rushing straight to the black hole region in the center of the 2 formations. Both of them had a ferocious look on their faces, the fairy slaying sword in their hands brazenly slashed down. Boom. The 2 swords were extremely fast and powerful. When the 2 swords clashed, the black hole that had just recovered tore even more apart. Good sword technique. Wansho Tongtian's expression turned sinister. Boom 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 boom. The battle between the 2 heaven-span experts instantly became extremely ferocious. For a moment, the black hole was filled with the afterimages of the 2. They were too fast, and their strength was also extremely ferocious, just like when the Tong Tian from the Jie sect killed the Golden Crow. The terrifying combat power made the faces of Tai Yi and the others twitch wildly. Buzz. The fairy slaying 4 swords formation and the fairy slaying 7 swords formation slowly rotated, each releasing billions of sword chi, crushing countless planets and comets, and enveloping the 2 people fighting in the center along with the black hole. From afar, it looked like a planet that was completely piled up by sword chi. Everywhere it went, everything was shattered. The 2 Tong Tian sect master are actually evenly matched? Kong Xian's face darkened. Previously, when the Tong Tian from the Jie sect attacked, it could be said that his momentum was soaring. Originally, he wanted to use him to deal with Rokudo Shinkuin, but now Rokudo Shinkuin had not moved, and the Tong Tian from the Jie sect could not free himself? The battle between the 2 Tong Tian clearly could not be resolved in a short time. Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly looked at Gu Hai and Kong Xian again. The Tong Tian has already stopped one of them. I'll have to trouble you to deal with the remaining 2. Rokudo Shinkuin looked at the 21 experts who had been sent back by the Tong Tian sect master. Don't worry, perfected lord. I'll do my best. Tai Yi immediately replied. Good. When they're done, I'll help you find the fragment of the Bell of Chaos and repair it. Rokudo Shinkuin said in a deep voice. Good. Tai Yi immediately said excitedly. Wow. Tai Yi was the first to transform into a 3,000-foot-long golden crow and rushed out. Don't worry, perfected lord. This time we won't fail again. The 20 experts also swore. Boom. The 21 experts rushed toward Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I'll stop them. Be careful. Kong Xian immediately shouted. Screech. With a loud shout, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-long peacock. Billowing demonic aura instantly dyed the endless void black. Black winds blew violently, and Kong Xian immediately rushed over with a scarlet face. Hong. Kong Xian and Tai Yi were the first to collide. With a loud bang, Tai Yi was knocked back by the powerful impact. At the same time, Kong Xian flapped his wings, and 2 streaks of 5-colored divine light shot toward the group of experts like 2 towering whips. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Kong Xian blocked the 21 experts. The peacock displayed its greatest battle talent. Wherever it went, divine light would destroy the world. When it opened its mouth, a boundless suction force was released. Black winds blew violently as if it was going to swallow the experts. Be careful, this peacock is tricky. When did the peacock race have such a freak? I thought the peacock race was in decline after the fall of the peacock supreme. Who would have thought that there was still such a demon? Be careful, don't be swallowed by him. The group of experts fought Kong Xian, but Kong Xian was not afraid at all. He was not even at a disadvantage and was actually fighting to a draw. What a ferocious bird. Guhai, you're really lucky. Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly laughed. No matter how lucky I am, I can't compare to you. You can even kill the heavens. Guhai said coldly. Rokudo Shinkuin was not angry. Instead, he looked at the last person beside him, who was also the second black-robed man. Now, only Guhai, Rokudo Shinkuin, and this black-robed man had not moved. One of the black-robed men was Wanshou Tongtian, so who was the second one? The black-robed man slowly lifted his black robe. It was an old man wearing a robe with a taiji pattern. A red gourd hung on his waist. His face was extremely scholarly. He turned his head and looked at Guhai with a frown. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Red gourd? In his body, the fire god also had a fire gourd, the true fire gourd. However, when his true fire gourd sensed the other party's presence, it trembled as if it was being suppressed. True fire gourd? Taishang Taoism's 8 trigrams furnace? Guhai's face sank. True fire gourd? This person's identity was obvious. The current chief of the Wanshou Taoism, Taishang. The first Taishang. The real Taishang sect master. Taishang sect master, I'll have to trouble you with this person. Rokudo Shinkuin said with a smile. The Taishang sect master looked at Guhai, then at Rokudo Shinkuin. Suddenly he shook his head. Rokudo Shinkuin said with a frown. My junior brother Tongtian compromised with you and listened to your orders because he wanted to protect me in the Wanshou Taoism. My junior brother has done so much for me. I can't let him bear all the responsibility alone. Moreover, his fate is uncertain. The Taishang sect master shook his head. What do you mean? Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. I want to protect my junior brother Tongtian. No one can kill my junior brother. I can help you if it's someone else. However, if my junior brother Tongtian is in danger, I can't just stand by and do nothing. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Rokudo Shinkuin looked coldly at the Taishang sect master. The sovereign sect's master shook his head and said, Moreover, if you were to make a move, then how much of a storm would Guhai be able to cause? The Taishang sect master wanted to protect the Wanshou Tongtian. Even if Rokudo Shinkuin ordered him to do so, he would still ignore it. The dominator of the 6 paths looked at the Taishang sect master angrily. However, they had an agreement. The Wanshou Taoism would listen to his orders. The Taishang sect master's request was that as long as Tongtian was with them, he had to follow them. What a troublesome Wanshou Taoism. Alright. Just wait and see. However, I only have one request. After I kill Guhai, I want to see you and Tongtian kill that cloud beast. Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. Give it your all. The Taishang sect master nodded. Rokudo Shinkuin snorted and turned to look at Guhai. Whoosh. Without wasting any time with Guhai, Rokudo Shinkuin turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Guhai. Rokudo Shinkuin was already planning to slay the sky, and his strength was at the peak of the heavenly palace. His speed was not something that Guhai of the middle heavenly palace could compare with. In the eyes of the dominator of the 6 paths, Guhai did not even see what he was doing before his head was twisted off. Just as he was about to reach Guhai, the dominator of the 6 paths' expression turned cold, and he threw a punch. Boom. A loud noise was heard in the void. There was a transparent crystal wall in front of the planet where Guhai was. It was a defense that Guhai had set up to prevent Rokudo Shinkuin from ambushing him. Whoosh. Rokudo Shinkuin threw a punch, and the crystal wall shattered, along with the 300 planets in the sky. Another Tao of chess array? Guhai, how many Go matrices have you set up? Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. I don't know how many, but I dare not underestimate your strength. This is the first one and there are many more. You better be careful, Guhai said coldly. Rokudo Shinkuin smirked coldly and said, How many times can you stop me with Go matrices of this level? Since the ambush was no longer effective, Rokudo Shinkuin slowly flew toward Guhai. That was a sign of absolute confidence. He was so confident in his own strength that no one in the world was a match for him. In this era he was the number 1 in the world. Guhai had set up so many Go matrices, but the most he could do was buy him some time. Boom. He threw another punch and another crystal wall shattered along with another 300 planets. Boom, boom, boom. In the later stages, Rokudo Shinkuin did not even need to make a move. He simply unleashed his aura, and the crystal walls shattered one after another in an instant. The planets in the sky exploded one after another. The sky was dazzling and the starry sky exploded. In the distance, the Taishang sect master Kong Xian Tai and the others all looked shocked. How could Rokudo Shinkun be so powerful? His aura? Just the impact of his aura alone was enough to shatter a sky full of stars? He was getting closer and closer to Guhai, and it seemed that he was about to reach the planet where Guhai was. Guhai was forced into a corner. "Be careful, Your Majesty." Kong Xian looked worried as he fought. Guhai's eyes were cold as he stared at Rokudo Shinkun, who was getting closer and closer. Chapter 803. Rokudo Shinkun was getting closer and closer to Guhai. Everywhere he went, his aura alone crushed all the Go formations. "Guhai, is this not the extent of your Go skills? If I recall correctly, that Tongtian sect master was created by you using a Go formation. What's wrong? You can't do it now?" Rokudo Shinkun sneered. Guhai watched Rokudo Shinkun fly over. Although there were layers of crystal walls between them, he still felt immense pressure. However, pressure was only pressure. Guhai did not show any fear in his eyes. "You want a cloud beast? Very well then. Take a look." Guhai sneered. However, Guhai extended his hand, took out the life entrapment saber and spun it gently. Boom. Suddenly, thousands of stars spun rapidly in the cluster of stars, and 33 great formations materialized. The moment the great formation appeared, a powerful aura immediately gathered in front of Guhai. Buzz. Boundless spiritual chi in the surroundings quickly gathered, gradually forming a strong humanoid figure. A mass of spirit chi converged to form a dense chi. This figure was blurry as if it was transparent. "Oh, who is this?" Rokudo Shinkun frowned as he looked at this transparent figure. "Long Zhanghua?" Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The face of that transparent figure was that of Long Zhanghua. "Long Zhanghua?" Rokudo Shinkun's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, Rokudo Shinkun sneered. "Long Zhanghua? Do you really think that the great formation can materialize a Long Zhanghua?" Long Zhanghua was indeed powerful, but he is already dead. This is just a materialization of the great formation, the Long Zhanghua in your mind. Do you think that he is the same as the real Long Zhanghua? Ridiculous. I know. The reason why Long Zhanghua is so strong is because of his strong willpower. My formation may not be able to condense his willpower, but it doesn't matter. Guhai sneered. However, he saw that Guhai had taken out a pen. No, it was half a pen. Rokudo Shinkun was confused. This brush was very strange. It was not a writing brush but a kind of hard brush. It was a hard pen. In the past, when Guhai went to Earth, he got it from Leo, a lackey of the 30s. This pen could seal a person's short memories and it contained a bit of the law of time. Guhai was still unable to grasp the laws of time, but he had spent more than 200 million years in the 18 levels of hell, so he had not come out empty-handed. The pen had been split into two halves. One half was in Guhai's hands, while the other half was hidden by Guhai in the 18th layer of hell 800,000 years in the future. At the same time, he used the surrounding stars to make certain arrangements. He gently activated this half of the brush. At the same time, the other half of the brush in the 18th layer of hell suddenly moved 800,000 years in the future. The 18th layer of hell was empty, except for countless stars. At this moment, the half of the brush touched the array that Guhai had left in the past. In an instant, the stars there could not form a 33 array that was identical to this one. Rumble. The array rotated, and the two arrays seemed to have reached the same frequency. Guhai could not use the law of time to transfer objects, but there was a thread-like connection between the two halves of the brush. This thread was enough for Guhai. Guhai did not want to transfer objects but a trace of will. A trace of will from the 33 deity firmament. In the past, when Guhai had summoned Sun Wukong and fought against the Qing Emperor, he had been able to summon a trace of third Prince Neza's will. At that time, Neza had a dream in the Earth's immortal realm, and his will had entered the sixth deity firmament. At that time, Neza's body was formed by an array. Guhai was doing the same thing now. Although he could only summon one person from each of the 33 deity firmament at a time, he could still summon a trace of will. For example, now that the Tongtian sect master had been summoned, Guhai could also summon a trace of Long Zhanggua's will. Earth's immortal realm. Long Zhanghua had just finished dealing with some matters when his head suddenly swelled. He was a little dizzy as if he wanted to sleep. Sleep? Long Zhonghua immediately thought of Gu Hai's instructions. Oh Gu Hai, you really know how to cause trouble. You can't even settle it after summoning the Tong Tian sect master? Long Zhonghua had a trace of doubt but did not resist. I want to rest for a while, no one is allowed to disturb me. Long Zhonghua said to a secretary in front of him. Yes boss. The secretary respectfully retreated. Long Zhonghua lay on the boss's chair in a comfortable position and slowly entered his dream. Wang. In an instant, his will was transported to the 18th level of hell in the 6th deity firmament 800,000 years in the future. Then the half-pen instantly transported Long Zhonghua's will to the 18th level of hell 800,000 years in the past. Long Zhonghua's will instantly entered the transparent body formed by the array in front of him. Boom. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly dispersed, and the transparent Long Zhonghua's pupils suddenly shrank. Wang. A strong aura suddenly burst out. What? Rokudo Shinkuin's face darkened. This aura was too similar to Long Zhonghua's aura. How could it be? This is my spiritual body? The transparent Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai in shock. Greetings, Boss Long. Gu Hai nodded. Haha, you used the 33 great arrays to form a spiritual body for me? Why is that? Where is this? Long Zhonghua's eyes were filled with doubts. Suddenly, Long Zhonghua's spiritual body looked at Rokudo Shinkuin, who was not far away. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and a dangerous aura enveloped him. The 33 great arrays to form a physical body for you is probably far from enough, so I used the limited power to form the strongest spiritual body for you to control. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What about the physical body? Long Zhonghua asked in a low voice. Gu Hai waved his hand and a cross appeared in front of him. 10-direction annihilation? Long Zhonghua's expression changed. Yes, 10-direction annihilation. You can imitate its form and try using it as your physical body. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhonghua nodded. Wang. In an instant, Long Zhonghua's spiritual body entered the 10-direction annihilation. After Tai Chu's death, the 10-direction annihilation became an ownerless object. In the blink of an eye, it was refined by Long Zhonghua and slowly formed the body of Long Zhonghua. Boom boom. Long Zhonghua stepped on the ground and a strong force rushed to the planet below, causing the entire planet to tremble. Slow down. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Long Zhonghua took a deep breath and said, not bad. Although this body is not as tough as my original body of the past, it is much harder. I'll just have to use it. Who is he? Long Zhonghua suddenly looked at Rokudo Shinkuin on the other side of the crystal wall. Rokudo Shinkuin's pupils constricted. A cloud beast? Is this really a cloud beast? This aura felt real. More importantly, Long Zhonghua's will, the domineering aura that looked down on all the experts in the world, could be seen clearly. How could a Go array be so strong? The person you wanted to kill the most when you were alive. Gu Hai said solemnly. Immortal of the 6 paths? Long Zhonghua's expression darkened in shock. No, he is not an immortal yet. In this place 800,000 years ago, old man Guanxi came back to life and sent all of us here to kill Rokudo Shinkuin. This is the Rokudo Shinkuin from before the heaven splitter. One of the 10 Rokudo Shinkuin. Gu Hai said solemnly. 800,000 years ago? Old man Guanxi? You are really playing with fire. You killed Rokudo Shinkuin at the source? Good. Long Zhonghua showed a murderous expression. I don't have the heaven-splitting axe. Just make do with it. Gu Hai said. Long Zhonghua nodded. The crystal wall was one-sided. Rokudo Shinkuin wanted to use his aura to shatter the crystal wall, but Long Zhonghua flew through it as if it was nothing. Rumble. Long Zhonghua's aura slowly erupted. In an instant, the void of the 18th layer of hell shook violently, and the stars in the surroundings seemed to pulsate. A Go array? Impossible. In the distance, Tai was shocked. Earlier, he had learned from Rokudo Shinkuin that the Tong Tian of the Jie sect was a cloud beast formed by a Go array. Tai had been shocked, but after seeing the strength of the Tong Tian of the Jie sect, he did not quite believe it. After all, the Tong Tian of the Jie sect was too strong. However, now Tai had no choice but to believe it. Gu Hai had created another expert from nothing in a short period of time, using the Tao of chess array formation. Furthermore, that burst of aura was no weaker than that of Tong Tian from the Jie school. A cloud beast against Rokudo Shinkuin? In the past, this would have been ridiculous. But now, the truth was right before his eyes. Rokudo Shinkuin, you are currently the strongest person in the world. Long Zhonghua, he will be the strongest person in 800,000 years. I wonder which one of you is the strongest? Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Long Zhonghua had already flown to Rokudo Shinkuan. The strongest people of the two eras stared at each other, their eyes burning with the flames of war. Long Zhonghua? I don't believe that you can create an identical Long Zhonghua with a Go array. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a cold expression. He extended his right finger and tapped lightly. Whoosh! A beam of scarlet light shot toward Long Zhonghua's forehead, just like the one that killed the Vajra Buddha not long ago. God-slaying finger? I can do that too. Long Zhonghua sneered. At the same time, Long Zhonghua extended his right index finger and tapped lightly. A beam of scarlet light shot toward him. Whoosh! Boom! The two beams of light collided in the void. The void trembled at the point of collision, and a huge crack was torn open. Long Zhonghua did not stop moving. In a flash, he appeared in front of the dominator of the six paths and threw a punch. Come on then. Explode. Rokudo Shinkuan also threw a punch with a ferocious look on his face. Honk. With a loud bang, a huge black hole was torn open in the void with the two of them at the center. It was even bigger than the black hole created when the two Tongtian sect masters' fairy-slaying sword array clashed. Within the black hole, Long Zhonghua and Rokudo Shinkuan both had ferocious looks on their faces. Their fists were locked in a stalemate and it was hard to tell who would win. This slight stalemate caused everyone's expression to change. That's impossible. How could anyone block Rokudo Shinkuan's punch? Tai exclaimed. Tai was not the only one who was shocked. The 20 experts who were with him were also shocked. It was during this moment of distraction that Kong Xian flapped his wings and swallowed a monk into his stomach. What? B** starred. Don't get distracted. Let's deal with this peacock first. The experts' expressions changed as they shouted in shock. On the other side, the Taishang sect master squinted his eyes as he looked at the black hole. He was clearly shocked by Long Zhonghua's strength. After a moment of shock, the Taishang sect master squinted his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai also seemed to feel something and turned his head. The Taishang sect master and Gu Hai's eyes met in the void. Chapter 804. Roar. The Long Zhonghua had a ferocious look on his face, and his fists and palms began to attack. When one reached the Dragon Warring State's level of strength, weapons and treasures were already insignificant. This was because his entire body was filled with divine weapons. Although his physical body was not as strong as before, the 10-direction annihilation physical body was still extremely powerful. The Rokudo Shinkuan was only 1/10. Although the 10-6 Dao Masters were equally strong, that was only in relative terms. Compared to the rest of the divine continent, the 10-6 Dao Masters were the strongest. But facing the Long Zhonghua, the strongest after 800,000 years, they felt pressure for the first time. Long Zhonghua, are you really a cloud beast? The Rokudo Shinkuan asked with a ferocious look. Boom boom boom. The two fought fiercely, and the black hole in the void grew bigger and bigger. Whether it was speed or strength, it was beyond everyone's expectations. They were too strong. Their repeated collisions not only tore through the void, but also shook the void in places that had not been torn. The two Tongtian sect masters were both very strong, and it was hard to tell who would win in a short time. Kong Xian, on the other hand, had once again devoured an emperor-like man. As time passed, Kong Xian's battle became more and more ferocious, and a trace of superiority slowly tilted towards Kong Xian. Tai Yi snarled, if not for the Bell of Chaos being destroyed by the Cloud Beast, if not for my heavy injuries, you would not be a match for me. Tai Yi roared, but Kong Xian ignored him. At this moment, Kong Xian wanted to kill. The battle was crazy. Gu Hai and the Taishang sect master in the distance exchanged glances. The Taishang sect master frowned as he scrutinized Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. The advantage of choosing the 18 levels of hell was that the time here was not symmetrical with the outside world. The Rokudo Shinkuan would not be able to exchange information. Gu Hai was on guard against the Taishang sect master. At this moment, Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Long Zhonghua, be careful. As it turned out, the battle between Rokudo Shinkuan and Long Zhonghua could not be decided for the time being. After a series of heavy blows, it was impossible to tell who was the winner. However, the battle was slowly moving in the direction of the Taishang sect master. Ha! With a loud shout, Long Zhonghua and Rokudo Shinkuan raised their palms and pushed against each other with ferocious expressions. Long Zhonghua? You should be dead by now. Rokudo Shinkuan roared ferociously. At this moment, Rokudo Shinkuin started to believe that this cloud beast was exactly the same as the Longzhonghua. It was just that the power was slightly weaker. Although he still had the upper hand, there was a limit to it. If you don't die, how can I die? Longzhonghua said with a ferocious expression. Longzhonghua's expression turned ugly. When the two of them exchanged palms, his power was slightly inferior. After all, this body was not his own body. Even if it was formed by the 10-direction destruction, it was still not enough. Crack. Longzhonghua felt as if a hidden crack had appeared in his body. If this continued, would Rokudo Shinkuin shatter it? However, on the surface, Longzhonghua still looked domineering and did not show any signs of backing down. Rokudo Shinkuin could not tell what was going on with Longzhonghua. However, Rokudo Shinkuin did not want to wait any longer. The battlefield slowly shifted until it was near the Tongtian Sect Master's battlefield. Near the Tongtian Sect Master's battlefield was the Taishang Sect Master, who had nothing to do. Taishang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Rokudo Shinkuin glared at him and roared. Despicable man. You are still the same even after 800,000 years. Longzhonghua's expression changed as he roared. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Longzhonghua, you are too stupid. Rokudo Shinkuin sneered. Now that the two of them were in a deadlock, it was easy for the Taishang Sect Master to make a move. Longzhonghua, be careful. Guhai shouted from afar. Humph, you want to withdraw your palm? Just wait for me to kill you. Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. As long as Longzhonghua withdrew his palm, Rokudo Shinkuin would attack Longzhonghua with all his might, forcing Longzhonghua to be unable to withdraw his palms. At this moment, the Taishang Sect Master made his move. The Taishang Sect Master extended his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom. A half-black, half-white palm suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to have crossed the void and reached Rokudo Shinkuin's back in an instant. What? Rokudo Shinkuin's expression darkened. Taishang, you are courting death. At this moment, Taishang did not attack Longzhonghua, but Rokudo Shinkuin. This sudden turn of events stunned Guhai. Taishang, are you crazy? There are 10 Rokudo Shinkuin. Do you want to annihilate Wansho Taoism? Tai also exclaimed. Tai was not the only one. All the cultivators were astonished. At this moment, the Grand Supreme had turned traitor? Kong Xian was not distracted. He opened his mouth and swallowed 2 peerless experts. Boom. The Taishang Sect Master's black and white yin-yang palm struck 6 paths back. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Poof. 6 paths spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was not the end. Shing. Shing. Suddenly, 2 swords shot out from the Taishang Sect Master's side. They were 2 fairy-slaying swords. They suddenly appeared on Rokudo Shinkuin's back. You're also rebelling? Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, the 2 Tongtian Sect Masters seemed to have cooperated. They both slashed their swords at 6 paths back. Boom. Boom. Thunder and lightning exploded. The 2 fairy-slaying swords pierced Rokudo Shinkuin's back. The Sovereign Sect's Master and the 2 Sect Masters of Tongtian had joined forces to launch a sneak attack on True Monarch Dominator of 6 Paths? Longzhonghua and Guhai were stunned. The Tai experts in the distance were stunned. How could this be? Weren't the 2 Tongtian Sect Masters fighting each other? Weren't they fighting each other to the death? Why did they suddenly form a united front? The Taishang Sect Master also attacked. The terrifying strength of the 3 could be seen from how Rokudo Shinkuin spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. Buff, buff, buff. The 3 mouthfuls of blood made Rokudo Shinkuin's face contort. The 2 fairy-slaying swords didn't explode Rokudo Shinkuin. Instead, they were stuck in Rokudo Shinkuin's body. The Taishang Sect Master didn't withdraw his strength. He was still as ferocious as ever. Longzhonghua exerted all his strength. The 4 experts stuck Rokudo Shinkuin in the center. Waves of destructive power surged into Rokudo Shinkuin's body. Was Rokudo Shinkuin really going to die this time? This was a group of peerless experts. Guhai in the distance clenched his fists tightly. Did it work? Did it work? Die. Longzhonghua roared with a ferocious expression. He exerted more strength in his hand. Rokudo Shinkuin spat out another mouthful of blood. His ferocious face contorted. What? Taishang, how dare you betray me? Tongtian from the Jia sect said coldly, because I went to Wansho Taoism 3 days after you went to Wansho Taoism. So what if you went? Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. The Taishang sect master took a deep breath and said, My junior brother didn't tell the truth. He said that it was enough to submit to you. He said that after 800,000 years Wanshou Taoism would submit to you. However, he didn't say that if you didn't die he would be killed by old man Guanxi's power of time in a year's time. So, you don't care about the consequences for your junior brother? Rokudo Shinkuin roared. If my junior brother can die for me, why can't I fight for him? The Taishang sect master said coldly. Ha ha, junior brother saving senior brother saving junior brother? If I have 10 bodies. Did you think that if my body is destroyed today I still have 9 bodies left to destroy Wanshou Taoism? Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. Since you've made your choice you have no regrets, the Taishang sect master said coldly. Humph, I've already said that when I succeed, I will obtain the law of time and break old man Guanxi's trap. If you don't believe me, believe him. Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. I believe in this Tongtian sect master, the Taishang sect master said coldly. Taishang believed in the Tongtian of the Jie sect. This was because other than the fact that the Tongtian of the Jie sect would be killed a year later, he also said that Taishang would regret it in the future and create the Taishang's long life voice. Since he would regret it in the future, why didn't he work hard today? Previously he pretended not to know the Tongtian of the Jie sect so that he could deal a fatal blow at this moment. Taishang sect master, don't waste your breath. Do your best. Destroy this Rokudo Shinkuin first to prevent any changes. The Tongtian of the Jie sect roared. Okay, the Taishang sect master replied. Boom. Suddenly the Taishang sect master's black and white palms formed a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern and rushed toward Rokudo Shinkuin's back. Suddenly, a tearing sound came from Rokudo Shinkuin's back. Roar. Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly roared. As he roared, he looked extremely ferocious, and the aura around him expanded again. Today you will definitely die. Break. The Long Jianghu roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. An even stronger force pressed against Rokudo Shinkuin. Rokudo Shinkuin was attacked from both sides, but he ignored everyone. As he roared, cracks appeared on his body. However, Rokudo Shinkuin's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened them again, a gentle glow slowly appeared. His left eye glowed white while his right eye glowed black. The gentle light was accompanied by a heart-palpitating destructive power. As soon as the glow appeared, Gu Hai, who was on the distant planet, suddenly changed his expression. The Eye of Life and Death? Impossible. Rokudo Shinkuin has the Eye of Life and Death? Gu Hai suddenly felt his scalp go numb. His technique, the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, had been cultivated to the third heaven before he had the Eye of Life and Death. It could see through illusions and directly hit the vital points. Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuin also had the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth? Be careful of the Eye of Samsara. Gu Hai's expression changed as he shouted. As he shouted, the Immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly flew out. Whoosh! The Immortal slaying flying dagger went straight for Rokudo Shinkuin's right eye, which was emitting a black glow. However, the situation of the battle changed rapidly and it was too late. The Eye of Life and Death? Once it appeared, it would be more than terrifying. The situation of the battle would be turned upside down. As expected, as soon as the Eye of Life and Death opened, the world in Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes suddenly changed. Not only did he receive a heavy blow from the back, but Rokudo Shinkuin instantly saw through Long Jianghu's palm. Umph. With a cold snort, Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly withdrew his palm. You're courting death? Long Jianghu was slightly stunned. Rokudo Shinkuin withdrew his palm, leaving an opening. How could he let it go? Hong. Long Jianghu's palms were like two heaven-splitting axes as they heavily struck Rokudo Shinkuin's chest. Kacha kacha. Rokudo Shinkuin's chest suddenly caved in, and his ribs burst out. His internal organs were displaced and blood spurted out. Long Jianghu thought that Rokudo Shinkuin was going to explode, but Rokudo Shinkuin's palms turned into daggers and slashed at Long Jianghu's shoulders. Explode. Long Jianghu's eyes widened, and he was about to explode Rokudo Shinkuin. Hong. A super loud explosion sounded. However, the one who exploded was not Rokudo Shinkuin but Long Jianghu. Gu Hai's immortal slaying flying dagger had only flown close before it was blown back. What? The Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian were shocked. Long Jianghu, who was on par with Rokudo Shinkuin a moment ago, exploded in an instant. Chapter 805. With a loud bang, Long Jianghu exploded. Apart from Gu Hai, no one had expected such a huge reversal when they were about to win. Rokudo Shinkuin was in a terrible state. His chest was shattered, his internal organs were ruptured, and his ribs were exposed. One could even see 2 holes in his chest caused by the fairy-slaying swords and the Taishang sect master's yin-yang palm. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead by now. However, Rokudo Shinkuin was different. He didn't die, but his face was even more ferocious and furious. Roar! With a loud roar, Rokudo Shinkuin released a huge wave of energy around him. Boom boom boom. The Taishang sect master and the 2 Tongtian sect masters were instantly sent flying by the shockwave. After all, Long Zhanghua had restrained almost all of Rokudo Shinkuin. Now that Long Zhanghua had exploded, there was no one to restrain him anymore. In the distance, Kong Xian's expression changed. Perfected Lord. Tai Yi and the others were overjoyed. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He stared at Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes of life and death. The body of the Divine King, thanks to your eyes of life and death. That's enough. Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly said. The eyes of life and death suddenly disappeared. Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes returned to normal. He didn't look at the shocked Taishang sect master and the 2 Tongtian sect masters. Instead, he looked at Long Zhanghua's shattered body. Only a single head remained floating in midair. It was staring at Rokudo Shinkuin. However, even that head was heavily damaged. Long Zhanghua, it seems like you are still not good enough. Aha, I am the number 1 in the world. Rokudo Shinkuin was about to smash Long Zhanghua's head with his palm. Attack! The Taishang sect master shouted. As he shouted, the Taishang sect master suddenly took off his jacket, which had the yin-yang symbol of the Tai Chi symbol on it. Boom! The jacket flew out and suddenly turned into a huge Taiji diagram. When the Taiji diagram appeared, yin and yang were split into 2. Immediately, it enveloped Rokudo Shinkuin. Waves of yin and yang strangling power seemed to want to suck Rokudo Shinkuin into it. Taishang, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuin struck out with a ferocious palm. Boom. The palm landed heavily on the Taiji diagram, causing it to stop abruptly. At the same time, the 2 Tongtian sect master immediately arranged the fairy-slaying sword formation again, trapping Rokudo Shinkuin in the center of the formation. Shing! Shing! The 2 fairy-slaying swords once again rushed towards Rokudo Shinkuin. Don't hold back. Kill! The Taishang sect master roared. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the void. Once again, a super black hole was torn open. Without Long Zhanghua, the Taishang sect master and the 2 Tongtian Zhangs found it difficult to fight against Rokudo Shinkuin. However, Long Zhanghua had also severely injured Rokudo Shinkuin. For a moment, the 2 sides were in a deadlock. The aftermath of the collision sent Long Zhanghua's head flying. Gu Hai waved his hand and Long Zhanghua's head flew towards him. Screech! Kong Xian fought even harder in another place. For a moment, the pressure on the other experts multiplied. Whoosh! Long Zhanghua's head arrived in front of Gu Hai. What powerful eyes! He saw the vital points that even I didn't know about. Long Zhanghua stared at the distant battlefield in astonishment. This is called the Eye of Life and Death. It can see the trajectory of all things clearly and see the vital points. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Eye of Life and Death? Long Zhanghua's eyes flashed with surprise. You were powerful enough just now. You injured Samsara so badly. Gu Hai exclaimed. So what? He's not dead yet. Long Zhanghua's face turned gloomy. Just a little more. Now that the Tongtian sect master and the others have made their move, perhaps. Gu Hai frowned. It's useless. The Tongtian sect master and that Taishang? They are just a little bit away from reaching the peak of Heavenly Palace. Even if Rokudo Shinkuin is severely injured, they can only hold on for a while. Long Zhanghua said with a gloomy expression. Even the 3 of them are not enough? Then can you? You're just a sliver of your consciousness. How about I help you reconstruct your physical body with the Godao array? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua. You can reconstruct a physical body with 10-direction destruction strength? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. 10-direction destruction level? Gu Hai frowned slightly and shook his head. Gu Hai had heaven replenishing energy, but the higher the grade of the artifact, the more heaven replenishing energy it required. Gu Hai had plenty of heaven replenishing energy. After slaughtering the 2 Samsara secret realms, he had replenished a boundless amount of heaven replenishing energy. However, Gu Hai was sure that his heaven replenishing energy was not enough to repair 10-direction destruction. Without a strong physical body, I can't fight him anymore. You'd better leave quickly. Rokudo Shinkoin will win soon. Long Zhanghua said with a frown. Sure enough, even though Rokudo Shinkoin's chest had exploded, he was still ferocious. Two Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master were still unable to suppress Rokudo Shinkoin. You can't. Old man Guanxi set up a trap. No matter where I go, he can sense me. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Then he looked up at the starry sky. That was where the 33 great formations were. The 33 great formations could not do anything to Rokudo Shinkoin. Maybe I can use 34? However, I can't control 34. What if? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. However, I remember now. You can still fight him. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Your human soul is at great perfection, right? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. 490 zhang. Accumulation of divinity. Perfection. Gu Hai nodded. Then split your soul. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Split soul? Gu Hai was confused. Rokudo Shinkoin has 10 bodies? Do you know which 10? 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 body for each? That's right. 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 body for each. Moreover, his 3 souls and 7 spirits should have all reached great perfection. That's why he can do this. I didn't walk this path back then, but I know how to do it. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. What do you mean? In fact, your human soul is at great perfection. This is the strongest power. Moreover, you are different from me. You reached great perfection in Celestial Palace. It's the purest accumulation of divinity. This means that your foundation is better than mine. If you can split your body successfully, you will be fierce and powerful. Long Zhanghua said affirmatively. Then how do I do it? Actually, you don't need to split your body. You just need to stimulate the human soul to dominate the body. To stimulate the latent power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, you need a kind of chi of pinnacle. Coincidentally, I have it. I can help you stimulate it. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Chi of pinnacle? Human soul monopolizing the body? Gu Hai's expression changed. My consciousness contains this kind of chi. Once this chi is given to you, my consciousness will slowly melt away. Therefore, after I help you stimulate the human soul, you must send me back immediately. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. However, Long Zhanghua's head suddenly fell on Gu Hai's shoulder. In an instant, it was as if countless tentacles had grown from his neck and pierced into Gu Hai's shoulder. Gu Hai screamed in pain. It was too painful. These tentacles didn't simply pierce into the skin but into the nerves. All the pain nerves in his body were connected in an instant. Boom. Gu Hai felt a strong aura rushing straight to his mud pill palace. In an instant, it rushed to where the heavenly palace was and rushed towards Gu Hai's human soul. The human soul was stimulated by this chi of pinnacle, and then it started to swell crazily. Rumble. The strong expansion seemed to have torn apart Gu Hai's mud pill palace and rushed towards his body. Emptiness. Gu Hai suddenly felt a great emptiness. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole in an instant, crazily absorbing the boundless spirit chi. At this moment, Long Zhanghua's head withered and turned into a fragment of a cross. A ray of green light appeared. The chi of pinnacle has helped you stimulate the human soul. The power will come soon. Quick, send me back. The green light said. Gu Hai, who was in pain, waved his hand. Swish. Long Zhanghua's consciousness followed the power of that half of the brush and rushed to the other half of the brush 800,000 years in the future. Then, with the help of the array 800,000 years in the future, it suddenly withdrew. It disappeared. Earth's immortal world, Long Zhanghua's office. Rumble. Long Zhanghua, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Brr. Long Zhanghua roared in cold sweat. His body trembled as if he had a nightmare. Quang. The door opened, and the beautiful secretary who had left earlier came in again. Boss, what's wrong? Are you okay? Get out. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Okay. The secretary walked out. Long Zhanghua took a few deep breaths to calm his breathing. Gu Hai, I wonder what your human soul will look like? Long Zhanghua's eyes flashed with anticipation. After a while, Long Zhanghua's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I forgot to tell Gu Hai. My chi of pinnacle can only allow the human soul to occupy my body for 2 hours. Where Gu Hai was, his body was empty and torn apart. It was torn apart in extreme pain. Then, his body, which was as empty as a black hole, suddenly absorbed countless amounts of spiritual energy to fill up his body. It was as if he was constantly strengthening Gu Hai's body. Ah! Gu Hai roared in pain. At this moment, it was as if he was being torn apart and pieced back together. If Long Zhangguo was here, he would definitely laugh and scold, "Serves you right. Who asked your human soul to be so strong?" Gu Hai, who was in pain, stretched out his hand and sprinkled hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. However, once the spiritual stones were taken out, the spiritual energy in them was sucked dry by Gu Hai's body. The human soul occupied the body, but the body was not strong enough. It had to be strengthened. Rumble. Gu Hai sprinkled countless spiritual stones, but it was still not enough. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Kong Xian showed a hint of surprise. "Spiritual stones." Gu Hai roared in pain. Boom. At this moment, Kong Xian was distracted, and his wings were torn apart by Tai Yi. "Your Majesty, this subject just took over the peacock race's spiritual stone storage. Here, take it." Kong Xian flapped his wings, and a 5-colored divine light shot 100 storage bracelets to Gu Hai. Boom. Gu Hai shattered the bracelets with one punch. Whoosh. Countless spiritual stones immediately spread out in the starry heavens. The Go ritual array in the sky immediately gathered these spiritual stones around Gu Hai's body. Rumble. After being torn apart 7 times and reassembled 7 times, Gu Hai's body finally adapted to the human soul's domination. The human soul was a consummation human soul. Gu Hai instantly felt his body brimming with boundless power. This was a kind of fulfillment that he had never felt before. Gu Hai felt invincible. Yes, invincible. At this moment, the strong strength made his heart swell. Even when he looked at Rokudo Shinkuin, he felt that this was all there was to it. Gu Hai did not reflect on this invincible belief. Instead, he wanted to maintain it. He stomped on the ground. Boom. The huge star under his feet suddenly exploded. This was an extremely horrifying power. Back then he killed all the Asuras in the Asura secret realm. In the Beast Path secret realm he killed all the fiend gods. However, this was all there was to it. This was the peak power. Shing. After pulling out the life-killing saber, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he charged towards Rokudo Shinkuin's battlefield. Chapter 806. So what if he was severely injured by Long Zhangguo? He was the most powerful cultivator in the world. Rokudo Shinkuin still had the upper hand in the battle against the 3 powerful cultivators. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. Of course, it was only on the surface. It would take a long time for him to fully recover. Boom. The Taishang sect master was pushed back hundreds of feet by Rokudo Shinkuin. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave came from Gu Hai. Boom. Everyone turned to look. They saw that the energy from the spiritual stones around Gu Hai was quickly being sucked into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Oh, Long Zhangguo can't rest in peace even when he's about to die? He used his peak chi to help Gu Hai stimulate the power of his human soul? Rokudo Shinkuin's face darkened. In the next moment, Rokudo Shinkuin's face changed. He suddenly remembered that Gu Hai's human soul was 490 feet tall. After 800,000 years, many people in the world knew about it. 490 feet tall, wouldn't that be the perfect human soul? Humph, you're too early to deal with me. The dominator of 6 paths' face turned cold. He was about to rush toward Gu Hai. Stop him, the Taishang sect master said coldly. Sword severing. Tong Tian of the Jie sect roared and slashed with his sword. Rumble. Humph, what a troublesome thing. Rokudo Shinkuin's face turned cold as he struck with his palm. Boom. The 4 immortal slaying sword formation shook. The powerful immortal slaying sword formation was still no match for Rokudo Shinkuin. Stop, the dominator of 6 paths. Don't let your guard down. The Taishang sect master roared. The Tai Chi diagram spun even faster. The yin and yang strangling power was dragging Rokudo Shinkuin along as the 3 of them continued to attack. However, Rokudo Shinkuin beat them back again and again. The 3 of them were considered very powerful in this world, but compared to Rokudo Shinkuin, they were still a little lacking. Immortal slaying sword formation? Golden god body, lend me your sacred sword. Rokudo Shinkuin coldly shouted. With a cold shout, his left palm pushed back the Taishang sect master and Wansho Tongtian. His right hand immediately straightened into the shape of a sword. Shing. Suddenly, an invincible sword intent condensed in the void and turned into a dazzling white giant sword, charging straight at Tong Tian from the Jie school. Boom. As soon as the white sword intent appeared, A dazzling white light instantly rushed into the entire starry sky world. The two-sword chi of the fairy-slaying sword formation were almost instantly shattered. It was shattered. The fairy-slaying sword formation represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, in front of the 6 sacred swords, this sword intent could not withstand a single blow. Boom. The fairy-slaying 4-sword formation suddenly exploded. The fairy-slaying 7-sword formation also exploded. Even with the restriction of the Tai Chi diagram, Rokudo Shinkuin's sacred sword still revealed its monstrous power. It charged straight at Tong Tian from the Jie school to kill. Impossible, I am the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. Tong Tian from the Jie school roared with a ferocious expression. In the eyes of Tong Tian from the Jie school, no one could compare to him in swordsmanship. This Wansho Tong Tian was an exception because he represented another version of himself from the immortal dome realm. He was just a copy of himself. At most he would be ranked first. However, even if he was ranked first, he would still be ranked first. No one could compare to him. However, in front of the sacred sword, the fairy-slaying sword formation was actually so weak. No, 2 fairy-slaying sword formations were not even a match for the sacred sword? Tong Tian from the Jie school did not believe it. With a ferocious expression, he slashed out with all his might. Break for me. Tong Tian from the Jie school roared with a ferocious expression. Rokudo Shinkuin revealed a ferocious expression. Clearly he was extremely confident in his sacred sword. Hong. The sacred sword and the fairy-slaying sword collided in the void. Under the huge collision of swordsmanship, the surrounding void instantly turned into the shape of a sword and pierced in all directions. Boom. Countless stars were torn apart by the sword-shaped void and exploded. As the 2 swords collided, Tong Tian from the Jie school was instantly shocked. This was because he saw an indomitable and invincible edge in the sacred sword. Impossible. Tong Tian from the Jie school exclaimed. The sacred sword is a sword of will condensed by my golden god body. My heart is invincible and my sword is invincible. In heaven and earth there is no one that it does not kill. There is nothing that it does not cut. Break. Rokudo Shinkuin shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom. The fairy-slaying sword suddenly shattered. Not only the fairy-slaying sword but also the celestial trapping sword, celestial culling sword and celestial extinguishing sword. They all exploded at the same time. Tong Tian from the Jie school's sword was not a simple sword. Instead, it was combined with the fairy-slaying sword formation. The combined power of the 4 swords could be said to be the strongest sword of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. However, it was still no match for the sacred sword of the 6 Dao. The power of the sacred sword was too strong. Although most of the power of the 4 fairy-slaying swords had been reduced by the sword, the remaining small part was still very strong. It went straight for the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Tong Tian from the Jie school had just used all his strength. How could he resist? Die. Rokudo Shinkuin roared with a ferocious expression. It seemed like he was going to kill the Tong Tian from the Jie school with one sword. Zhou Tian Ba. A loud shout came from the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Suddenly, countless saber auras appeared in the void and gathered at a huge saber aura. It tore the void apart and collided with the sacred sword. Hong. With a loud sound, the aftermath of the power sent the Tong Tian from the Jie school flying hundreds of miles away. Pfft. The Tong Tian from the Jie school spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the sacred sword was knocked back by the purple saber aura. The saber and the sword were evenly matched. Phew. Gu Hai suddenly appeared in front of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Tong Tian sect master, are you okay? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Ha ha ha, the fairy-slaying sword formation, the best swordsmanship in the world? The Tong Tian from the Jie school smiled bitterly. The injuries on his body were not serious, but the injury in his heart was serious. He had always thought that his swordsmanship was the best in the world. How ridiculous was that? How ridiculous was that? Not only did the sword just now hurt him, but it also broke his invincible sword heart. It was not only the Tong Tian from the Jie school. The expression of the Wansho Tong Tian in the distance also changed. This was because the Wansho Tong Tian knew how powerful the Tong Tian from the Jie school was. His swordsmanship was evenly matched with his. However, his full-powered attack just now was not as good as Rokudo Shinkuin's swordsmanship. It was a huge blow to him. The sacred sword is too powerful. I can't beat it. The Tong Tian from the Jie school said bitterly. The 4 immortal slaying swords exploded, and the sword heart collapsed. The Tong Tian from the Jie school's hands were full of blood from the backlash. He was extremely sad. Gu Hai could see the pain of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. He took a deep breath and asked, Tong Tian sect master, although you tried your best, was the swordsmanship just now all you have? What did you say? The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked at Gu Hai. If your swordsmanship is not as good as yours, just practice again. Why are you sad? This is not your character as the Tong Tian sect master. Gu Hai shouted. But, my immortal slaying sword formation is already at its limit. The sword just now is already at its limit. I can't break through. The Tong Tian from the Jie school said in pain. Limit? Why is the sacred sword stronger? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. The Tong Tian from the Jie school's pupils constricted. His expression suddenly became serious. Yes, the sacred sword is stronger. I can only say that my swordsmanship is wrong. I can still be stronger. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Even if I have to practice the swordsmanship again, I won't hesitate. The best swordsmanship can only be me, Tong Tian. The Tong Tian from the Jie school immediately said with a ferocious expression. The arrogance returned to the Tong Tian from the Jie school again. In the distance, Rokudo Shinkuan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's attack just now blocked my sacred sword? Even if only a small part of the sacred sword's power was left, it was still not something that Gu Hai could block. Its cycle? Gu Hai, your power is really increasing. Rokudo Shinkuan said coldly. Sacred sword? Borrowed it from your golden god body? Let's use your golden soul of the 7 souls. The power of the I just now was borrowed from the body of the deity king. It should be the spiritual mother's soul in your Dantian. I'm curious, which part of Rokudo Shinkuan does this body of yours belong to? Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Hai slashed with the life-extinguishing saber again. 8th cycle was unleashed, and a huge saber aura suddenly condensed in the void. It suddenly slashed toward Rokudo Shinkuan. Boom. In an instant, the saber and the sword collided, and Gu Hai was instantly knocked back. The Taishang sect master shouted. Wanshou Tong Tian and the Taishang sect master immediately attacked together. Rokudo Shinkuan grabbed the sacred sword and immediately unleashed dazzling sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Billions of sword chi were unleashed, and the stars around them exploded. The sword chi of the 7 fairy slaying swords formation could not withstand a single blow, and only the 7 fairy slaying swords could barely withstand it. The Taishang sect master waved his hand, and the gourd at his waist flew out and billowing flames rushed out. It melted the countless sword chi around them. Gu Hai slashed with the 8th cycle time and time again, destroying the sword chi. However, it was blocked by the sacred sword time and time again. 8th cycle? You're powerful, but that's all there is to it. I still don't have the metal god's body. The sacred sword is the strongest when it's used by the metal god's body. Even so, you're still no match for me. Sacred sword slash. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a ferocious expression. Your sacred sword isn't at its peak? Ah. My 8th cycle isn't at its peak either. 9th cycle. Gu Hai glared and slashed with his saber. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from Gu Hai's fleshly body. Clearly, this saber strike had taken too much of a toll on him. Large numbers of lacerations appeared on his back. 9th cycle? He had spent more than 200 million years in the 18th level of hell. He had not only reached the 8th cycle but the 9th cycle. There were only 10 chessboards left on his glabella. The 9th cycle could only be used when the mortal soul had occupied the body. With 100-fold amplification, its might broke through the heavens. A huge energy saber that spanned across the galaxy crashed into the sacred sword. Hong. When the saber and the sword collided, the entire galaxy seemed to collapse along with the energy saber. All the stars in the galaxy exploded. The might of the mortal soul's body occupation, coupled with the explosive power of the 9th cycle, suppressed the sacred sword's might. At this moment, the purple starry sky belonged to Gu Hai's slash. Rokudo Shinkuan, the Jie sect's Tong Tian, the Taishang sect master, and the Wanshou Tong Tian widened their eyes. This was because when Gu Hai slashed with his saber, the sacred sword was knocked back. Rokudo Shinkuan was also knocked back. The ferocious saber intent even tore a huge wound on Rokudo Shinkuan's shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere as if his right arm was about to be torn off. That's impossible. Tai exclaimed in the distance. How could Gu Hai be so strong? How could he suppress Rokudo Shinkuan? What a powerful mortal soul. You're indeed a scourge. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai was also shocked. You're already so heavily injured. How can you block my saber? In order to execute the 9th cycle, Gu Hai had paid the price of tearing his own body. Every slash of his saber was self-inflicted. However, Rokudo Shinkuin was fine apart from his right arm being torn off. After all, the 9th cycle could only be executed a few times. Chapter 807. Rokudo Shinkuin was in a terrible state. Long Jianghu was severely injured, and Gu Hai's slash almost tore his right arm off. However, his body was still in good condition. Gu Hai's slash of Zhou Qinjiu might have forced Rokudo Shinkuin to retreat, but he did not have an absolute advantage over him. Moreover, Zhou Qinjiu was a self-destructive move. At the very least, Gu Hai's body could not withstand it too many times. Even though it was dangerous, Gu Hai had no choice but to attack again. Don't just stand there. Restrain the dominator of samsara and let Gu Hai attack. The Taishang sect master shouted. Boom. The Taishang sect master and Wanshou Tong Tian used their respective dharma treasures to attack. The Tong Tian of the Jia sect's 4 fairy-slaying swords exploded into pieces, but he was still in good condition. He used his hand as a sword to restrain Rokudo Shinkuin. Zhou Qinjiu. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he slashed down with his sword again. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Hai gritted his teeth as he felt a tearing pain in his back. He looked even more ferocious. Sacred sword. Rokudo Shinkuin glared as he slashed down with his sword. At the same time, he used his injured right hand to attack Taishang and the other two. It was the same move as before. Zhou Qinjiu slashed down with an unstoppable force that could destroy galaxies. Even the sacred sword could not withstand it. Hong. The Taishang sect master and the other two were forced to retreat. However, Zhou Qinjiu tore off one of Rokudo Shinkuin's arms ferociously. Boom. Rokudo Shinkuin's right arm flew off, and his eyes widened in shock. Gu Hai's hands were trembling. Zhou Qinjiu's burden was too great. Samsara's right arm is broken. Quick, don't stop. Taishang shouted. Gu Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity and continued to move forward. I'm going to have to borrow the body of the Divine King from you again. Rokudo Shinkuin said with a sinister expression. Buzz. Suddenly, Rokudo Shinkuin's pupils shrank. His left eye emitted a white light while his right eye emitted a black light. The eye of life and death had appeared. Even one arm's eyes were cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Ignoring the interference of Taishang and the other two, the sacred sword instantly slashed towards Gu Hai. A huge threat rushed towards Gu Hai. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the third Zhou Qinjiu slashed out. However, Gu Hai knew that the most terrifying threat had appeared. The eye of life and death could see through the vital points. This slash was aimed at his vital points. Without hesitation, the Divine King's eyes in his dantian glowed with a black and white light. The Divine King controlled his eye of life and death to look at the situation. In an instant, everything turned into black and white lines in Gu Hai's eyes. Rokudo Shinkuin's sacred sword was slashing towards one of the black lines on his body. Once the slash landed, he would instantly collapse like Long Jianghu. Roar no! Gu Hai roared with a sinister expression. Zhou Qinjiu slashed out again. This time it wasn't to attack Rokudo Shinkuin. Instead, it was to protect the black lines on his body. Rokudo Shinkuin's expression changed. Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber suddenly blocked the black lines. Boom! The saber and the sword clashed for the third time. The void continued to explode. However, Gu Hai managed to protect his vital points. Although the sacred sword retreated, it didn't cause any damage to Rokudo Shinkuin. Gu Hai was anxious. This was because the Zhou Qinjiu could only slash twice more. No, if he slashed once more, he might not be able to wield it anymore. However, Rokudo Shinkuin's sacred sword was still there. Gu Hai blocked Rokudo Shinkuin. On the other side, Wanshou Tong Tian seemed to have found an opportunity. His fairy-slaying sword once again pierced Rokudo Shinkuin's back. Boom! The sword pierced through Rokudo Shinkuin's body. This was an unprecedented battle. After the sacred sword blocked the Zhou Qinjiu, Rokudo Shinkuin roared furiously. He twisted his body and the fairy-slaying sword tore an even bigger hole in his body. However, Rokudo Shinkuin didn't care. He wanted to kill Wanshou Tong Tian. Rat, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuin slashed at Wanshou Tong Tian with a ferocious look on his face. Be careful. Gu Hai's expression changed. He slashed the Zhou Qinjiu again. In the distance, Taishang's expression also changed. He struck out with his palm. However, Rokudo Shinkuin didn't care. He wanted to kill Wanshou Tong Tian. He opened his eye of life and death and instantly saw Wanshou Tongtian's vital points. He slashed his sword at Wanshou Tongtian. Fairy slaying sword formation. Wanshou Tongtian exclaimed. Boom. Under the sacred sword, he couldn't withstand a single blow and exploded. The fairy slaying sword met it head-on. Boom. The immortal slaying sword was destroyed, and the sage sword was like a deadly talisman. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Heavenspan. Heavenspan's eyes were filled with despair. Zhou Qinjiu couldn't save him in time. The Taishang sect master couldn't save him in time. Wanshou Tongtian was about to be killed. However, at this moment, a black shadow blocked in front of Wanshou Tongtian. With the body as the sword, with the world as long as I live. The black shadow roared and turned into a Tongtian sword. It collided with the sacred sword. The black shadow wasn't anyone else. It was the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At the moment of Wanshou Tongtian's death, the Tongtian of the Jie sect actually blocked in front of him. All of you will die together. Rokudo Shinkuan roared. The Tongtian turned into a sword. It wasn't much weaker than the fairy slaying sword. It suddenly emitted a dazzling black light and blocked the sacred sword. Boom. He blocked it. The black sword formed by the Tongtian blocked the sacred sword. However, a large number of cracks appeared on the black sword's body. Tongtian sect master. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhou Qinjiu suddenly slashed at Rokudo Shinkuan. Ha ha, as expected, the sword Dao has no limits. Rokudo Shinkuan, I won't lose to you. Roar. Tongtian of the Jie sect roared with a ferocious expression. Hong. The Tongtian of the Jie sect couldn't withstand the power of the sacred sword and exploded. It turned into countless needle-like sword qi and stabbed into Rokudo Shinkuan's injured body. Boom. Rokudo Shinkuan roared in pain. Especially his left eye, it was blinded by the sword qi condensed by the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At the same time, Gu Hai's Zhou Qinjiu slashed at him. Boom. The powerful force caused Rokudo Shinkuan's left arm and a small part of his body to explode. Taishang's palm even penetrated Rokudo Shinkuan's back. Boom. Rokudo Shinkuan flew to one side. The sacred sword flew out and suddenly disappeared. Clearly, it had returned to the golden god body. His left eye was blinded and the white light in his right eye disappeared. The eye of life and death was also withdrawn. Both his arms were destroyed. There was a palm hole and a sword hole in his chest. A small part of his body and half of his leg were torn off. He was in a miserable state. However, he was still alive. Ha 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 ha. Rokudo Shinkuan's miserable body let out a ferocious roar. At this moment, Gu Hai's body was also bleeding. On the other side, the Tongtian of the Jie sect exploded. He had completely died using the method of mutual destruction. Wanshou Tongtian looked at the center of the fragment in disbelief. There was a ray of blue light, but it was like a strand of the Tongtian's wandering soul. What? Why did you save me? Wanshou Tongtian shouted in disbelief. Even if his eldest senior brother asked him to cooperate with him, Wanshou Tongtian never thought that he would save the Tongtian of the Jie sect because there could only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Hey, you owe me one. Ah. The wandering soul laughed. The wandering soul waved his hand. Whoosh. Countless fragments rushed from all directions. They were the fragments of the 4 immortal swords that were previously destroyed by the holy sword. Although my 4 immortal swords are broken, I can let you merge them with the 7 immortal swords. Take care. Tongtian of the Jie sect waved his sleeve. Boom. The fragments of the 4 immortal swords seemed to melt and merged with Wanshou Tongtian's 7 immortal swords. Oh, you won? This sect master hates owing others the most. How can I return what I owe you? You are already dead and your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are shattered. Only this strand of wandering soul is left. How can I return it to you? Wanshou Tongtian said angrily. If you can't return it to me, then return it to Gu Hai. The wandering soul sighed slightly. Buzz. The wandering soul arrived at Gu Hai's place. Gu Hai was covered in blood. He looked at this strand of wandering soul in shock. No, it should be a strand of broken soul. It was just a strand of sword will that retained Tongtian's last will. Tongtian sect master, it's my fault. If I didn't summon you, you wouldn't have. Gu Hai said bitterly. Ancient Emperor, you don't have to apologize to me. I was born for the sword and I die for the sword. That's my destiny. I also thank you for bringing me to a stronger sword Dao. I have the Annihilation Slayer and so does your saber. I've left a design in your limitless celestial capital's 3 Pristine's palace. I hope it will be useful to you. The wandering soul said bitterly. Gu Hai could only gather strands of heaven replenishing power for the wandering soul. However, it was useless. The wandering soul was slowly dissipating. Gu Hai was anxious. The 18 levels of hell have the ability to repair the soul. Why can't it be repaired? Could it be that those killed by the 6 Tao can't be revived? It's a pity that I haven't been able to understand the strongest sword Tao. It's a pity that my 3 souls and 7 spirits are all broken. If only I had the chance. If I could be reborn, I would definitely cultivate a peerless sword Tao, the #1 sword Tao in the world. I wouldn't lose to anyone. The wandering soul slowly dissipated with a strand of obsession. His obsession did not stop. The #1 sword Tao in the world. As he chanted, the wandering soul slowly turned into a green sword lotus. The green sword lotus seemed to contain an unyielding sword will as it slowly dissipated. Gradually, the green sword lotus dissipated into nothingness. In this world, there was no trace of Tong Tian from the Jie sect. In the distance, Wanshou Tongqian's expression was ugly. Roar. With a roar, Wanshou Tongtian wielded the 7 immortal slaying swords and charged towards the heavily injured Rokudo Shinkuan. The Taishang sect master also charged towards Rokudo Shinkuan once again, wanting to completely destroy him. Gu Hai looked at the place where the green sword lotus disappeared and let out a bitter sigh. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai was suddenly stunned. That's not right. The Tong Tian sect master wasn't completely destroyed? Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai had seen this green sword lotus before. There was also an identical green sword lotus between Qi's brows. One of the peerless sword cultivators under the Tongtian lineage of the Wanshou Taoism. He was also known as Young Master Green Lotus. He had interacted with Gu Hai many times. Qi learned the 4 sword daos of Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, and Shimen Chueshue after only seeing them once? That green sword lotus was the will of the prime clear lineage? As expected of the Tongtian sect master. In order to pursue the sword Tao, he was willing to give up his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Ever since the Tongtian discovered his problem, Gu Hai had already noticed his abnormality. So, he had already planned to recultivate from then on? The world had lost a Tongtian from the Jie sect, but gained a Qi? No wonder Qi was so obsessed with the sword Tao. Chapter 808. Rokudo Shinkuan's left and right arms were gone, and his face was covered in blood. His left eye was blinded and the bones in his legs were torn out. His chest had also exploded. He was in a terrible state. Despite his terrible injuries, Rokudo Shinkuan still had a strong fighting strength. The sovereign sect's master and Wanshou Tongtian attacked at the same time. Even though True Monarch 6 Paths was pushed back repeatedly, he was still able to counterattack with his legs. Moreover, he even spat out beams of energy that resembled lasers from his mouth. They were extremely ferocious. Gu Hai flew over with blood all over his body. When he saw Rokudo Shinkuan's tenacious vitality, his face froze. Rokudo Shinkuan is so fierce. Rokudo Shinkuan. The Taishang sect master suddenly shouted. As he shouted, he held the red gourd in his hand and aimed the mouth of the gourd at Rokudo Shinkuan. I'm here. Taishang, I'm going to turn you into ashes. Rokudo Shinkuan shouted angrily. However, as soon as he shouted, he was suddenly sucked into the red gourd. What? Rokudo Shinkuan's expression changed. However, it was too late. He was instantly sucked into the gourd. Taishang immediately sat down cross-legged and used the Taiji diagram as a cushion. He quickly activated the red gourd with both hands. Boom! The red gourd suddenly emitted a raging fire. 8 trigrams furnace? Taishang, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuan's angry roar came from the gourd. Burn! The Taishang sect master shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the flames of the gourd grew stronger. Ah, true Samadhi fire? True sun fire? True earth fire? Sinful heart true fire? So much primordial fire. Taishang, do you want to refine me? Rokudo Shinkuan's screams could be heard from the inside. Tongtan, quick, lend me a hand and refine it as soon as possible in case anything happens, the Taishang sect master shouted. Yes. Wanshou Tongtian immediately placed his hands on the Taishang sect master's back. Boom. The Taishang sect master's hand instantly emitted a torrent of mana that rushed straight into the red gourd. The burning within the gourd grew stronger and stronger. In the distance, Gu Hai was overjoyed. It was already very difficult for him to use the 9 revolving heavens. It would be great if the Taishang sect master could burn him to death. Ah! Rokudo Shinkuin's scream came from the red gourd. In the distance, most of the experts had already been eaten by Kong Xian. There were only a few left and they looked into the distance in horror. Impossible, Rokudo Shinkuin is undefeatable. Tai exclaimed. No one is undefeatable. None of you can escape today. Kong Xian continued to kill with a ferocious expression. Roar! He opened his mouth and swallowed another demon king. Everyone immediately panicked as if they were about to escape. Isn't it too late to escape now? The demon descends. Kong Xian spread his wings, and black smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings. Eldest senior brother, is the dominator of Samsara still alive? Wanshou Tongtian asked anxiously. Soon. The Taishang sect master's expression turned ugly. Half an hour had passed and he was still alive? And he was still screaming? Something's not right. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Wanshou Tongtian looked at Gu Hai. A Dharma treasure? The dominator of Samsara's golden god body had the sacred sword. The divine king body had the eye of life and death. What kind of body is that? Which of the dominator of Samsara's 3 souls and 7 spirits? Doesn't he have his own Dharma treasure? Why does he have to borrow from others? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Wanshou Tongtian's expression suddenly froze. Dharma treasure? This Rokudo Shinkuin really didn't have a Dharma treasure. He had to borrow it. Which body did he have? Is the heavenly god body used up? Is it used up? I'm going to die, ah. The dominator of Samsara's painful voice came from the fire gourd. As expected, Gu Hai suddenly realized. This Rokudo Shinkuin had a Dharma treasure, but he had to lend it to others. Did he lend it to the heavenly god body? Buzz. The fire gourd suddenly trembled and a void ripple spread in all directions. His natal Dharma treasure is back. The Taishang sect master's expression suddenly changed. Ha, it's finally used up. It's back, break for me. A ferocious roar came from the fire gourd. Boom. A crack appeared on the fire gourd, and a large amount of primordial fire instantly spread out in all directions. Puff. The Taishang sect master was hit by this huge force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Together with Wanshou Tongtian, they were instantly sent flying. Watch out. As they were sent flying, the Taishang sect master shouted in front of them. The fire gourd exploded, and a huge amount of cold air burst out in an instant. Ka. The surrounding void was instantly frozen by endless cold, and the shattered stars around them were instantly frozen and cracked. The fire coming out of the red gourd was instantly extinguished by the freezing cold air. The overwhelming cold air seemed to have extracted all the heat in the world in an instant. Hundreds of stars in the distance were instantly frozen into frost and then cracked. Stars. In an instant, a huge blue gourd could be seen vaguely. Water god physique. This is Rokudo Shinkuin's water god physique? The Arctic gourd? The Taishang sect master's expression changed. Zhou Tianjiu. Without hesitation, Gu Hai used all his strength to slash down again. As he slashed down, blood spurted out from all over Gu Hai's body, but he did not hesitate. As he slashed down, endless ice appeared in the void and blocked in front of Gu Hai. Hong. The ferocious slash cut through billions of layers of ice and landed heavily on Rokudo Shinkuin, who was in the middle of the blue gourd. Puff. Rokudo Shinkuin spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. Most of the force was blocked by the blue gourd. Endless ice and frost emerged from the blue gourd, but only a small crack appeared. Zhou Tianjiu caused Gu Hai to be severely injured. At this moment, he was like a bloodied man and was instantly sent flying by the force of the collision. Gu Hai had already damaged himself to the point where he did not have much energy left. Ha. It's been a long time since someone forced me into such a miserable state. Come again, roar. Rokudo Shinkuin roared with a ferocious expression. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master's expressions changed. Gu Hai was also very weak. More importantly, the peak aura left by Long Jianghu seemed to have been depleted. Wang. Gu Hai's body trembled, and his human soul returned to the lower sky palace. Gu Hai instantly felt all the strength in his body receding, and he almost collapsed to the ground. What? Gu Hai's expression changed drastically. Misfortune never comes alone. His cultivation level returned to the middle sky palace. Ha! Perfected Lord is invincible. Tai Yi roared excitedly from afar. Rokudo Shinkuin looked at the Taishang sect master, Tongtian sect master, and the limp Gu Hai and revealed a ferocious smile. How pitiful. I didn't know that I could be so close to death. Just a little bit more, and I would have been burned to ashes by the true fire gourd. Just a little bit more. Rokudo Shinkuin's body was charred black, and even the bones in his legs were charred. If it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. But the vitality of the dominator of the six paths kept him alive. The true fire gourd released a large amount of frost and connected the dominator of the six paths' ice arms, making it easier for him to control them temporarily. Although it still looked tragic, the Taishang and Tongtian sect master saw despair in their eyes. At this moment, it was as if they were at the end of their rope. Rokudo Shinkuin was too powerful. Now it's my turn to torture you all. I will cut your bodies into pieces and slowly torture your souls to avenge today's hatred. Rokudo Shinkuin coughed up blood as he was filled with hatred. Obviously he was severely injured. Even so, Rokudo Shinkuin was extremely confident that he could kill everyone. Gu Hai lay limp on one side, unable to fight anymore. He could only reach for the blade of entrapment as if he was going to control the Go formation again. At this moment, at the entrance of the 18th layer of hell. Whoosh! Suddenly an old man in a white robe walked in. It was Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi was slightly stunned when he entered. What a fierce battle. Gu Hai actually forced Rokudo Shinkuin to such a state? Old Man Guanxi was slightly surprised. Whoosh! In the next moment, Old Man Guanxi arrived at the center of the battlefield. The sudden appearance of another person changed everyone's expression. Old Man Guanxi? The Tongtian sect master glared at him, obviously very angry. Gu Hai was overjoyed. Ha, Old Man Guanxi, we are in big trouble because of you. The Taishang sect master looked at Old Man Guanxi in surprise. Kong Xian was also overjoyed. Old Man Guanxi, quickly destroy the dominator of Samsara. The dominator of Samsara has been severely injured by His Majesty and the others. Quickly. Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai meaningfully, then turned to look at Rokudo Shinkuin. When Rokudo Shinkuin saw Old Man Guanxi, his expression changed. Old Man Guanxi, have you been waiting outside? Waiting for this moment? If I were to attack alone, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. However, you are only left with the strength of a piece of paper. It seems that I will have to pick up a ready-made one. Old Man Guanxi said coldly. Extreme frost. Rokudo Shinkuin's expression turned ferocious. In an instant, the extreme frost gourd in his hand spewed out a cloud of blue fog and rushed toward Old Man Guanxi. If it were any other treasure, I would have to be careful. But this extreme frost gourd of yours? Heh, do you know that because of you, my heart has become colder than this extreme frost gourd of yours? Cold is useless against me. Old Man Guanxi's body slowly turned transparent, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Rokudo Shinkuin. The cold air seemed to be unable to touch Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi reached out and squeezed. Half a white chess piece appeared on his fingertips. It was the heavenly Go chess piece. However, only half of it remained. The other half had already turned into Gu Hai's life-entrapping blade. The 33 unhindered worlds formation of the past has not been completed. Today I will let you see it clearly. What is the limit of the 33 unhindered worlds formation? Old Man Guanxi shouted. Suddenly, thousands of huge stars appeared around the half of the heavenly Go chess piece. The stars rotated and the stars connected, forming a huge net that wrapped around Rokudo Shinkuin and tore him apart. Boom! The part of his body that had just been replenished with ice was torn apart by the huge net. Ah! Rokudo Shinkuin roared in pain. It was as if he was about to be torn to pieces by this powerful force. If you were at your peak, you would have been able to break the 33 unhindered worlds formation. However, you are at the end of the road now. Old Man Guanxi revealed a ferocious expression. In the face of death, he had to give up on his Dharma treasure no matter how good it was. Frigid gourd, explode. Rokudo Shinkuin roared with a ferocious expression. Hong! The frigid gourd exploded. A powerful force shook the entire universe. The thousands of stars in the surroundings exploded. The powerful force impacted Old Man Guanxi. Puff! Old Man Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood. He revealed a look of shock. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Rokudo Shinkuin said ferociously. Crack! Only the charred bones of his legs were left. They stabbed into Old Man Guanxi's chest. Puff! Old Man Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly he had been severely injured by this powerful force. In the distance, Gu Hai, Taishang and Tong Tian had already widened their eyes. They had thought that old man Guanxi would definitely win. However, in the next second Rokudo Shinkuin had turned the tables and won. Although he had exploded the frigid gourd, he had defeated old man Guanxi in one move. Was he going to tear him apart? Old man Guanxi's life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 809. Rokudo Shinkuin was severely injured, but old man Guanxi was able to turn the tables on him. He had lost his hands, but his charred legs stabbed into old man Guanxi's chest as if he wanted to tear old man Guanxi apart. Old man Guanxi's life was hanging by a thread. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. I was careless. Old man Guanxi said bitterly. He gripped the half-piece of heavenly go chess in his hand again. The stars in the distant starry sky suddenly moved. Carelessness leads to death. Now it's too late to set up a chess formation. Rokudo Shinkuin roared ferociously, as if he wanted to tear old man Guanxi apart. At this moment Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly trembled, and his body stiffened. Old man Guanxi frowned slightly. He saw half of a blue soul emerge from Rokudo Shinkuin's body. The blue soul looked pained as if he was struggling. The ninth young master? Gu Hai, who was in the distance, changed his expression. Only when Rokudo Shinkuin is so weak can I regain my will. His will is too strong. I can't beat him. The ninth young master's soul was struggling. Rokudo Shinkuin's physical face twitched. Little thing, what are you trying to do by seizing my body? If they don't die, we will. Rokudo Shinkuin couldn't move. It was as if the ninth young master controlled his body. Under the control of the ninth young master, his legs were pulled out from old man Guanxi's chest. Puff. Old man Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Guanzhou, you did well. Old man Guanxi said with a frown after a moment of silence. However, ninth young master looked at old Mr. Guanxi, and a miserable smile flashed in his eyes. You did well? Cabinet master, thank you for your praise. I can't accept it. Old man Guanxi frowned slightly. Now that I've sacrificed my soul to seize the samsara's body, I've repaid the favor, right? From now on we don't owe each other anything. Guanzhou said with bloodshot eyes. Old man Guanxi was speechless to himself. When I was young, my family was facing annihilation. It was you who saved me and avenged my family. From then on, I saw you as my God and obeyed your every request. To be your disciple I worked hard. I didn't expect that it was all a trap. A trap that I couldn't extricate myself from. I respect you, but I hate you even more. You saved my life and I did my best to save you once. From now on we don't owe each other anything. From now on we are master and disciple. Guanzhou roared with great sorrow. What kind of despair was this? Guanzhou seemed to be burning his soul to suppress Rokudo Shinkuin, all for the sake of repaying his debt of gratitude. However, it was also a great debt of gratitude that was extremely tragic. Old man Guanxi sighed softly. Ancient Emperor. The ninth young master suddenly shouted again. In the distance Gu Hai was also injured all over. He looked at the ninth young master, paralyzed. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Ancient Emperor. I implicated you when you helped me previously. Guanzhou, I don't distinguish between good and evil. However, I have never repaid kindness with enmity. I might not be able to repay what I owe you. Take this as a token of my guilt. I'm sorry. As the ninth young master spoke, a black chess piece flew towards Gu Hai. The black chess piece was the chess piece that contained the countless heavenly souls. Old man Guanxi did not stop it. The chess piece flew towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out with difficulty and caught it. He looked at the ninth young master in the distance with a complicated expression. You didn't know the result. I don't blame you. Gu Hai sighed softly. Many thanks. The ninth young master's eyes flashed with gratitude. However, old man Guanxi suddenly waved his hand, as though he was going to attack Rokudo Shinkuin again. Guanzhou, you bastard. If you wanted to die you could have told me. I would have let you die completely. But now you want to kill me? Rokudo Shinkuin bellowed malevolently. The ninth young master's spirit was also trembling violently. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer. Quick, Rokudo Shinkuin is going to reclaim his body. The Taishang sect master in the distance was shocked. He won't make it in time. Old Man Guanxi snorted and was about to attack. Explode. Rokudo Shinkoin stared and roared. Hong. With a loud bang, Rokudo Shinkoin's body actually exploded. The power of the explosion was extremely strong. It was comparable to Guhai's Zhou Tianjiu. Even Old Man Guanxi did not expect this explosion. In order to break free from the ninth young master's control, he would rather explode himself? The powerful impact instantly sent the Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master flying. Guhai was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ninth young master's spirit was naturally destroyed in an instant. The first to bear the brunt of the impact was Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi's body also exploded in an instant. As it exploded, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Rumble. Both sides suffered great losses and perished together. Guhai, who was seriously injured in the distance, was shocked. Old Man Guanxi is dead? He was killed by the explosion? Guhai said in shock. Then how do we go back? The Tongtian sect master of the Jie sect was also shocked. Kang Xian had already devoured almost all the experts. Only Tai Yi, who was covered in injuries, was left. That's impossible. How could the perfected lord? Tai Yi said in disbelief. Kang Xian was also shocked. Rokudo Shinkoin and Old Man Guanxi perished together? That was too cruel. Just as everyone was at a loss, laughter suddenly came from the center of the explosion. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Old Man Guanxi, your spirit is also shattered. Ah, no one can kill me. Rokudo Shinkoin's arrogant laughter came from the center of the explosion. He's not dead yet? Kang Xian looked desperate. He's not dead yet? He saw that there was still Rokudo Shinkoin's head in the center of the explosion. It was now white and covered in blood. Even Old Man Guanxi was killed, but Rokudo Shinkoin still had a head? Guhai, the Taishang sect master, and the Tongtian sect master felt their scalps go numb. Continue attacking. Don't let him escape. The Taishang sect master shouted. The Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master rushed forward. However, Rokudo Shinkoin didn't want to fight anymore. His head turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the exit of the 18th level of hell. He was going to escape. How could he fight with one head left? The Taishang sect master and the Tongtian sect master couldn't catch up. Just as they were about to reach the exit, buzz. Another figure suddenly stepped out of the exit. Old Man Guanxi? Guhai said in shock. Another Old Man Guanxi? You also have 10 clones? Rokudo Shinkoin's head said in surprise. Old Man Guanxi seemed to be very unfamiliar with this place. He looked at Rokudo Shinkoin's head flying toward him in shock. How tragic. There's still one head left. That's great. Old Man Guanxi said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and took out half a heavenly go chess piece. Why is there still half a heavenly go chess piece? Guhai was slightly surprised. Old Man Guanxi took out half a heavenly go chess piece and pressed it. Whoosh. Suddenly, more than 1,000 stars appeared out of thin air and slowly arranged themselves into a huge formation. It looked like a huge chessboard. 34? In the distance, Guhai's eyes narrowed. The 33 great formations were not Old Man Guanxi's limit? As soon as the 34 great formations appeared, an aura of great destruction pressed down on Rokudo Shinkoin's head. Aha, Old Man Guanxi. You really hid your strength well. Rokudo Shinkoin's eyes were dripping blood, and his expression was ferocious. In this hunt for Guhai, Rokudo Shinkoin had experienced an extremely painful battle. Explode. Rokudo Shinkoin shouted fiercely. In the end, the head exploded with a loud bang. Old Man Guanxi's expression changed. He did not expect Rokudo Shinkoin to suddenly become so ruthless and self-destruct as soon as he appeared. Honk. Another huge crack appeared in the void, and Old Man Guanxi was blown to pieces again. It's over? Guhai looked at the black hole in the distance and his eyes flashed with shock. This Rokudo Shinkoin is really fierce. He's not dead yet? The Taishang sect master said in shock. He saw a blue light rushing toward the entrance of the 18th floor of hell. No physical body. That's the soul body. A rootless soul body? How can he escape? The Taishang sect master's expression changed and he seemed to want to catch him. Whoosh. Suddenly, another Old Man Guanxi stepped out of the entrance of the 18th floor of hell. Seeing the third Old Man Guanxi appear, even Rokudo Shinkoin was in despair. Is there no end to this? Whoosh. Suddenly, Old Man Guanxi took out a white chess piece and absorbed Rokudo Shinkoin's soul body. Old Man Guanxi looked around. The 18th floor of hell was already in a terrible state. No, impossible, true lord. Tai Yi shouted in shock. Swish. Kong Xian's five-colored divine light enveloped Tai Yi. Kong Xian's sharp claws stabbed into Tai Yi's head. His expression was ferocious. No. Tai Yi screamed. Whoosh. Kong Xian swallowed Tai Yi in one gulp. The battle was over. Rokudo Shinkuan died, and his soul body was absorbed by the third old man Guanxi. Gu Hai looked at the distant old man Guanxi with a gloomy expression. What a thrilling game. Rokudo Shinkuan was extremely strong, but in the end he couldn't escape old man Guanxi's scheme. Old man Guanxi was the biggest schemer in this battle? Gu Hai, you guys are really strong. Old man Guanxi sneered. Whoosh. In an instant, old man Guanxi stepped out of the 18th floor of hell and disappeared. In the 18th floor of hell, everyone fell limp. That's only one Rokudo Shinkuan. There are 9 more? 9 more. The Tong Tian sect master's eyelids twitched. Your Majesty, how are you? Kong Xian was surrounded by black gas, but he swallowed all the experts and flew in front of Gu Hai. Rokudo Shinkuan's connection with me has disappeared? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The sovereign sect's master glanced at the chaotic starry sky, and then he stretched out his hand and waved the Tai Chi diagram. Rumble. The Taishang sect master immediately formed a huge suction force. In an instant, countless fragments in the entire universe gathered. In the blink of an eye, the fragments of the Bell of Chaos, Apocalypse, and Arctic Gourd arrived in front of the Taishang sect master. There are no fragments of the heavenly Go chess? The Taishang sect master frowned. Taishang sect master, although the time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, after this battle, the other Rokudo Shinkuan must have reacted. We have to leave immediately. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Chapter 8:10. The Taishang sect master brought the Tong Tian sect master and flew to Gu Hai. Ancient Emperor, the battle just now has truly broadened my horizons. The sovereign sect's master gazed at Gu Hai while a wisp of admiration flashed through his eyes. It could be said that most of the Rokudo Shinkuan's injuries were caused by Gu Hai. I wouldn't dare to say that it was an eye-opener. However, if we don't leave now, the rest of the Rokudo Shinkuan will be here. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Let's go then. Ancient Emperor, how are your injuries? The Taishang sect master asked worriedly. Very painful. I can't move for now. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Within his body, the heaven-replenishing energy was nourishing his physical body. However, as Gu Hai's physical body grew stronger, the amount of heaven-replenishing energy required also increased. He wouldn't be able to fully recover in a short period of time. Your Majesty, I'll support you. Kong Xian supported Gu Hai. Kong Xian, the demonic qi around you seems to have thickened? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian nodded. I ate so much but I couldn't digest them all. However, I should be fine supporting your Majesty. Hell Dao reincarnation. You can't kill them and they can be revived. Are they all dead? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Not completely dead because they haven't fully digested. Rest assured, your Majesty. I'll make sure they die outside hell. I don't know why, Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Let's go. The Taishang nodded. Gu Hai suddenly shook his head. Everyone looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. We can't go back the way we came. Gu Hai shook his head. Taishang, Tong Tian, and Kong Xian nodded. But, can Kong Xian tear open another reincarnation crack? Taishang asked worriedly. At the very least, the Taishang sect master and the Tong Tian sect master were unable to do so. Hell is different from 800,000 years later. At the very least, the 18th level hasn't been sealed yet. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, Gu Hai took out a white jade bottle with great difficulty. There were still 4 reincarnation lotuses in the jade bottle. Gu Hai gestured to Kong Xian. Kong Xian naturally recognized this reincarnation lotus. 800,000 years later, His Majesty had used it to bring him away once. Kong Xian plucked one of the petals and in an instant the reincarnation lotus withered rapidly. Below the reincarnation lotus, an exit appeared in the void. The reincarnation lotus? The Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. I got it by chance. Everyone let's go. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Alright. The Taishang sect master nodded. Whoosh. The 4 of them entered the exit and disappeared from the 18th level of hell in the blink of an eye. After a short while, the hole suddenly closed and disappeared. Not long after Gu Hai left. Outside the Peacock Palace. Boom. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, shattering the entire Peacock Palace and revealing a crack in the void. It was a man in a Taoist robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he arrived in an instant. Rokudo Shinkuin. Another Rokudo Shinkuin? Whoosh. Rokudo Shinkuin stepped into the crack in the void and entered the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. Boom. Another strong gust of wind blew over. Another Rokudo Shinkuin rushed over. With a ferocious expression, he stepped into the crack in the void. The two Rokudo Shinkuin entered the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle together and rushed straight to the 18th level of Hell. As soon as they entered, the two Rokudo Shinkuin's expressions turned cold. Escape? One of the Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. Gu Hai, Taishang, Tongtian, Guanxi? Don't even think about escaping. The other Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. The two Rokudo Shinkuin looked at each other. At almost the same time, the two Rokudo Shinkuin said with great hatred, "Go to Wanshou Taoism." Whoosh. The two Rokudo Shinkuin turned around and left the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. They left the Peacock Shrine and headed straight for Wanshou Taoism, their faces full of anger. Taishang and Tongtian's betrayal had completely severed ties with the Rokudo Shinkuin. The reincarnation lotus brought Gu Hai's group out of hell, but they appeared at a random place. The group of people appeared in a valley, but the passage behind them suddenly disappeared. Tongtian, go and find out where this place is, Taishang ordered. Yes, sir. Tongtian replied and left. Ancient Emperor, it was all thanks to you. Junior brother said that there should be two Rokudo Shinkuin looking for you? If there's only one this time, doesn't that mean that there will be another Rokudo Shinkuin looking for you in 10 days? Taishang frowned. Indeed. Taishang sect master, you sent Tongtian away. What do you want to say to me alone? Gu Hai said weakly. The Taishang sect master flipped his hand and took out a pile of fragments. They were the fragments of the Bell of Chaos, Apocalypse, Arctic Gourd, and the broken True Fire Gourd. The Taishang sect master flipped his hand and kept the broken True Fire Gourd. Although the True Fire Gourd is broken, it still contains Samadhi primordial fire. I can continue to use it to refine immortal medicines and weapons. These three treasures are useless to me. This battle was mostly the work of the ancient emperor. I'll leave these fragments to him. As he spoke, he handed the fragments to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked doubtfully at Taishang, but saw the sincerity in Taishang's eyes. Taishang sect master is wise. Gu Hai is ashamed. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. The Taishang sect master was indeed observant. He had actually seen through Wu Yu's subtle expressions and had given them to him without hesitation. Many thanks to the Taishang sect master for granting me my wish. Gu Hai did not reject pretentiously. He reached out and kept the fragments of the three treasures. This is what you deserve. I also saw that some time ago the Purgatory Realm's boundless energy seemed to be converging towards you. The Grand Supreme was puzzled. Taishang sect master is perceptive. Gu Hai exclaimed. Earlier, when Gu Hai's mortal soul took over his body, his strength reached its peak. He could actually control the Mortal Soul Book and the Earth Soul Book. Although he did not know how to use the Mortal Soul Book, he could use the Earth Soul Book to absorb energy. In one go, Gu Hai had extracted the wandering energy of the entire Naraka Dao reincarnation cycle. It was a pity that the current Naraka Dao reincarnation cycle was much less than it had been 800,000 years ago. After all, it was completely sealed off after 800,000 years, and the energy could not flow out at all. The Taishang sect master did not pursue the matter. Instead he asked, in 10 days Rokudo Shinkuin will attack again. Can you still kill the 6 Dao reincarnation cycle? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. All the treasures are broken and I'm heavily injured. The 6 Dao reincarnation cycle is on guard against me. But in 10 days there's nothing we can do. At the very least, we haven't thought of anything yet. If it wasn't for your repeated attacks with the divine weapon, Rokudo Shinkuin would have been invincible. Even if Rokudo Shinkuin was on guard, no one in this world would be able to defeat him. The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkuin is one thing, but there's also Old Man Guanxi. Gu Hai said with a frown. Old Man Guanxi? 2 of them have already died? Is he like Rokudo Shinkuin, who can split into 10 bodies? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Gu Hai shook his head. I don't know. But I have a feeling that Old Man Guanxi doesn't just want to kill Rokudo Shinkuin. He seems to have a bigger plan? Gu Hai said with a complicated expression. Old man Guanxi? Oh, that's right. Besides you, I can't see through him. The Taishang sect master was silent for a while. Whoosh. At this moment, the Tong Tian sect master returned. Eldest senior brother, we are now beside a city in Dongfang of the Divine Continent, the Tong Tian explained. Dongfang? Dongfang is good too. The Taishang nodded. He turned to Gu Hai and said, Ancient Emperor Rokudo Shinkuan's intention to murder the heavens has been confirmed. You still have 10 days. I believe you need to recuperate in these 10 days. Why don't you follow me to a place? Gu Hai looked at the Taishang sect master. To see human Emperor Fuxi. The Taishang sect master said solemnly. Fuxi? Taiwa's brother? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. The ancient emperor is strange. Others know about Fuxi before Taiwa. Why do you know more about Taiwa? That's right. After 800,000 years there will be Taiwa and no Fuxi. The Taishang sect master said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled wryly. Taiwa seemed to be his wife now. Was he going to see his brother-in-law? Human Emperor Fuxi? I've heard of him a few times. I wonder what's so special about this Fuxi? Gu Hai asked curiously. The Tong Tian said solemnly, the Long Jianghu is the most powerful person in 800,000 years. Six Dao is the most powerful person in this era. Fuxi was the most powerful person in the previous era. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. In the past, Fuxi was close to ruling the world. But for some reason he suddenly scattered all his imperial authority and went into seclusion. Since then he has distanced himself from the world. Now that the great calamity is near, it's time to invite him back. The Taishang said solemnly. Eldest senior brother, do you know where Fuxi is? Didn't I hear that Fuxi was completely cut off from the world? The Tong Tian asked in surprise. The Taishang shook his head. I only found out by chance. All right, then I'll have to trouble the Taishang sect master to lead the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, I'll carry you. The Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Screech. The Kong Xian transformed into a giant peacock. This time it was only a few dozen feet long. It was big enough for Gu Hai to sit on. Follow me. The Taishang sect master shouted. Boom. Immediately the group flew into the sky. Gu Hai sat cross-legged on the back of the Kong Xian. He closed his eyes and started to meditate. The heaven-mending energy was constantly healing his injuries. Since his physical body was not fully healed, the heaven-mending energy would not be wasted on the 3 magical treasure fragments. However, the 3 magical treasures had also reached the spiritual mother deity king. The Eye of Life and Death saw countless black lines on the 3 magical treasures. At this moment, the iceberg in the water deity king's body seemed to be projecting a wave of cold air towards the Arctic gourd. Cold air? Gu Hai's expression changed. He separated a strand of heaven-mending energy into the broken Arctic gourd. Immediately the black lines connected. Rumble. The iceberg's cold air entered the Arctic gourd. Immediately the Arctic gourd started to repair itself under the nourishment of the cold air. Since the Arctic gourd can be repaired by the iceberg, then the Arctic gourd belongs to the water deity. Immediately the Arctic gourd flew into the water deity palace. Whoosh! The cracked Arctic gourd immediately sucked the iceberg into it. The iceberg emitted cold air, nourishing the cracks on its surface. Gu Hai's water deity king hugged the Arctic gourd and quickly refined it. Chapter 8:11. The iceberg became a great tonic, rapidly mending the Arctic gourd. And the shattering of the Arctic gourd made it much easier for Gu Hai to refine. The Earth Soul in the Middle Sky Palace controlled the boundless energy and quickly absorbed it. Another round of energy. Although it was much less than 800,000 years later, it was still a huge amount. 2 hours later. Boom. A powerful energy current surged out of Gu Hai's body. Oh. The Taishang sect master and Tong Tian sect master turned to look at him at the same time. Phew. Gu Hai opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. Middle Sky Palace 9th tier. His cultivation had broken through another tier. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. It was indeed difficult for him to increase his cultivation level. The energy of the entire Purgatory Dao reincarnation cycle had only increased by 1 tier? Congratulations, Ancient Emperor. Your cultivation level has increased by another level. The Taishang sect master smiled. Taishang sect master, you must be joking. It's still only the Middle Sky Palace. It's not worth mentioning. Gu Hai shook his head slightly. The Taishang sect master shook his head. I have a feeling that this tier of yours will surpass the cultivation of others by an entire tier. Perhaps. Gu Hai smiled slightly but did not continue the conversation. The Taishang sect master was indeed perceptive. No wonder he would create a song like Taishang's Long Life's Melody in the future. The increase in cultivation level had healed Gu Hai's injuries greatly, but he was still a little weak. However, with the heaven replenishing power, Gu Hai was confident that he could fully recover within 10 days. This time, not only had his cultivation level increased, his physical body had also reached its peak due to the exclusive possession of the human soul. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. Perhaps fearing that it would affect Gu Hai's injuries, the group did not fly quickly. They only arrived after 4 hours. It was a huge island in the East Sea. The island was very low-key. It was shrouded in clouds and there was no fate around it. There was nothing special about it. We're here. The Taishang sect master said in a deep voice. This is where Fuxi lives? The Tongtian sect master had a strange look in his eyes. Very normal? But don't underestimate them. Let's go. Taishang smiled. The group of 4 slowly flew towards the seemingly ordinary island. Flying. They slowly entered the foggy area outside the island. Oh. The moment he entered the fog, Gu Hai shuddered. The 3 people beside him had disappeared? Gu Hai's pupils shrank. He immediately stood up and looked around coldly. The scene in front of him had completely changed. The island from before had disappeared, leaving only a vast expanse of land. Gu Hai was standing in the middle of this land, surrounded by silence. An illusion? Gu Hai's face darkened. The 4 of them entered a large formation. Unfortunately, this was not a formation of the way of chess, so he could not understand it immediately. Gu Hai didn't run around randomly. Instead, he stayed where he was and sensed the array. So it's you, evil demon? How dare you come to Huashu Island? I'll take you to repay the kindness of the samsara. Ah! A cold laugh suddenly came. Gu Hai's face darkened. The 4 of us sincerely request an audience with the human sovereign Fuxi. Who are you? How did you become the samsara's lackey? Could it be that Fuxi has surrendered to the samsara? How dare you slander my master? The voice suddenly shouted angrily. Master? Hey, you want to repay the kindness of the samsara? Looks like Fuxi is your master. However, you trapped Fuxi as a guest to please the samsara. You're abusing your position for personal gain. You're betraying your master for glory. How dare you call Fuxi your master? If I were Fuxi, I would be deeply ashamed of you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Gu Hai was infuriating the person in the array because only when he appeared would he be able to find a flaw in the array. What a glib tongue. However, it's useless to me. Didn't you say so much just because you want to see me? So what if I let you see me? The voice was full of arrogance. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared not far away from Gu Hai. The fog slowly dissipated, revealing a man in a black robe. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. The black-robed man in front of him looked exactly like him. He looked exactly like him. Who are you? Gu Hai stared at him. I am you. The fake Gu Hai sneered. You are me? Hey, you think you're me just because you look like me? Gu Hai sneered. I look exactly like you. Do you believe me? The fake Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai stared at the person in front of him. Indeed, he looked exactly like him. You don't believe me? Why don't you see what I can do? The fake Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, he rushed toward Gu Hai. However, he had just taken a step forward. Cough, cough, cough. The fake Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai was speechless. How did you get hurt like this? You made me pull on my wound when I tried to circulate my energy. Damn it, my back is all torn. Why didn't you say anything when you were seriously injured? The fake Gu Hai looked at Gu Hai gloomily and shouted angrily. Gu Hai looked at the fake person in front of him blankly. What kind of logic was this? His body was injured, so he couldn't circulate his energy? How unlucky. You're actually a sickly person. You made me do so much. The fake person looked at Gu Hai gloomily. Who are you? Gu Hai asked again in a deep voice. I said I'm you? You look exactly like me. The fake person sneered again. Me? Hey, you've learned it quite well. Remove the array immediately. Otherwise, I don't care if you're Fuxi's servant or not. Gu Hai said coldly. Then come at me. The fake person was not afraid at all. Gu Hai waved his hand, and an immortal slaying gourd appeared in front of him. The fake person waved his hand, and an immortal slaying gourd appeared suddenly. Treasure, please turn around. The real and fake Gu Hai shouted almost at the same time. Shing. Boom. An immortal slaying flying dagger flew out of the two gourds. The two immortal slaying flying daggers collided in the void and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. I said, "You look exactly like me, right?" The fake person sneered. "What do you want?" Gu Hai said coldly. "Surrender and I'll spare your life." The fake person said coldly. "Ayo." Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai was indeed injured now. However, that did not mean that he could not fight. However, the fake person before him was extremely strange. Gu Hai did not use all his moves right away. "Don't worry. I'll play along with you. In this ritual array of mine, I can last forever until you are willing to surrender," the fake person said with a smile. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This fake person's attitude was extremely strange. He wanted to capture Xiao Qin but was not in a rush to do so. "You said that you look exactly like me? I'm the best at Go. Are you the same?" Gu Hai said sullenly. "Play Go? Hey, you can't beat me." The fake person sneered. "Oh." Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "In today's world, the Empress Dowager is the best at Go. Even she cannot beat me here, let alone you. As for that old Mr. Guanxi, he would not be a match for me here." "Just you?" The fake person sneered. "Ah. What great confidence. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue?" Gu Hai sneered. "If you don't believe me, why don't you try me?" The fake person smiled. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Whoosh. The fake person waved his hand and a Go board appeared out of thin air. Then he invited Gu Hai to play his Go stone. Gu Hai played his black Go stone. Without hesitation, Gu Hai played his Go stone Tianyuan. "Like I said, I am you. No, in the Go Dao I am better than you." The fake person sneered. Clack. The fake person played his Go stone 9-5. The two played back and forth. At first, Gu Hai thought that the fake person was just boasting and was not using his full strength. However, as he continued to play his Go stones, the fake person suddenly struck his vital points. Gu Hai discovered that this person's Go skills were truly extraordinary. Gu Hai slowly turned serious. The fake person continued to play his Go stones. However, as Gu Hai grew increasingly serious, the fake person's Go skills also rapidly increased. Gu Hai suddenly goggled. What strange Go skills. As my Go skills increased, so did the other party. Furthermore, the fake person's Go style was so similar to mine. It was almost identical. The fake person's Go style seemed to be a copy of mine. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen as he became even more serious. However, the fake person's Go skills stuck to him like maggots. What strange Go skills. Like I said, I am you, the fake person sneered. However, Gu Hai ignored the fake person and continued playing his Go stones. How about this? If you can beat me in Go, I'll let you enter the island. If you can't beat me, you'll just surrender? That will save me a lot of effort, the fake person said with a smile. Amit Ba. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant rang out not far from Gu Hai. Huh. The fake person's expression changed. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a plump monk holding a jade green bamboo staff. The monk seemed to be tearing through space as he walked over. A bamboo staff? Gu Hai's expression changed. This bamboo staff is very familiar. It seems that Qin Zibai has one as well? The future Buddha? How did you cross my dream barrier? The fake person suddenly glared. Although this humble monk cannot see, this humble monk has a pair of eyes and a divine communication staff. That is how I can cross the dream barrier you left behind. What? Mr. Hichu, did you not take on my appearance but someone else's? The plump future Buddha said with a smile. The future Buddha? Gu Hai felt slightly startled. This was not the future Buddha 800,000 years later but the previous future Buddha. The previous future Buddha, whom the evil Rulai, the past Buddha, and Bodhisattva Lianxing killed 800,000 years later. The fake person's expression changed. Great monk, you are still not giving up, are you? I already told you that none of these evil demons are good. This is especially so for that old man Guanxi. He is unpardonably evil. Why are you still looking for trouble? This humble monk only wants to meet Fuxi. The future Buddha solemnly said. My master is not receiving guests. Also, I already told you before. If you want to enter the island, you have to at least get past me. If you can't even get past me, what qualifications do you have to enter the island? The fake person said coldly. Gu Hai greets the future Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly as he stood up. The future Buddha could not see with his eyes, but he could see with his eyes. You are also from 800,000 years later like the past Buddha and the present Buddha? The future Buddha frowned slightly. Oh, that's right. Guhai nodded. Future Buddha, how many times have I told you? That 800,000 years later is nonsense. Why are you so stupid? The fake person called out, feeling depressed. Stupid? Mr. Hichu, how can you be so sure that what they said is false? The future Buddha shook his head. Hichu. Guhai looked at the fake person in front of him. Mr. Good, this is Fushi's servant Hichu. He has the ability to predict the future. Right now, we are in a dream that he created. Therefore, he can become exactly like you in the dream. Even the details are the same as what you see in your heart. Alright. Are you playing chess with him? It seems that he cheated with his prediction again. Don't play chess with him. He can see your moves in advance. The future Buddha shook his head. Chapter 8:12. Hichu? Prophecy? Guhai furrowed his brows. This is the dream realm. No matter how much you use, he will be able to use the same amount. He will slowly wear you down until you are mentally and physically exhausted. The future Buddha explained. Wear me down. That's right. Apart from some superficial physical combat, if you don't use any techniques, he won't be able to use them either. However, as soon as you use them, he will be able to use them immediately. How troublesome. The future Buddha said bitterly. I see. My body is seriously injured and so is his body. If I don't attack, he won't attack. Dream realm? He is like a shadow in a mirror. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, just surrender. You can't beat me in the dream realm, but here I am invincible. Moreover, this is your deep dream realm. One glance outside is equivalent to 1,000 years inside. Let's see how long you can last. Hichu said smugly. Guhai looked at Hichu strangely. Although Hichu had strange abilities, he seemed to be quite impetuous. Guhai looked at the future Buddha. He gave him a look. Although the future Buddha couldn't see with his eyes, his mind could see more clearly. Was Guhai giving him a hint? I don't think so. Guhai turned to look at Hichu. Hichu was puzzled. Future Buddha, I am seriously injured and weak. Why don't you make a move? He is not your opponent. Guhai said solemnly. If you want to deal with me in my dream? Hichu sneered. While they were talking, another fake future Buddha appeared beside Hichu. In the dream realm, I will deal with you. However, I can create an identical nightmare. This nightmare is exactly the same as the future Buddha. It will do whatever the future Buddha does. Hichu sneered. Amateus Buddha. The fake future Buddha put his palms together and sneered. Who said I would let the future Buddha deal with you? Guhai sneered. Hichu was slightly taken aback. However, he saw Guhai reach out and take out the life entrapment blade. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped him and Hichu. Future Buddha, please close your mind's eye and attack me. Guhai said from within the fog. Oh, okay, Mr. Good. The future Buddha smiled. What's going on? Hichu was slightly stunned. In the next moment, the future Buddha stabbed the divine scepter of wisdom into the fog. Boom. Aya. Immediately, Hichu let out a miserable cry. He asked you to stab him. Why did you stab me? Hichu roared angrily. Under Hichu's control, the fake future Buddha bamboo staff instantly pierced into the fog. Boom. Aya. Why is it me again? Hichu suddenly exclaimed. The future Buddha had hit him with his staff, so why did the fake future Buddha also hit him? Because he can't see. Guhai laughed in the fog. Can't see? What do you mean? Hichu was slightly taken aback. If you can't see, then hit blindly. You and I both have the same probability of being hit, just like now. Guhai smiled. The real and fake future Buddha once again stabbed the bamboo staff into the fog. Boom. Boom. Why is it me again? Hichu was shocked and furious. It seems that there's one thing you can't copy me. Guhai suddenly laughed. What? Hichu said angrily. What? Guhai laughed. Hichu was stunned. Boom. 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 Impossible, I never rely on luck. Why do you keep hitting me? Hichu was depressed. Of course, Guhai was hit by some sticks, but most of them landed on Hichu. The two moved around in the fog and Hichu was hit again and again. Speaking of which, I also never rely on luck, but I know that my luck is definitely better than yours. Guhai laughed in the fog. What? That's impossible. He too ran around gloomily. The two future Buddhas kept stabbing him. This fight lasted for an hour. Hichu was beaten black and blue, but in the end, only Hichu's screams could be heard in the fog. Guhai occasionally hit him with a few sticks, but it was not a big deal. I can't be so unlucky, it's impossible. Also, how did you get hurt so badly that I can't even block a few sticks? Hichu roared in shock. Guhai spoke again. Future Buddha, this concerns the world. You don't have to worry about such trifles. Since Hichu is in our way, you should kill him. Use all your strength and kill him with one hit. Guhai, you're so cruel. Hichu roared. You're wrong. Actually, you and I both have a 50-50 chance of being beaten to death, right? Let's see how lucky we are. Guhai said with a smile. See how lucky we are? Even though Hichu did not believe that his luck was bad, after an hour of beating, Hichu had a clear understanding that his luck was indeed not as good as Guhai's. That was strange. Alright, Mr. Good, you have to be careful. This fight of mine is destructive. The future Buddha nodded. Boom. The bamboo stick struck down and even the void was torn apart. Although Hichu was in the fog, he suddenly felt the threat of death. Was this fight directed at Guhai? No, it was definitely directed at him. On the other side, the fake future Buddha also struck down with his stick. The void rippled and the threat of death immediately rushed forward. One stick was enough to take his life. Now that it was two sticks, wouldn't it be over? Was it him or Guhai? Choose one of the two? No, he was more unlucky. It would definitely hit him. Guhai, you're so cruel. Hichu roared as the bamboo stick struck down. He reached out and lifted his hand, and the dreamscape around him exploded with a bang. Hichu flew into the distance in an instant. It looked like an old man with a mustache. Boom. The moment the fake future Buddha disappeared from the dream, he also collapsed. However, the real future Buddha's bamboo staff suddenly stopped above Guhai's head. What? It's Guhai this time? Hichu, who had removed the dreamscape, suddenly changed his expression. There was a kind of depressing feeling in his heart. Mr. Good, you're so wise. The future Buddha put away the divine scepter of enlightenment and praised. What do you mean? Hichu's expression darkened. He saw that Guhai's body was also full of stick marks at this moment. It wasn't because he was lucky that he was hit less, but because he was hit as much as Hichu? The future Buddha stabbed and hit two people at the same time. Future Buddha, you're really ruthless. Guhai smiled bitterly. He circulated the heaven replenishing power, and the wounds on his body slowly disappeared. Whoosh. In the distance, Kong Xian suddenly flew closer. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master also looked at Hichu with cold expressions. Hichu, you tricked us just now? The Taishang sect master's expression turned cold. Eldest senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. He dared to transform into our appearance just now. Humph, just kill him. The Tongtian sect master took out the fairy-slaying sword. Previously, in the dreamscape, Hichu could transform into his opponent's appearance, but not now. At the same time, he was very clear about the Tongtian sect master's strength. You wanted to kill him? Ah, help. Hichu turned around and flew toward Huashu Island, which was not far away. His strength doesn't seem to be very high. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Hichu's strength wasn't high, but he trapped everyone. If not for Guhai's trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence, they wouldn't have been able to get out of the dreamscape. Thank you, future Buddha. Guhai bowed slightly to the future Buddha. Previously, when he spoke, the future Buddha actually cooperated seamlessly. It was clear that the future Buddha was also very intelligent. I should thank Mr. Good. In such a short time, Mr. Good could see that Hichu's temperament wasn't good enough. Ordinary people can't compare to him. The future Buddha shook his head. Future Buddha, I heard that the Lingshan sect's third-generation Buddha has pledged allegiance to Rokudo Shinkuin? Why are you here? The Taishang sect master looked at the future Buddha with a frown. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. The Lingshan sect's third-generation Buddha? The future Buddha who pledged allegiance to Rokudo Shinkuin is not me. Guhai's expression changed. There's another future Buddha. They were going to kill me. Fortunately, I saw through it and escaped. Ah, what a joke. Third-generation Buddha? So that's how replaceable he is. The future Buddha said bitterly. While everyone was talking, Hichu's shout suddenly came from Huashu Island in the distance. Empress Taiwa, it's them. They came to make trouble and wanted to kill me. Hichu shouted angrily. The angry shout in the distance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guhai turned his head to look. Then he saw two figures in a white cloud. One of them was Taiwa. The moment Guhai saw Taiwa, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. The tension he had been under for the past few days instantly relaxed. Taiwa still looked the same, but he looked younger. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. It's them? That evil demon Guhai, evil demon Kong Xian. Hichu pointed at Gu Hai and kept shouting, "Greetings, Empress Taiwa." Kang Xian understood the emotional entanglement between Gu Hai and Taiwa. Naturally, he immediately bowed. It's useless to bow now. Hichu glared. When Taiwa saw Kang Xian's respect, her anger subsided a little. Didn't Hichu make it clear to you? Huashu Island is not open to the public. No one is allowed to enter. Taiwa glared at everyone. Empress Taiwa, do you still remember me? Taishang suddenly asked with a smile. Taiwa looked at Taishang and her expression changed. It's you? The one that my brother borrowed the Taiji diagram from you? That's me. Taishang immediately said with a smile. Seeing Taishang, Taiwa frowned slightly. Clearly, she knew that Taishang had a certain relationship with Fushi. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. This monk once listened to Fushi talk about the Tao of longevity cultivation on Huashu Island. Fushi summarized what he had learned in his life and passed down the 8 meridians of longevity cultivation, corresponding to the innate 8 trigrams, 4 lives and 4 deaths. I was there. The future Buddha also said politely. Oh, it's you, that fat monk? Taiwa's expression changed. Gu Hai, who was standing at the side, was slightly stunned. Longevity master? The unborn man was longevity cultivation, right? It was said that longevity cultivation had 8 meridians, 4 lives and 4 deaths. It was passed down by Fushi? That's right, Empress Taiwa. Now that the world is facing a great calamity, we came here to ask for human sovereign Fushi's help. Please forgive us, Empress Taiwa. The future Buddha solemnly bowed. Empress, don't listen to their nonsense. These people are with the evil demons Gu Hai and Kang Xian. They are definitely not good people. Hichu immediately shouted. Shut up. Taiwa glared at him. But Hichu still wanted to say something. Taiwa's eyes turned cold. Hichu's expression froze and he didn't dare to say anything. However, his eyes were filled with depression. Chapter 8:13. Taiwa ignored the evil spirit that Hichu spoke of. Instead, she looked at Taishang and the future Buddha and said, Everyone, no matter what your reason is, Huashu Island does not welcome any guests. My brother will not see anyone either. Your Highness Taiwa, the current situation is extremely complicated. Heaven's destruction is not far away, and the common people's deaths are just around the corner. We came here to make a final effort. If Fushi does not care, heaven will destroy us. The future Buddha immediately said anxiously, Heaven will destroy us? What a laughable excuse. Do you think we will believe you? Hichu said with a glare. Taiwa also showed an expression of disbelief. Taiwa, this is no longer something that you can understand. Inform Fushi immediately. The Tong Tian said coldly. And who are you? See my brother? I already made myself clear. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Taiwa said with a glare. Since we are here today, we must see Fushi no matter who is in our way. The Tong Tian said with a hint of pressure in her cold voice. Taishang did not say anything. Clearly, the situation was critical and Taishang did not care about etiquette. The Tong Tian looked coldly at Taiwa, seemingly wanting to barge into Huashu Island. You dare? Taiwa glared. Clearly, Taiwa did not know the Tong Tian sect master yet. Her eyes were cold and unyielding. Tong Tian sect master, please calm down. Gu Hai immediately stood in front of the Tong Tian sect master. After all, this was his wife. Although Taiwa did not know the situation, she was his wife, so he should protect her. The Tong Tian sect master looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Everyone had the same goal. Why did Gu Hai jump out to stop me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Turning around, Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and said, Taiwa, I know you don't know us, but we are very familiar with you. I'm sure Hichu has already told you that we claim to be from 800,000 years in the future. Taiwa frowned. 800,000 years later? Don't think I don't know that the laws of time are controlled by the heavens. Time cannot be reversed. The moment there's a slight mistake, the entire immortal dome might collapse. Even the heavens don't dare to casually use the laws of time. How can an old man Guanxi control it? Although we don't know the situation, this is the truth. How about this? I'll tell you something that only you know to prove it. You can ask me anything that only you know. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Empress, don't listen to him. He's lying. Hichu said anxiously. You shut up. Taiwa glared at Hichu. Looking at Gu Hai, Taiwa's eyes flashed with curiosity. How could this person be so confident? Alright, then tell me what's so special about my bloodline. Only my brother and I know this. Taiwa asked. Gu Hai transmitted his voice to Taiwa's ears so that no one else would know. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Taiwa's expression changed. How did you know? I know a little more, I'll tell you everything. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Gu Hai transmitted his voice to Taiwa's ears. Taiwa's expression grew more and more shocked. Then she stared at Gu Hai. Impossible, how do you know these things? You can't possibly know. Taiwa glared. Empress, he's definitely lying to you. He might be able to see the future just like how I was able to see the other party's methods using the dreamscape. He knows what you're thinking. Hichu immediately said. Impossible, before he said those things I didn't even think about them. Moreover, there are so many private matters. Taiwa glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai bitterly smiled and fell silent. He was worried that if he said some things, Taiwa would not be able to accept them. He was afraid that he would frighten her, but after some thought, Gu Hai chose to speak. This is the concentric knot you gave me on our wedding day. Gu Hai took out a red concentric knot. Wedding? Gu Hai and Taiwa wedding? The surrounding people suddenly widened their eyes. You. Hichu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Gu Hai was too shameless. How could he say such things? Who was he kidding? The Tongtian sect master gaped at Gu Hai in shock. Did Gu Hai make this up? Didn't Gu Hai kill Taiwa 800,000 years later? Before he killed her they got married? Or was it a ghost wedding? The Taishang sect master and the future Buddha were silent. Clearly, even the two of them felt that Gu Hai was exaggerating. Only Kong Xian believed in Gu Hai. His expression changed as he looked at Taiwa. If that was the case, would Taiwa be the second empress of the Dahan Empire? Who's married to you? Who's married to you? You're courting death. Taiwa shouted angrily. Taiwa was still a virgin. Although she had always worshipped her big brother, she had also looked forward to what her future husband would look like. However, today someone suddenly jumped in front of her and said that he was her husband. Furthermore, this man looked sickly. He was completely different from the hero in her heart. Taiwa was instantly enraged. In her anger, Taiwa wanted to tear the concentric knot. Phew. Gu Hai carefully put it away. This was given to him by Taiwa so he couldn't break it. Gu Hai, you're shameless. How dare you humiliate the empress? Master will not let you go. Also, none of you can escape today. No one dares to make trouble on Huashu Island, and no one dares to slander the empress. Island guards, take down all these madmen. Hichu shouted angrily. Gu Hai stared at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. It's okay if you don't believe me. Believe you? How dare you slander me? Go to hell. Taiwa was furious. He reached out and took out the cauldron of heaven and earth. As the cauldron of heaven and earth turned, a huge suction force was generated as if it was going to suck everyone in. Taiwa. Gu Hai shouted. Gu Hai, there's no need to waste time with him. She's still a girl. Let me do it. I'll take down Taiwa. Let's see if Fushi comes out. Tong Tian shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the 7 immortal slaying swords flew out. Tong Tian sect master, Taiwa is my wife. You can't. Gu Hai stared. Boom. The immortal slaying swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly. Taiwa, you're not like 800,000 years later. Although you have the cauldron of heaven and earth, you can't use its full power. Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Boom. The celestial trapping swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly. Taiwa was immediately pushed back by the force, his face flushed red. Bastard. Hichu was furious. Boom. The immortal slaying swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Puff. Blood flowed out from the corner of Taiwa's mouth. Kong Xian, do it. Gu Hai stared. Island guards. You're dead. Come here quickly. Hichu was anxious. Tongtian's 3 swords were enough to injure Taiwa. There were 4 more. What should they do? Here, evil demon Gu Hai asked evil demon Kong Xian to do it. Was it over? Although Hichu was not strong enough, he still rushed out to protect Taiwa. Cauldron of heaven and earth? You don't know how to use it. Tong Tian sect master snorted. The celestial slashing sword slashed down. 5-colored divine light. A ray of 5-colored divine light rushed to the sky and went straight for the celestial slashing sword. Everyone's expression changed. Was Kong Xian crazy? Why did he attack Tong Tian? The 5-colored divine light crashed into the celestial slashing sword. The divine light and the divine sword were in a deadlock. Guhai. Kong Xian? What do you think you're doing? Tong Tian said coldly. Taiwa is the empress of the Dahan. The Tong Tian sect master is the Tong Tian sect master. You don't have the right to interfere in the Dahan's affairs. Kong Xian said coldly. Guhai's gaze was cold as well. He put his hand on his chest. Humph, you're still going against me at this time. Humph, you have 5-colored divine light. You have 6 colors. Break. Tong Tian shouted coldly. Boom. The 5-colored divine light was blasted away by the celestial slashing sword. Life Ender. Guhai's eyes widened. He pulled out the Life Ender saber from his chest. Boom. He swung the saber at the celestial slashing sword. When he swung the saber, it was not an energy saber. Instead, a mountain of bones appeared out of thin air. Countless bone spikes instantly emerged from the mountain of bones. They grew rapidly and seemed to have enveloped the celestial slashing sword, the Tong Tian sect master, the Taishang sect master, and the future Buddha. Boom. The celestial slashing sword returned to its original spot. The countless bone mountains around it also exploded. In the end, only the bone saber in Guhai's hand was left. The Taishang looked at Guhai in surprise. Guhai still had such a trump card? What was that bone saber? Guhai, are you crazy? You're going against me for this crazy girl? The Tong Tian sect master glared. Although Guhai's performance in the 18th level of hell was extremely ferocious, the Tong Tian sect master did not care about Guhai at all. This was because Guhai was not worth mentioning at all. He was just like an ant. How dare he challenge my authority? I'm not going against you. It's just that there are some people that I must protect. No matter who you are, I will protect Taiwa. Guhai said coldly. Ha ha ha, Guhai, do you really think you're a big shot? Who do you think you are? The Tong Tian sect master was also instantly enraged. Junior brother, you can't. Taishang tried to stop Tong Tian worriedly. However, Tong Tian had been suppressing his temper for the past few days. Because of his senior brother, Tong Tian suppressed his temper. Now that Guhai had turned against him, how could he continue to endure? What a joke. Tong Tian had been leading the Wansho Taoism for so many years. How could he tolerate the threat of the sickly Guhai in front of him? To turn against him for a woman he had just met, Guhai was slapping his face. If you want to be a hero and save the beauty? You don't even look at the situation. If you want to save the beauty, let's see if you have the ability. Tong Tian glared. Immediately the immortal slaying sword slashed at Guhai. The moment the immortal slaying sword was unleashed, 2 cracks appeared in the void. If Guhai didn't dodge, he would be cut in half by the immortal slaying sword. Guhai extended his hand and took out the life entrapment blade. He sneered and said, Tong Tian sect master, I know you have your pride. Just now, when I said that Taiwa was my wife, I was mainly saying it to you. I was worried that you would be impulsive and hurt my beloved wife. However, you didn't take my words seriously at all. Perhaps in your eyes I'm not worth mentioning? Yes, I'm not as strong as you, but don't forget that this was 800,000 years ago, not 800,000 years later. There are rules of the way of chess here, and I haven't met a match in the way of chess until now. As soon as Guhai said that, the nearby Taishang sect master's expression changed. He wanted to stop Tong Tian, but it was too late. Tong Tian had already made up his mind to save face. His sword was already aimed at Guhai. On the other side, Guhai swung his life entrapment blade. Above the starry sky, a large number of stars suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight. They arranged themselves into an extremely huge way of chess formation. 34? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. What? 34? The Taishang sect master's expression changed as well. That was because the Taishang sect master knew about the changes in the way of chess formation. Back then, when he fought Rokudo Shinkuin, Guhai was not willing to use 34 formations. Now Tong Tian had provoked Guhai to go all out? Could it be that Taiwa was really Guhai's wife? Chapter 8:14. 34. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. Seeing the stars arranged in the starry sky, the Tong Tian sect master instinctively shivered. Although he did not care about Guhai's strength, he could not help but admire Guhai's Godao formations. After all, that freak who created the Long Zhangwa earlier only had 33. Now he had 34? The Tong Tian already felt some regret. However, his many years of pride made it impossible for him to lose face. Tong Tian sect master, I can't control the 34 great formations well. Please withdraw your swords. Otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. Quickly withdraw them. Gu Hai said anxiously with a frown. Tongtan, don't try to show off, the Taishang sect master also called out anxiously. However, the more this was so, the more the Tongtian refused to accept it. Ah, very well. This sect master also wants to see how powerful your Godao formations are. Are you going to create another Longzhonghua? The Tongtian said coldly. His hands did not stop moving. The 7 immortal slaying swords continued to slash at the struggling Taiwa. Taishang future Buddha dodge. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, he waved his hand. Buzz. The immortal dome of ancients instantly enveloped Taiwa, Hichu, and Kong Xian. My cauldron of heaven and earth. Taiwa exclaimed in shock and anger. Gu Hai had left the cauldron of ancients outside the immortal dome of ancients. Taiwa's hand immediately became lighter, and he showed a horrified expression. It was not that Gu Hai could not put the cauldron of heaven and earth away. The crux was that the 3 immortal slaying swords had already stopped the cauldron of heaven and earth and could not be brought in. Unless the Tongtian sect master was brought in as well. Buzz. In the starry sky, the 1,000-odd stars suddenly converged as if they had been reduced to dust. Then a huge beam of light condensed in the center. The beam of light descended from the sky, heading straight for the crowd. When the future Buddha heard Gu Hai's warning, he instantly flew far away. However, this was not the case for the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master might have been extremely arrogant in front of Gu Hai because of his pride. He could even fight against Rokudo Shinkuin, but he had to run away when Gu Hai made a move? What a joke. Tongtian did not leave. He increased his strength, wanting to force the cauldron of heaven and earth back. However, the Taishang sect master had always been a good judge of character. He instantly took Gu Hai's warning seriously. Tongtian, are you being disobedient? Taishang waved his hand angrily. Boom. The power of Taiji immediately pulled Tongtian away from his original location. Eldest senior brother? Tongtian shouted uncomfortably. If it were anyone else they would definitely break free. However, this was Taishang, so Tongtian was not in a good position to struggle. However, at this moment, the white light, which had cost more than 1,000 stars in the cosmos to be reduced to dust, had already arrived in front of Gu Hai. It did not appear to be very powerful. The white light instantly landed on the immortal slaying sword that was slashing towards Gu Hai. Chi. With a buzz, the immortal slaying sword instantly evaporated. Evaporated? Tongtian was slightly stunned. The immortal dome was activated by Gu Hai's illusory ability. The white beam instantly passed through it as if it did not touch the immortal dome. Taishang, Tongtian, and the future Buddha all avoided it. The 4 swords of death, slaughter, and extinction skillfully avoided it. Then, the white beam passed through the immortal vanquishing sword and empty immortal sword one after another. Chi. Chi. The 2 swords also evaporated. A portion of the white beam was consumed when it came into contact with the swords. After 3 swords, half of the white beam was consumed. The other half rushed into the sea. Whoosh. Suddenly, a large amount of fog surged out of the sea. A huge whirlpool was formed. Tongtian and Taishang's expressions turned ugly. However, they saw the immortal slaying sword, immortal vanquishing sword, and empty immortal sword evaporate, turning into a wave of energy and dissipating. Tongtian's expression changed when he sensed it. Because at this moment, the connection between the 3 swords was gone. Had they completely disappeared? 34 arrays? Taishang sect master's eyelids twitched. He thought that Gu Hai had already reached his limit. He did not expect that he still had a backup plan. That bone saber in the 34 arrays? So violent? The void slaying sword is one of the strongest swords in the world. It is much stronger than everyone's physical body. What would happen if the white beam landed on us? The surroundings were silent. Gu Hai released Taiwa, Hichu, and Kong Xian from the immortal dome. Hichu immediately hid far away from Gu Hai. Taiwa was stunned when he looked at Gu Hai. His anger suddenly subsided a lot. The person in front of him was not sick at all. Boom. Above the sea there was a loud noise. From the bottom of the sea, a volcanic pillar shot up to the sky. It pierced through the sea and reached the earth's core? Is the evil demon so powerful? Hichu's expression changed. It pierced through the earth's core? Taiwa was also stunned. In the distance, Tongtian put away the remaining 4 swords and looked terrible. Taishang also looked at Gu Hai warily. Tongtian sect master, I'm sorry. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Humph, if you have such a move, why didn't you use it against the 6 Dao? The Tongtian sect master glared at him. At this moment, the Tongtian finally looked at Gu Hai seriously. If not for eldest brother holding him back, he might have been vaporized as well. Against Rokudo Shinkuin? Hey, can't the Tongtian sect master see it? Gu Hai laughed bitterly. The Taishang sect master frowned and said, this white light can only be used as a surprise attack. Once used, it will be ineffective against Rokudo Shinkuin. Rokudo Shinkuin also has the Immortal Dome. If he is prepared, he can use the Immortal Dome to dodge like the Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor, what is this white light of yours? So powerful? I don't know either. After I set up the 34 Great Spirit designs, I was able to condense this white light. But I can't control it. The white light can decompose matter and vaporize directly into energy. I call it the disintegration light. Gu Hai laughed bitterly. The disintegration light? The 34 Great Spirit designs? If I'm not wrong, when you set up the 34 Great Spirit designs, you can directly use the laws of the Tao of Chess to disintegrate everything. You can use the power of laws? The Taishang sect master raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. Tongtian sect master, I'm sorry to offend you. Taiwa is indeed this one's wife. Anyone who offends my wife, no matter who it is, will be dealt with all my might. Gu Hai bowed to the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master snorted. At this moment, the Tongtian sect master finally believed what Gu Hai had said. But he could only swallow his pride. Since the ancient emperor has said so, then let the ancient emperor deal with Fuxi. The Taishang sect master said. The Tongtian sect master turned his head away, ignoring him. Many thanks. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Not far away, Taiwa put away the cauldron of heaven and earth and looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Hichu opened his mouth but did not dare to speak rudely to Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai's Tao of Chess design had been too powerful. Taiwa, I know you don't believe what I've said. But that's fine. After all, you haven't experienced it. But this time we really want to see Fuxi. Time is of the essence and no one can bear the price of time. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and said solemnly. Although Taiwa was still against Gu Hai saying that it was about her husband, after being saved by Gu Hai, her ill feelings towards Gu Hai had lessened greatly. And for some reason she could see sincerity in Gu Hai's eyes. That sincerity made Taiwa's heart tremble. I'm not stopping you on purpose, but Big Brother is in seclusion. Big Brother said that this is no small matter and no one is to disturb him. Even if the sky falls, no one is to disturb him. Taiwa frowned. He's in seclusion? Gu Hai's face darkened. Off in the distance, the future Buddha said anxiously, but now the heaven's primordial heaven is going to collapse. True Monarch 6 Daos is going to kill the heaven. According to what they're saying, the heaven's primordial heaven is going to be killed by True Monarch 6 Daos. Bullsh *T. How could Rokudo Shinkuin kill heaven? Hichu immediately defended Rokudo Shinkuin. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, hoping that Taiwa would make an exception. But Taiwa was also in a difficult position. Even if Rokudo Shinkuin kills heaven, that's what Big Brother said about the sky falling. But Big Brother said that even if the sky falls, no one is to disturb him. Everyone? Maybe that's Fuxi's exaggeration. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. If the sky is falling, don't tell me we're not to disturb you? Roar roar roar. At this moment roars could be heard from Huashu Island. Following that, 1,000 coffins that could be seen with the naked eye flew up from the island. The coffin flew to Taiwa's side and floated in the air, emitting a dense black aura. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out as the coffin suddenly opened. The moment it opened, a surge of corpse chi gushed out. Jiang Chen's zombie? Gu Hai's expression darkened. That's right, it was Jiang Chen's aura. It was this aura that Long Outyin had used to attack the infinite celestial capital with his zombie emperor. Furthermore, each of these 1,000 corpses was no weaker than the previous zombie emperor. It was just that these zombies were dressed differently. 1,000 Jiang Chen zombies with the aura of Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian's expression also changed. As soon as the 1,000 zombies appeared, they arranged themselves into a profound formation, as if they were a single entity. They emitted a torrential corpse chi, which instantly froze the surrounding sea. The vast sea instantly calmed down. Taishang sect master's expression darkened, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He felt a great threat from this zombie formation. Island guards, are you deaf? Why did you take so long to arrive? Hichu was furious. These zombies were the island guards. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, they would have been dead by the time these island guards arrived. Your Highness, what are your orders? The leading zombie asked stiffly. Capture them, quick, capture them. Hichu shouted immediately. However, the 1,000 zombies ignored her and continued to look at Taiwa. Taiwa frowned slightly. Just as Taiwa was about to speak, another voice suddenly came from afar. Oh, Tongtian Sect Master? Gu Hai. Kong Xian? You're all here? What's going on? What's with all the commotion? Ah! A burst of laughter came from afar. They saw 5 figures flying towards them from afar. Jiang Lianshan, the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, the Fire Emperor, and the Murong Yen. Other than the Murong Yen, the 4 of them had some injuries on their faces. Perhaps they had changed their clothes, as their clothes were still clean and white. The burst of laughter just now was from Jiang Lianshan. In an instant, the 5 of them arrived in front of everyone. Jiang Lianshan? You've also fought against Rokudo Shinkuan? The Tong Tian Sect Master frowned slightly. That's right. Previously I was with GT Hong. We killed a Rokudo Shinkuan together. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Chapter 8:15. That's right. Previously I was with Matriarch Ji and we killed a Rokudo Shinkuan. Jiang Lianshan nodded. You killed a Rokudo Shinkuan? Hichu exclaimed in shock. Oh, Taiwa? This is the Taishang Sect Master? Are you the future Buddha? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed as he recognized everyone. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. I am Taishang. May I know which body did you kill? Taishang asked solemnly. Rokudo Shinkuan was extremely powerful and yet he was able to kill one out of the group of people in front of him. This showed how powerful he was. Oh, you killed one as well? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. It was all thanks to the ancient emperor that we were able to kill Rokudo Shinkuan's water god body. Taishang nodded. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a serious expression. I used a chess spell to condense the Longzhonghua. It was a pity that I was just a little short. In the end, 3 old man Guanxi appeared before I managed to capture Rokudo Shinkuan's soul body. Gu Hai explained. Old man Guanxi again? The Fire Emperor stared at them. You met him too? Gu Hai asked curiously. That's right. We met 4 old man Guanxi. 3 of them were killed by Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body. The last one was taken advantage of and managed to capture Rokudo Shinkuan's soul body. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Golden god body? The Tong Tian Sect Master's face darkened. The holy sword could be said to be the greatest pain in the Tong Tian Sect Master's heart. He boasted that he was the best swordsman in the world, but he was so weak in front of the holy sword. And that was not the true body of the golden god. How strong would the golden god be if he used the holy sword? The sacred sword was blocked by the Shenyuan sword. That's how we found the right opportunity. The golden celestial body is extremely powerful. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Shenyuan sword? Emperor Ji's Shenyuan sword? The 5th magic treasure in the world? Didn't they say that the Shenyuan sword was only a ceremonial weapon, a sword of the way of the king? What? Tongtian's face darkened. The Shenyuan sword was ranked 5th, while the 7 immortal slaying swords was ranked 7th. Initially, Tongtian didn't think that the Shenyuan sword was that powerful because it was a ceremonial weapon. It was a treasure used by Emperor Ji to gather fate energy and the hearts of the people. It wasn't a divine sword used for battle. But now that it blocked the holy sword, its strength was naturally above the 7 immortal slaying swords. Emperor Ji had hidden her strength so well? The holy sword was taken by Emperor Ji and fused with the Shenyuan sword. The Shenyuan sword should be even more powerful now. Jiang Lianshan explained. Even more powerful. Tong Tian felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. If that's the case, 2 Rokudo Shinkuan have died? Taishang Sect Master frowned. It should be 3. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. 3? Who killed the other Rokudo Shinkuan? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not sure. Old man Guanxi mentioned it before he left. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Guanxi's game. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. Tong Tian Sect Master said with a frown. Old man Guanxi might not be the strongest, but his schemes were earth-shattering. 3 of the powerful Rokudo Shinkuan had already died because of his schemes? Many old man Guanxi have also died. Kong Xian said with a frown. Many died? Maybe even fewer. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Isn't it 10? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. For on my side, 3 on your side and more than 3 on the other side, right? That's already 10. The other Rokudo Shinkuin are not being monitored by old man Guanxi anymore? Jiang Lianshan analyzed. This. Everyone was shocked. Old man Guanxi also said that the 3 spiritual souls are the main while the 7 physical souls are secondary. Hence, the strongest of the 6 Tao is the heaven, earth and man body. Even the God King's body is no match for the 3 spiritual souls. He told us to be careful. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. In other words, 10 days later, we might face the wrath of an even stronger Rokudo Shinkuin? Guhai frowned. The Fire Emperor nodded. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves as Taiwa revealed a look of shock. Hichu on the other hand revealed a look of fear. You've killed 3 Rokudo Shinkuin? You bunch of demons, you'll all die a horrible death. Island guards, take them down. Hichu shouted angrily. The group of zombies ignored him and waited for Taiwa's orders. Empress, none of these demons are good people. Let's take them down. Hichu pleaded anxiously to Taiwa. Taiwa ignored Hichu and looked at the group. Since all of you can kill Rokudo Shinkuin on your own, don't disturb my brother. Please leave. Taiwa sent them off. Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked at Taiwa and Hichu. Taiwa, are you sending us off? I'm here today to challenge Fushi to a 64 hexagrams duel. Jiang Lianshan laughed. My brother is in seclusion and won't see anyone. Everyone please leave. Taiwa sent them off again. What if we don't leave? The Scarlet Emperor sneered. Then don't blame me. Zombie 1, if anyone dares to take another step into Huashu Island, don't show any mercy. Kill them immediately. Taiwa said coldly. Yes. The leader of the soldiers replied. Boom. The soldiers emitted a ghastly corpse aura and looked at the group coldly. Ha, with these stupid zombies? Little girl, you haven't been out yet, right? Believe it or not, if they dare to make a move, I'll disfigure your face and see if Fushi comes out. The Scarlet Emperor sneered and threatened Taiwa. For a little girl like Taiwa who had never left Huashu Island, disfiguring one's face was much more terrifying than being killed. She subconsciously took a step back. In the next moment, Taiwa was furious at her own cowardice. Just as she was about to shout back, Guhai's eyes turned cold. Kong Xian, slap her. Guhai said coldly. Swoosh. A 5-colored divine light shot towards the Scarlet Emperor. What? The Scarlet Emperor's eyes widened. Before he could react, the 5-colored divine light was already in front of him. Jiang Lianshan and the rest did not expect Guhai to suddenly turn against them. Stop. Jiang Lianshan glared. However, it was too late. Boom. With a loud bang, the Scarlet Emperor was sent flying by the 5-colored divine light. His clothes were torn apart and his face was bleeding from the 5-colored divine light. This was after Kong Xian showed mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just his face that was bleeding. Kong Xian? Guhai. The Scarlet Emperor's face turned ferocious as he was infuriated. Boom boom boom. The Fire Emperor and White Emperor also took out their magic treasures and looked coldly at Guhai and Kong Xian. Umph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. The void trembled and a sound wave rushed towards Guhai and the Scarlet Emperor. Screech. Kong Xian shouted and a demonic aura shot up to the sky, blocking Jiang Lianshan's sound wave. At this moment, the Tong Tian sect master and the Taishang sect master did not interfere. The future Buddha clasped his hands together and did not say anything. Guhai, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan asked coldly. Guhai looked coldly at the Scarlet Emperor. Taiwa is my wife. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a slap next time. Your wife. Mfa. The Scarlet Emperor laughed. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened as he looked at the Tong Tian sect master and the Taishang sect master. Insulting and threatening his wife in front of him was a slap in the face. Naturally, no one could say anything. However, Jiang Lianshan still wanted to verify it. I don't know. The Tong Tian sect master did not step forward and only said. It was as if he was going to sit back and watch the tigers fight. It was obvious that his anger had not subsided. The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly. He did not want to escalate the conflict. Solemnly he said, maybe it's true. Just now, the Tong Tian offended Taiwa and Guhai destroyed the Celestial Murdering Sword, Celestial Vanquishing Sword and Empty Celestial Sword. Dian and His Holiness are indeed your subordinates. His mouth is too big. Jiang Lianshan's pupils shrank as he looked at Guhai. Previously, he heard from the Taishang that it was all thanks to Gu Hai that the Rokudo Shinkuin was destroyed. Initially he did not think much of it. Now, Gu Hai destroyed the celestial murdering sword? Those were the Tongtian's treasures. What happened just now? With the Tongtian's strength he actually suffered a great loss in the hands of Gu Hai? Humph, Gu Hai, I'll remember this. The Scarlet Emperor said coldly. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Murong Yen, on the other hand, was absent-minded. It was as if she did not have an audience to talk to. At this moment she was looking at the distant sea alone. Her face revealed a hint of sadness. A heartbroken sadness was written all over her face. It was as if she did not care about anything else in the outside world. Although Taiwo was still repulsed by Gu Hai's words of wife, the disgust he had for Gu Hai had lessened significantly. At the very least, when the Scarlet Emperor spoke rudely just now, he stood up for him and gave the Scarlet Emperor a head-on blow. The Scarlet Emperor is at fault for not knowing how to speak. However, it's not up to you to lecture my people. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. Boom. The golden pattern of 64 trigrams suddenly appeared in the void around them. It was also at this moment that a goldenly hexagram rushed towards Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to be unable to move at this moment. It was as if the 64 trigrams had sealed the void around him. Screech. Kong Xian struggled with all his might and let out a shriek. The void shattered like glass. Kong Xian immediately broke free. However, the golden yen trigram was like a huge fireball. It crashed towards Kong Xian and instantly engulfed Kong Xian. Boom. Kong Xian was sent flying. His robe was instantly torn and he looked extremely pathetic. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his life entrapment blade and manipulated the stars in the starry sky. Boom. The stars aligned. A huge wave of murderous intent rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. The starlight shone brightly. It was the light of the 34 trigrams formation that was about to disintegrate. Jiang Lianshan could not tolerate Gu Hai. Similarly, Gu Hai could not tolerate Jiang Lianshan. The 64 trigrams revolved around them. The 34 trigrams formation in the starry sky gathered murderous intent. The battle between the two was about to break out. Stop! The Taishang sect master shouted anxiously. Boom. The Taiji diagram appeared, forming the power of yin and yang between Jiang Lianshan and Gu Hai. Dian and His Holiness. Ancient Emperor Rokudo Shinkuin is the greatest threat at this moment. Can we settle our personal grudges later? The Taishang shouted anxiously. Taishang came out to stop them. The Tong Tian sect master could only reluctantly fly beside Taishang. Separated by the two, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan stared coldly at each other. Kong Xian flew over and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I'm fine." Although Kong Xian hated Jiang Lianshan, he still considered the bigger picture for Gu Hai and did not pursue the matter. However, when Jiang Lianshan attacked just now, Kong Xian knew how strong he was. It was no wonder he could kill the 6 Dao Immortals. Ancient Emperor Kong Xian is fine. He also hit the Scarlet Emperor just now. It's a draw. What do you think? Taishang persuaded with a bitter smile. I asked Kong Xian to slap the Scarlet Emperor because he insulted my wife. That's why it's a draw. Jiang Lianshan also hit my subject. How can it be a draw? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai? What do you want? I gave you face not for you to be impudent to me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Gu Hai was calculative not because of his grudge. On one hand it was to seek justice for Taiwa. On the other hand, it was to establish his position in the battle against the 6 Dao Immortals. The disintegration light had stopped the Tong Tian from underestimating him. Now Jiang Lianshan was still high and mighty. Although he spoke politely, he did not think much of Gu Hai. For example, if Gu Hai was the Longzhangua and the Scarlet Emperor insulted the Longzhangua's wife and the Longzhangua slapped him, would Jiang Lianshan fall out with the Longzhangua? No, because their positions were equal. It was only right for the underlings to be taught a lesson. The battle against the 6 Dao Immortals was a battle of life and death. Gu Hai had to emphasize his position so that he would not be a pawn in the upcoming battle. Chapter 8:16. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan stared at each other coldly. The 64 hexagrams and 34 formations were in conflict, and a huge battle was about to break out. Taishang and Tong Tian stood in the middle of both sides, trying to dissuade them, but they didn't side with either side. Jiang Lianshan had the Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor and Fire Emperor behind him. Only Kong Xian stood behind Gu Hai. Zombie, if they attack again, no matter who they are, kill them. Taiwa glared and pointed at Jiang Lianshan. Yes. The leader of the zombies replied. At this moment, Taiwa stood on Gu Hai's side. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Fire Emperor, protect Murong Yen. If anything happens to Murong Yen, you will be held responsible. Jiang Lianshan shouted coldly. Yes. The three of them replied. Oh, you care so much about this beauty? Who was the one who wanted to disfigure my face just now? Stiffen, scratch her face for me. Taiwa glared at Murong Yen and pointed at her. You dare. Jiang Lianshan and Fire Emperor shouted at the same time. Boom. Jiang Yi instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed straight towards Murong Yen. How dare you? Jiang Lianshan's expression turned cold as he struck out with his palm. Formation rise. Gu Hai glared and waved his life entrapment blade. Wong. The stars in the sky shone brightly and were instantly annihilated, condensing into a disintegration light. Xiao. The disintegration light rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. Be careful. Taishang shouted anxiously. Taishang struck out with his palm towards Zombie. Boom. A loud sound rang out as a powerful ripple appeared in the air. The two palms were locked in a stalemate. What? Taishang's face sank as he exclaimed in surprise. Taishang had only used half of his strength, yet he was only on par with Jiang Yi? Was this just an island guard of Huashu Island? The disintegration light reached Jiang Lianshan almost instantly. Stiff one, come back. Taiwa shouted. Who? He stiffened and quickly retreated. Taishang, Tong Tian, and the future Buddha also abruptly retreated. Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 64 hexagrams rose into the sky. Sizzle. Above the void, the 64 hexagrams instantly melted into a layer of golden smoke and disappeared. More than half of the disintegration light was consumed, and a small portion of it instantly rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. What? Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened and he dodged instantly. Zzz. The disintegration light entered the sea and instantly disintegrated countless amounts of seawater, rushing straight to the Earth's core. Buzz. Gu Hai brandished the life entrapment blade, and more than 1,000 stars were arranged in the starry sky. An immense killing intent rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. 34 Great Array? Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened. The 64 hexagrams were destroyed. That was something that could even trap Rokudo Shinkuan. How? The Scarlet Emperor widened his eyes in shock. Who? Jiang Lianshan waved his hand, and another 64 hexagrams appeared in the void. However, this time it wasn't golden like before, but a blood-red 64 hexagrams. Hey Gu Hai, you are even better at hiding than Matriarch Ji. Jiang Lianshan revealed a cold expression. I have never been hiding. It's just that your information can't keep up with mine, Gu Hai said coldly. Taishang blocked the two of them again and said, the two of you stop fighting. If you continue to hurt each other, you will only give Rokudo Shinkuan an advantage. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan ignored him. At this moment, a strong gust of wind rushed towards them from afar. Boom. 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 4 figures appeared in the strong gust of wind. As they collided with the wind, huge waves formed in the surrounding seawater. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan, who were originally at loggerheads with each other, stopped fighting and looked at the 4 people who suddenly appeared warily. The strong gust of wind stopped, and the 4 figures stopped in front of everyone. The 3 men and 1 woman all had anxious looks on their faces. Taishang greets the 4 divine envoys. The Taishang sect master's eyes suddenly lit up. Future greets the 4 divine envoys. The future Buddha also bowed slightly. Divine envoys? Jiang Lianshan raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai was stunned because he actually recognized the faces of the 3 men among the 4 divine envoys. Gaochen? Ziwei? Changsheng? Gu Hai said in surprise. The 3 men frowned and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The 3 of them looked like Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. Heaven-grade zither, heaven-grade writing brush, and heaven-grade painting brush. However, their figures were extremely tall and sturdy. There was something different about them. Who are you? The man who looked like Gaochen said coldly. You don't recognize me? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng looked at each other. Doubt flashed in their eyes. Humph, kid, you know me? Ziwei said in a low voice. Before we came, we caught a few people and questioned them. It was all nonsense. Did you really come from 800,000 years in the future? Changxing said solemnly. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It seemed that they were not the three people he knew. However, their appearances were almost the same. There must be some connection. This is the map that you gave me in the future. Look at it. Is it familiar? Gu Hai handed a piece of beast skin to Changxing. Changxing was slightly stunned and reached out to take it. The others turned their heads as if they wanted to take a look. Everyone, this map is not something good. Don't peek. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Gu Hai immediately stopped the crowd. Humph, who would believe you? Hichu stared in disbelief and turned his head to take a peek. He saw an egg drawn on the map. An egg. Hichu was slightly stunned. Whoosh. The egg in the map suddenly rushed into Changsheng's body. Changsheng's body trembled. Is this the power of my law of vitality? Changsheng was shocked. Aya, my stomach, what's wrong with my stomach? Hichu suddenly exclaimed. Hichu's stomach was slowly growing bigger. Kongxian, Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Fire Emperor were all stunned. Obviously they had guessed what was going on. After all, the story of Gu Hai impregnating all the sages of the Wendao with a map was known to the world. Ah, Empress, save me. There's something in my stomach. Save me. Hichu was instantly terrified. Gu Hai, what's wrong with him? Taiwa asked worriedly. I warned him not to look just now, but he didn't listen. He's pregnant now. Gu Hai explained. Taishang sect master. Hichu. The future Buddha? Everyone suddenly froze. Did I hear wrongly? Only the Oracle of Eternal Life frowned slightly. The opportunity of immortality is endless? At this moment, Hichu's consciousness entered his body and confirmed this fact. Damn, is this real? There's really a little Hichu in my stomach? I don't have a gender. How can I be pregnant? God Emissary Longevity, save me, save me. He too immediately pounced towards God Emissary Longevity. Changxing waved his hand. Wang. A wave of emerald energy was absorbed by Changxing and fused into his body. This is the law that I control. Could it be that you are really people from 800,000 years in the future? Changxing frowned. Ziwei and Gaochen also looked at Gu Hai strangely. Only the fourth female divine envoy's face darkened. Changxing, don't be rash. Changxing frowned slightly. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. The female divine envoy bowed slightly. Divine envoy Hodu? Why are you here on Huashu Island? Taiwa was puzzled. We are here to see Mr. Fushi. Who are these people? Hodu was puzzled. They also want to see my brother and want to barge into Huashu Island. You came at the right time. My brother is in seclusion. Please help me chase them away. Taiwa pointed at Jiang Lianshan and the others. We will leave as soon as we see Fushi. The Scarlet Emperor immediately shouted. Hichu had just been attacked and now he was angry with Gu Hai and the others. Divine Envoy Hutu, they are all evil spirits. They killed 3 of Rokudo Shinkuan. You must capture them. Hichu said anxiously. The 4 divine envoys' faces darkened and immediately became alert. How strong was Rokudo Shinkuan? 3 of them were killed? Everyone, if I'm not wrong, the 4 of you should be the 4 divine beasts sent by the heavens to be in charge of stabilizing the world? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Gaochen suddenly laughed. However, according to our history, 1 year later the heavens were killed. Except for the black cat, all 4 of you died. No, Huda didn't. Gu Hai was stunned. Because 800,000 years later, there seemed to be a goddess Hutu in the netherworld? How dare you? The 4 divine envoys immediately glared at Gu Hai. However, there was a flash of worry in their eyes. 4 divine envoys, don't listen to this bunch of people. Hichu immediately shouted. Everyone was angry, but Huda waved her hand and said, all right, let's get down to business. Gaochen, Changxing, and Ziwei looked serious and nodded. Taiwa, we are indeed looking for Fushi. Why is he in seclusion? Huda frowned and said. Big Brother left a message saying that this seclusion is not a trivial matter. Even if the sky falls, we should not disturb him. Taiwa shook his head. Then what should we do? Gaochen asked anxiously. Why are you looking for Big Brother? Taiwa was puzzled. Tianyun is missing. Huda took a deep breath and said. 10 days ago, Tianyun suddenly said something inexplicable and we couldn't contact him. We have been looking for him for 10 days but we couldn't find him. We are worried that something has happened to him. Huda frowned. Oh, Tianyun? That cat? Gu Hai's expression changed. What did he say? Taiwa was puzzled. He said that someone wants to kill the heavens and that Rokudo Shinkuin lied to everyone, and that the creation of the world is a scam. Hodo solemnly said. Did Divine Envoy Tianyun say that? Taiwo was surprised. Impossible, how could Divine Envoy Tianyun say such things? Hichu was in disbelief. We've been looking around for the past few days and we found these strange people. However, their words are too ridiculous. Since Tianyun has disappeared, we have no choice but to do something about it. That's why we asked Fushi to help us divine where Tianyun is. What is said? Rokudo Shinkuin killed him. Kong Xian frowned. Huh. The four divine envoys glared at Kong Xian. Humph, I think he was killed by you evil demons. Hichu also glared. I can't help with Divine Envoy Tianyun's matter, but it is possible to know his whereabouts. Taiwo's expression changed. Oh. Hichu has the ability to predict the future, and with my cauldron of heaven and earth, he may be able to calculate Divine Envoy Tianyun's whereabouts. Didn't they say that 6 paths will kill the heavens in a year? We can take a look. Taiwo said solemnly. Yes, I can calculate. Don't worry, as long as I have the cauldron of heaven and earth, I can tell you the truth. Hichu said. Chapter 8:17. Everyone agreed with Taiwo's suggestion. In the eyes of Guhai and the others, if the Buddha could really predict the future, he would be able to convince them. Hodo obviously didn't believe Guhai and the others, but the recent news made her feel very conflicted. Taiwo didn't allow them to go to Huashu Island, so they didn't force him. The future Buddha took out a huge flying boat and everyone landed on the deck. The cauldron of heaven and earth is a treasure refined by my brother. It has the 8 trigrams on it and the universe inside. Hichu, you have the ability to predict the future. Now activate it. I want to know what will happen in the future. Did Rokudo Shinkuin kill the heavens? Also, was Tianyun captured or killed by Rokudo Shinkuin? Taiwo put down the cauldron of heaven and earth and asked solemnly. Help me find out if Tianyun is alive or dead. Also, where is he? Hodo asked worriedly. Just wait. Not only me but you will see it too. Hichu said confidently. After saying that, Hichu placed his hands on the cauldron of heaven and earth. The cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly, and the 8 trigrams on it emitted a rainbow-colored light. The aura of the 8 trigrams is very strange. Jiang Lianshan looked at the 8 trigrams in amazement. Mao Tianyun? Mastered the law of fire? Let me check. Hichu closed his eyes and activated the cauldron of heaven and earth to sense it. Boom. The cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly emitted a wisp of leaf fire, which instantly rushed into the sky. Then, the wisp of leaf fire seemed to turn into the shape of tree roots, entangling the void. With a gentle pull, countless flames were pulled out of the void. The law of fire? Reaching the origin of the law? The cauldron of heaven and earth? Hichu. So powerful. Taishang sect master exclaimed. Is Hichu's prediction accurate? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Legend has it that Hichu was a spiritual creature nurtured by the heavens and earth. There was a mysterious divine diagram on it, which was later comprehended by Fushi and created the 8 trigrams. Later on, Fushi enlightened Hichu and turned it into a spirit, turning it from a dead creature into a living person. After all, Hichu is a miraculous being. He has the ability to predict the future. With the cauldron of heaven and earth, he will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Buddha explained. Oh. Guhai looked at Hichu in surprise. Buzz buzz buzz. After a while, the cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. Then, it was as if countless pieces of information were being dragged into the cauldron from the void flame. Meow. A weak voice came from the cauldron. Oh, Tianyun's voice? Tian's eyes lit up. He's still alive, but his condition doesn't seem to be very good. Hichu said with a frown. Where is he? Hodo asked anxiously. Looking for him? Hichu closed his eyes and continued to operate the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this moment, Gaochen, Ziwei, Changsheng and Hutu were worried. They all thought of one person, Rokudo Shinkuin. No matter how much they didn't believe it, Mao Tianyun did say something bad about Rokudo Shinkuin before he disappeared. It was very likely that Rokudo Shinkuin was in the hands of Rokudo Shinkuin. Speaking of which, when Mao Tianyun had just returned from 800,000 years ago, he had met Rokudo Shinkuin. Meow. A weak voice came from the cauldron. Slowly, a picture appeared in the cauldron. In the picture, Mao Tianyun's appearance could be seen vaguely. In the picture, Mao Tianyun was struggling weakly in a bubble. The bubble enveloped Mao Tianyun, preventing him from escaping. At this moment, Mao Tianyun's body was full of injuries. He was extremely weak and seemed to have lost all his strength. He lay there and could only meow weakly as if he was crying for help. "Where is this?" Changxing asked anxiously. Pa. At this moment, a right hand suddenly appeared on the screen. The right hand grabbed the air bubble and the black cat together. "Look carefully." "Who is that?" Hudu asked anxiously. "Six Dao." The Fire Emperor frowned. "Wang." The picture finally became clear. The face of the person who caught Mao Tianyun was revealed. The moment they saw the face, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan's expressions changed. "Impossible." The Tong Tian sect master exclaimed in shock. "Old man Guanxi?" The Taishang sect master exclaimed in shock. In the picture, the person who caught Mao Tianyun was not Rokudo Shinkuin, but Old Man Guanxi? At this moment, Old Man Guanxi looked ferocious. He was holding the black cat in one hand and his eyes were filled with viciousness. "Husband." Murong Yen suddenly woke up from her sorrow. Looking at Old Man Guanxi in the picture, Murong Yen's eyes were filled with love. However, there was more resentment in her eyes. Why did Old Man Guanxi catch Mao Tianyun? Taiwa frowned and asked curiously. In the picture, Old Man Guanxi suddenly opened his mouth. The next moment, everyone who saw it felt as if they had been immobilized. Their scalps went numb. Old Mr. Guanxi picked up the black cat and slowly placed it in his mouth. Then he swallowed it together with the air bubble. "No, no." Ziwei screamed in shock. "He ate Tianyun? Bastard." Gaochen also shouted in shock. "This can't be real." Changxing was also shocked. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Gulp. In the scene, old Mr. Guanxi swallowed the black cat in one gulp. His throat heaved. He swallowed it? The Tong Tian sect master was confused. Did he really eat Tianyun? Huda's expression changed. The four messengers were furious. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Why did Old Man Guanxi swallow Mao Tianyun? Taiwa asked curiously. After old Mr. Guanxi swallowed Mao Tianyun, his pores suddenly seemed to release streams of fire. The moment the fire appeared, it burned everything in the surroundings. The outermost flames were yellow, the central flames were blue, and the innermost flames were pink. Old Man Guanxi's body is covered with the power of heart fire. Only Mao Tianyun can perform the heart fire dry spring. Old Man Guanxi swallowed Mao Tianyun and took away his control of the law of fire? He took away Mao Tianyun's power? Changsheng's expression changed. Where is he? Tell me where he is. I want to kill him. Huda said with a ferocious expression. Gaochen, Ziwei and Changsheng looked at the picture fiercely. Old Man Guanxi swallowed Mao Tianyun. The four of them wanted to cut Old Man Guanxi into pieces. Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan and the Tong Tian sect master were shocked. This Old Man Guanxi was different from the one they knew. Hichu, where is he? Huda shouted again. He is. Hichu could sense it. I can sense it. Hichu's eyes lit up. Just as Hichu was about to say something, the Old Man Guanxi in the picture seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked at them. Buzz. Everyone was shocked. Old Man Guanxi in the picture seemed to see everyone through the picture in the cauldron. His gaze swept over everyone. This is impossible. Hichu shouted in surprise. Everyone's expression changed. Old Man Guanxi in the picture suddenly smiled coldly. He seemed to be mocking them. Is he really looking at us? Gu Hai's face darkened. Old Man Guanxi in the picture suddenly swung his sleeve. Whoosh. Bam. The picture in the cauldron disappeared. Oof. He too coughed out a mouthful of blood as if he was being devoured by the image disappearing. What's going on? Where is he? Huda stared. No, I can't find him. He found out that I was spying on him. He cut off all my senses. I can't find him. I can't find him. Hichu said bitterly. Can't find him? Everyone was shocked. Evil spirit, he is really an evil spirit. He even wants to eat the oracle. Hichu said in horror. Murong Yen, you are Old Man Guanxi's wife. What do you think Old Man Guanxi is doing? The Tong Tian sect master said in a deep voice. Murong Yen looked sad, but she shook her head and didn't say anything. Murong Yen. The Tong Tian sect master stared as if he wanted to force Murong Yen to speak. Tong Tian. Jiang Lianshan looked cold and stood in front of Tong Tian. Jiang Lianshan, you are still protecting her? The Tong Tian sect master stared. Don't force her. Come at me. Also, you were set up by old man Guanxi. If you have the ability, go find him. Don't make a fool of yourself. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Humph, Jiang Lianshan. Tong Tian seemed to be angry. That's enough. Hutu shouted. Everyone looked at Hutu. Hichu, can't you find old man Guanxi? Hutu looked terrible. I can't find him. For oracles, did you see it? Did you see it just now? That old man Guanxi is the biggest monster. These people are all monsters. They slandered Rokudo Shinkuin and killed Rokudo Shinkuin and Divine Envoy Skycloud. They even made up lies. We can't let them go. Hichu shouted. Gu Hai and the others looked at Hichu coldly. So much nonsense. Hurry up and continue the divination. I want to know what will happen in a year. Is Rokudo Shinkuin going to kill the heavens? Taiwa said solemnly. Taiwa had a good impression of Gu Hai, but he didn't immediately deny Gu Hai. However, the four divine beasts looked at Gu Hai and the others with cold eyes. Fine. Just now we were just tracking Divine Envoy Skycloud. Now we are going to predict the future. Don't touch me. I need to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth. Hichu shouted. With that, Hichu closed his eyes again and activated the cauldron of heaven and earth. Bus. As the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled, a large amount of white fog emerged. Something's wrong. The future is chaotic? It's so difficult to predict. Hichu said anxiously. Everyone waited patiently. Hichu seemed to have encountered a difficult situation and was sweating profusely. He had an anxious look on his face. About 2 hours later, a blurry image slowly condensed into form. In the image was old man Guanxi. Him again? The four divine beasts' faces sank. In the image, old man Guanxi seemed to be fighting with someone. As he fought, a trace of madness appeared on his face. When I kill all Rokudo Shinkuin, everything in this world will be mine. The heavens are dead. I Guanxi am the new heavens. I will reverse everything. My love, wait for me. Chapter 8:18. After I kill all the Rokudo Shinkuin, everything in this world will be mine. The heavens are dead and I, Guanxi, am the new heavens. I will reverse everything. My lover, wait for me. My lover, wait for me. Old man Guanxi shouted the last sentence in a desolate tone. However, other than Murong Yen who cried, the rest of the people who heard old man Guanxi's first sentence felt chills running down their spines. Bam! The image suddenly collapsed and the surrounding smoke suddenly disappeared as well. However, the surrounding people were silent for a long time. How did this happen? What is old man Guanxi doing? Scarlet Emperor stared blankly. He is an evil demon, see? Divine Envoy, they are evil demons. That old man Guanxi is the biggest demon. He wants to kill the Rokudo Shinkuin. He wants to kill the heavens. This is what he said. Quick, take them down. Hichu shouted anxiously. Taiwa's expression also turned ugly. However, he still looked at Hichu and asked, Hichu, are you sure? I can't be wrong. The future has become blurry. I have used the cauldron of heaven and earth to push open the clouds and see what is inside. Empress, didn't you see it? Old man Guanxi said everything. Hichu said anxiously. What about 1 year later? Taiwa asked in a low voice. 1 year later? I can't see it anymore. Hichu was stunned. What do you mean you can't see it anymore? It's more troublesome to find out the truth. What's so difficult about seeing the scene 1 year later? Taiwa frowned. Hichu quivered and suddenly said in shock. If I can't see it 1 year later, could it be that I am dead? If I die 1 year later, I can't see the future anymore. Am I killed too? When he thought of this, he too immediately revealed a terrified expression. Evil demons, you want to kill me? Or does old man Guanxi want to kill me? Hichu was terrified. The four divine beasts looked at Gu Hai and the rest fiercely. At this moment, Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Tongtian sect master were also at a loss. Didn't old man Guanxi want to kill Rokudo Shinkuin? No, he wants to seize the entire world? Old man Guanxi? This is really a big game. Tong Tian said with a ferocious expression. He wants to see the heavens, the earth, the past and the present. His goal is to see the immortals? He wants to use us to become an immortal? Jiang Lianshan said with an ugly expression. But Rokudo Shinkuin will succeed in our future, won't he? Gu Hai looked at the Tong Tian and said in a low voice. 6 Immortal Dome? No, history has changed since we came here 800,000 years ago. The Tong Tian sect master said hatefully. Not necessarily. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. If history changes, will you still exist? Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Tongtian sect master was slightly stunned. Gu Hai himself might not be affected. After all, Gu Hai came from the 30 Immortal Dome. But this was not the case for the rest of them. Without the foundation of history, how could there be a foundation for the future? The fact that they did not disappear meant that history was still there. Divine Envoy, let's report this to Rokudo Shinkuin immediately. Let's get rid of these evil demons. Hichu said anxiously. Gaochen, Ziwei and Changxing frowned, but Huda's expression turned ugly. Hichu, you're not lying to me? Lie? Are you suspecting that I deliberately lied to you? How is that possible? I swear on my life that it is absolutely true. Besides, this cauldron of heaven and earth can only predict. How can I fake it? Also, I'll die 1 year later? I'll be killed too? It must be them. That old man Guanxi wants to kill Rokudo Shinkuin and the heavens. They are demons. Hichu shouted crazily. Anyone who was certain that they would die would be emotional. The 4 divine beasts looked coldly at Gu Hai's group. Although the 4 divine beasts believed in the prediction, they were still skeptical. Old man Guanxi is the culprit. The most important thing now is to inform the heavens. Buddha suddenly said. That's right. We must inform the heavens. Gaochen said. But the heavens are not in this immortal dome. They went to the void with the 6 paths heavenly deity to find a perfect place to create the world, Ziwei said anxiously. Why now? Create the world? Rokudo Shinkuin's immortal dome has not been perfectly preserved in the void. How can a monster like Guanxi appear? What should we do if we can't contact the heavens? Changxing said anxiously. Inform Rokudo Shinkuin? His heavenly deity body went to the void with the heavens. Through the other bodies of the 6 paths, we can inform the heavens? Gaochen's expression changed. If we want to inform, the 6 paths should have already done so. I'm worried that something else has happened. Buddha said anxiously. Then what should we do? Everyone was worried. Go to the void. Buddha, you go to the void. You go to the heavens. Hichu suddenly shouted. Go to the void? Buddha frowned. That's right, only when firmament returns can we reverse the situation. We need to make some preparations. You go find firmament because he trusts you the most and trusts you the most. If you go, he will definitely return. He too said anxiously. Buddha frowned. Once he goes to the void, he will not be able to contact us. It will be very dangerous. Gaochen said worriedly. You don't want to save Mao Tianyun? You want to watch the heavens die? Buddha, you go. I have a feeling that if you go to the heavens, history will be different. Hichu said anxiously. You said history will be different? Buddha stared at Hichu. Hichu's face froze. That was his vision. However, he could predict the future. They would only believe him if he confirmed it. That's right. I predicted that if you go, everyone will come back to life. Mao Tianyun, the heavens, Rokudo Shinkuin, and all of us will come back to life. Hichu said confidently. That was because he was going to die in a year's time. He had to try anything to save himself. All right, I will go and try. I will enter the void from the Yellow Springs Road. Buddha said. We will go too. Gaochen shouted. No, you guys stay. Buddha will go. If you stay, you can delay old man Guanxi and do many other things. Hichu said anxiously. Hichu needed Gaochen and the others to deal with Gu Hai. Naturally, he did not want them to leave. You predicted it again? Buddha said. That's right. Hichu said stubbornly. All right, we will listen to you for a while. If I find out that you lied to me when I come back, I will make you suffer worse than death. Buddha said coldly. I definitely did not lie to you. Please return to the heavens as soon as possible. Hichu gritted his teeth and said. If he died, all threats would be useless. Of course, he too was adamant. Buddha took a deep look at the river diagram, then took a step forward and disappeared from where she was. Where did she go? Hichu was stunned. Buddha went to the Yellow Springs Road. She went to the void. Gaochen explained. That's good. Hichu sighed. However, his face was still very ugly. Empress, why don't we ask the master to come out and kill old man Guanxi? Hichu said expectantly. Shut up. Taiwa glared at him. My brother said that no one is allowed to disturb him. No matter what, even if the sky collapses. Moreover, you can ask Zombie E and the others if they agree. Taiwa said coldly. The zombie leader at the side finally took the initiative to speak. Island Master said that if anyone dares to disturb Island Master's seclusion, We will not hesitate to die together. Everyone's face turned ugly. Murong Yen, in the scene just now, I remember old man Guanxi said, I will reverse everything. My love, wait for me. What does that mean? Aren't you old man Guanxi's wife? Why aren't you with him? Solemnly Guhai said. Guhai. Everyone looked at Murong Yen. Murong Yan's eyes reddened. She bit her lips and felt very sad. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Jiang Lianshan said gently. No, we must make her say it clearly. Divine envoys, she is the wife of evil demon old man Guanxi. She must know a lot of things. Take her down. Hichu said anxiously. Shut up. Taiwa scolded Hichu. Jiang Lianshan also looked at Hichu with a cold expression, causing Hichu to tremble. Gaochen, Changsheng and Ziwei frowned slightly, but they were not used by Hichu. Just now Hichu asked Hutu to find heaven. That was a righteous reason, so the three of them did not say anything. But now how could they be your lackeys? Murong Yen shook her head and looked at Guhai, saying, Me? I am his wife, not her. I am Murong Yen, not the real Murong Yen. Guhai's expression changed. Everyone was stunned. The people that Rokudo Shinkoin killed lost their 3 souls. No matter how powerful my husband is, he can't find my 3 souls. Murong Yen said mournfully. Suddenly, Guhai thought of Rokudo Shinkoin's eye of life and death. Wasn't it the same as him? The 3 souls of the people he killed were taken away. Then aren't you? Jiang Lianshan was slightly stunned. He used a Godao ritual array to condense my soul. He condensed the 3 souls in his heart that most closely resembled Murong Yen. I am Murong Yen. He treated me very well in the past. However, every time he hugged me he would cry. I understood that he had been lying to himself all this time. One day he could no longer lie to me, so he ignored me. I'm just a substitute. Murong Yen cried. Although Murong Yen was condensed from a Godao ritual array, Murong Yan's emotions were almost the same as the real person. He didn't dare to look at me, but I couldn't convince him. After all, I'm fake. What? Why am I not real? Murong Yen cried sadly. Fake. The White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor looked at Murong Yen in shock. Jiang Lianshan seemed to have known all along. He looked at Murong Yen with a complicated expression. However, his eyes were still very gentle. There was a hint of love in his eyes. Fake. No wonder. No wonder old man Guanxi ignored you the last time he saw you. Is Yen'er dead? I hate it. I hate it. Why did I let Yen'er leave Dian? I hate it. The Fire Emperor said with a sorrowful expression. Is old man Guanxi still thinking about Murong Yen? There was a stubbornness in his heart. He had to save Murong Yan's 3 souls. Since he's already sure that you're fake, why does he still allow you to exist? Guhai asked with a frown. I don't know either. Murong Yen shook her head. He probably can't bear to. Otherwise he wouldn't have avoided you on purpose. This means that he still has you in his heart. Guhai sighed softly. What did you say? Murong Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at Guhai. I'm guessing that old man Guanxi has you in his heart. If it's not the dead Murong Yen, then it's you. However, as he poured his feelings into you, he became afraid. He was afraid that he would forget that Murong Yen. He was afraid that he would mistake you for that Murong Yen. That's why he avoided you. Because he has you in his heart, he didn't get rid of you easily. It's just that he can't forget you. Guhai said in a low voice. Really? Murong Yan's tears suddenly turned into a smile. Her previous depression had completely disappeared. Guhai nodded. Thank you, Mr. Good. Murong Yen smiled as she wiped her tears. Chapter 8:19. In a hall on Guhai's flying boat. Guhai looked at the 3 people in front of him, Gaochen, Ziwei and Changsheng. I have already described the situation of the 3 of you after 800,000 years. Do you have any other questions? Guhai looked at the 3 of them. Is my singing that bad? No, this is Little Radish. You condensed it with the formation. I sang it just now. It's very good. The peak of Guqing Dao, the golden sound nourishes the soul. It's a good song. Gaochen said with a frown. Get lost, don't sing in front of me in the future. Look, even Kong Xian can't stand it. Changxing glared at him. You still have the nerve to talk about me? I almost fell for your trick just now. What the hell are you drawing? Gaochen glared at him. What do you know? That's the origin of life, the creation of chaos. That egg can create life. I didn't expect that I would be able to hide the power of law in my pen in the future. Eggs are really the most wonderful thing in the world. Changxing said immediately. Ziwei at the side said, "Ba, your divine beast body is in the shape of an egg. No wonder you can draw an egg after 800,000 years. 800,000 years later, I'm in trouble because of you. You're not any better. The poem you recited almost turned us into fertilizer," Changxing shouted. "That's fertile soil." Ziwei glared. "Your current divine beast form is rotten fertile soil. You won't let us have an easy time even if you reincarnate." Changxing glared. Gu Hai looked at the three of them talking and realized that the three of them didn't like each other after 800,000 years. It started now. "The three of you, did you believe what I said earlier?" Gu Hai asked doubtfully. The three of them stopped quarreling. After a moment of silence, Gaochen nodded. "Actually, we believed it before we saw you." Gu Hai was slightly stunned. "In order to find Mao Tianyun, we found many people like you. We threatened, lured, and even refined your souls. We interrogated you many times but you couldn't accept it. Otherwise, do you think Hudu was so easily manipulated by Hichu?" Gaochen said solemnly. "It's good that you believe me." Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. "We never expected that Rokudo Shinkuin would actually be able to kill his way up to the heavens. In the past his image had been too lofty. Legends of the six Daos were everywhere and everyone respected him. But who would have thought? Not long ago he told the heavens that he wanted to create a new and perfect immortal dome, to give all living beings a vaster world. He wanted to create a new world that could exist in the void, just like our immortal dome." Gaochen explained. "There is a lesser immortal dome in the six paths, but its laws are incomplete. I heard that at the edge of the immortal dome time is slowed down and space is distorted. It is the opposite of void and existence. A perfect immortal dome has countless laws that complement each other to support the immortal dome and prevent it from being consumed by the void. How could a lesser immortal dome resist the consumption of the void and create a new world?" Gu Hai frowned. He said he could. The heavens were fooled by his appearance and believed him. They gave him all kinds of help, making the six paths the strongest and perfecting his immortal dome. For him, the heavens left our world and went to the void. Once there, the heavens cut off its connection with the common people. Many of its powers can no longer be used. Perhaps something bad will happen to it. Immortal Longevity's expression was unsightly. "Will you attack Rokudo Shinkuin?" Gu Hai asked solemnly. The three of them looked at each other and remained silent for a while. "According to history, we were reincarnated. Perhaps the three of us died because we resisted Rokudo Shinkuin. Because we resisted, we died." Ziwei said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. The three were silent for a while. Gaochen said solemnly, "Although we will die if we do not resist, we will live in cowardice for the rest of our lives. You said that we can be revived after 800,000 years? Why not fight? But I cannot guarantee that history will not change." Gu Hai said solemnly. "Aha, wouldn't it be better if we win?" Changxing laughed. Seeing the resolve of the three, Gu Hai stood up and bowed to them solemnly. "Ancient Emperor, there is no need for this. We are also doing this for the heavens. When the heavens are in trouble, how can we do our best to save them and not do anything? We are not worthy of the recognition he gave us in the past." The three cried out. "No, I have to thank the three of you for this bow." Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. The three of them looked at each other and did not stop him. "There are still 7 days. I hope the three of you can help me." Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. "We will do our best. In truth, the three of us may not be a match for Rokudo Shinkuin. He is too strong now." The three smiled bitterly. "That will be enough," Gu Hai said with a smile. Just as they were talking. "Your Majesty, Murong Yen requests an audience." Kong Xian called from outside the hall. Gu Hai stepped out of the hall. Outside the hall, Murong Yen stood quietly. Seeing Gu Hai and the other three approach, she bowed slightly. "Greetings to Mr. Good. Murong Yen, there is no need for formalities." Gu Hai avoided her. At the same time, Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan's flying boat. At this point, the Fire Emperor looked at them with discomfort. "Ancient Emperor, we will take our leave for now." Solemnly, Gaochen said Gaochen. "All right." Gu Hai nodded. The three of them immediately stepped away and left temporarily. "Murong Yen, why don't we go to the pavilion over there?" Gu Hai did not invite Murong Yen into the hall. Murong Yen smiled and nodded. The two of them walked to the pavilion not far away. From afar, the Fire Emperor saw that Murong Yen did not enter Gu Hai's hall. His brows relaxed slightly. "Murong Yen, I wonder why you are looking for me?" Gu Hai asked curiously. The two of them sat down. Murong Yen was silent for a while before speaking. Mr. Good, let me tell you a story about Murong Yen. I hope you don't mind. That's exactly what I want. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. On Phoenix Island in the East Sea, there was a peony flower. It had been nourished by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for many years. Gradually, it developed spirituality and was about to transform into a demon. Before it transformed, the fragrance of the peony flower wafted in all directions. This attracted a large number of demonic beasts. Just as the peony demon transformed, they pounced on it, wanting to devour it to raise their cultivation levels. The peony flower was about to be destroyed by the demonic beasts. At this point, a hoe descended from the sky, chasing away all the demonic beasts. At that time, the peony demon had transformed and was in despair. Being saved by this hoe, her heart trembled. She was moved to tears. The person who wielded the hoe was Jiang Lianshan. Such a beautiful peony, this is the first time I've seen it. Jiang Lianshan was instantly mesmerized by the peony flower. Thank you, benefactor. The peony demon bowed down gratefully. What's your name? I don't have a name. Benefactor, please give me one. Your smile is beautiful, more beautiful than thousands of flowers. Let's call you Yen. Thank you, benefactor. Yen, you've just transformed and have no cultivation level. It's not safe for you to wander around. How about this? I'll be a good person to the end. I'll arrange for you to stay with the Fire Emperor first. When I'm done with the Imperial Court, I'll bring you over. Yen naturally didn't reject Jiang Lianshan's arrangement. At that time, Yen intelligence was limited. When Jiang Lianshan descended from the sky, Yen heart fell on Jiang Lianshan. She felt that the world of transformation was incomparably beautiful. Phoenixes were a beautiful race. However, when Yen arrived, her beauty overwhelmed all the other phoenixes. Her entire body emitted the fragrance of peonies, causing the phoenixes to be extremely fond of her. At that time, many phoenixes chased after Yen. However, Yen's heart was completely on Jiang Lianshan. No one agreed. Even the Fire Emperor at that time fell in love with Yen because of her pure and kind nature. He confessed a few times, but Yen didn't agree. Her heart was only on Jiang Lianshan, and she didn't let anyone else enter her heart. Jiang Lianshan also came to Phoenix Island often. Every time he came, Yen was extremely happy. Until one time, Jiang Lianshan suddenly had an arrangement for Yen. He hoped that Yen would help him complete a huge task. He asked for Yen's opinion. Let Yen seduce other men? Because Yen was too beautiful, and the pure aura on her could infect many people. Yen was very sad. However, this was Jiang Lianshan's request. Yen agreed with a sense of grievance. Jiang Lianshan used a great method to reincarnate Yen into the family of an official of the Deqian celestial dynasty. That official's surname was Murong. Yen reincarnated into Murong Yen. Although Yen's appearance changed a little, it couldn't hide her beauty. Jiang Lianshan arranged a series of coincidences to let Murong Yen meet Long Zhanghua. Again and again the coincidences moved Long Zhanghua's heart. At this moment Long Zhanghua found out that the Murong Yen was a spy sent by Jiang Lianshan. There was evidence of treason, so he punished the Murong Yen. No matter how much Murong Yen begged for mercy, he didn't care. Back then, in order to attract Long Zhanghua's attention, Murong Yen held a poetry festival in the Deqian celestial dynasty, which attracted the admiration of many talented people. When the Murong Yen was punished, Murong Yen was also arrested. Many talented people pleaded for mercy, including the Day 1 celestial dynasty's Shiyu the Great. In order to calm the commotion, Long Zhanghua used thunderous methods to kill the other members of the Murong family. Jiang Lianshan planned to let Murong Yen leave the Deqian celestial dynasty and escape near the Sky Chess Pavilion. Because of a coincidence, she met the old man Guanxi at that time. Originally, it was to attract old man Guanxi's attention. However, old man Guanxi was too obsessed with chess, so he remained indifferent. Murong Yen used all her tricks, but she couldn't get the old man Guanxi's attention. Murong Yen was incomparably pure. Her acting couldn't fool Long Zhanghua, nor could she fool old man Guanxi. However, old man Guanxi was slowly attracted by her pure and kind nature. Murong Yen also discovered old man Guanxi's kindness after a series of tricks. Unknowingly, she also fell in love with the old man Guanxi. The two's feelings for each other improved. Unknowingly, the two walked together and even became husband and wife. When Jiang Lianshan heard the news, he was furious. On the day of the two's wedding he came to make a big fuss. No, at that time Long Zhanghua and the Fire Emperor also came together to snatch Murong Yan. However, Murong Yan's heart had already fallen for old man Guanxi. Long Zhanghua was filled with regret. He shouldn't have killed the Murong family in order to establish his authority. The Fire Emperor was filled with regret. He shouldn't have let Murong Yan go. Jiang Lianshan was filled with regret. However, Murong Yan was never coming back. Murong Yan's heart was completely tied to old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi loved Murong Yan even more. Even if he had to become enemies with everyone, he wouldn't let Murong Yan go. At that time they had a good fight. However, no one knew the result. In the end, old man Guanxi took out the immortal dome as a betrothal gift. It was also considered to be for Murong Yan. However, he fulfilled his wish and gave the immortal dome to everyone. Murong Yan smiled as she reminisced. Gu Hai listened quietly. Only old man Guanxi knows how to cherish the people in front of him. Long Zhanghua, Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor? Only when you lose them will you know how to cherish them. Old man Guanxi is still the one who thinks clearly. Gu Hai was silent for a while before speaking. Him? He's an idiot. Apart from playing chess he doesn't care about anything else. How could he think clearly? Murong Yan smiled as she reminisced. Idiot? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, when it comes to relationships he's a blockhead. I used to give him so many hints but he didn't understand. He was always polite to me and clumsy. However, when we confirmed our relationship, my husband suddenly changed. In the past he was obsessed with chess. After that, he became obsessed with me. He even wanted to bring me around the world and make me give birth to many babies for him. He even named all of them. Murong Yan smiled excitedly. Bring you around the world? That old man Guanxi is really good to you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, he's really good. He tells me everything and usually just keeps me company. Otherwise he would play chess with himself. Murong Yan said happily as she reminisced about the past. Play chess with himself? Playing chess alone, he's really in a good mood. Gu Hai laughed. No, he's not alone. He's playing chess with himself. Murong Yan shook her head. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Playing chess with oneself, isn't that the same person? When we played chess there were two husbands. One was the main body and the other, he said that it would be him tomorrow. Murong Yan recalled. Him tomorrow? To old man Guanxi? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. At that time the other husband was vague like smoke. My husband said that he used the law of time and could play chess with his future self. Only he could understand himself best. Only he could increase his Go skills the fastest. Murong Yan explained. The law of time? Leading to the future? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. At this moment he finally understood why old man Guanxi's Go skills were so strong. It was because he had 100,000 Go puzzles, because he had a bunch of Go manuals, and because he had spent more than 200 million years in the 18th layer of hell to strengthen himself. Old man Guanxi was playing chess with his future self to strengthen himself? My husband's Go skills grew stronger and stronger, and he gradually learned about the 6 paths of reincarnation. Those dead souls were destroyed and he told me about Immortal 6 paths scheme. He told me not to meddle in other people's business, but I couldn't help it. Murong Yan suddenly burst into tears. You were found out by the Immortal of 6 Daos and killed by him? Old man Guanxi wanted to avenge you? He went crazy to avenge you? Gu Hai's expression froze. Yes. Murong Yan nodded. Wait, I remember Long Zhanghua said that you were going to tell the world about Immortal 6 paths scheme? However, old man Guanxi was by your side. Since he chose not to meddle in other people's business, he would definitely be careful of you. How could you tell the world when old man Guanxi wasn't paying attention? You couldn't have hidden it from old man Guanxi, right? Gu Hai was puzzled. Jiang Lianshan helped me. Murong Yan said bitterly. Jiang Lianshan? He was using you? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. In that case, Long Zhanghua and old man Guanxi were both heaven-defying because of Murong Yan, but the mastermind was Jiang Lianshan? Was it Jiang Lianshan who started the war against 6 paths again and again? Long Zhanghua was used by Jiang Lianshan, and old man Guanxi was also used by Jiang Lianshan? That's not right. I remember that Jiang Lianshan looked at you with a kind of adoration. Why would he let you die? You want to use your death to incite great chaos? Gu Hai frowned slightly. At that time the Black Emperor came to help me. He said that Jiang Lianshan asked him to help me. Unfortunately, you know what happened later. Murong Yan smiled bitterly. Black Emperor? The Black Emperor rebelled and was killed by Jiang Lianshan. Could it be that the Black Emperor carried out Jiang Lianshan's plan behind Jiang Lianshan's back when Jiang Lianshan was hesitating? Gu Hai's face darkened. If that was the case, then everything made sense for the Black Emperor to fall. Maybe. Murong Yen said bitterly. Everything is so complicated. Jiang Lianshan plotted against Old Man Guanxi, but Old Man Guanxi plotted against him. Gu Hai sighed. Mr. Good, I came here to ask you for a favor. Murong Yen suddenly knelt down. Don't. If you have something to say, just say it. If I can do it, I will do it. Don't kneel before me. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and stepped aside. My husband said that when he returned to 800,000 years ago, he had already made up his mind to die. He set up the immortal slaying chess game. This is a dead end. He was determined to die. If he failed, he would die completely. Originally, only he could solve this dead end. He couldn't solve it himself. But later he said that you have amazing chess skills. Maybe you can solve it. Murong Yen looked at Gu Hai. Immortal slaying chess game? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, so I beg you. If my husband loses, please help him solve this dead end. I don't want him to die even if I have to replace him. Please help me. Murong Yen knelt before Gu Hai and cried. Murong Yen, please get up. Gu Hai helped Murong Yen up and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I beg you. The person in the picture 3 days ago was not my husband. He was not a bad person. He never fought with others. He used to play chess alone. If he didn't meet me, he would hide in his room and play chess every day. If I didn't die, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. He is a good person. Please save him. Murong Yen cried. I can't promise you anything, but I believe that Old Man Guanxi is not a bad person. But I didn't see the immortal slaying chess game. How can I help him? I'll try my best. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Thank you, Mr. Good. Murong Yen wiped her tears and stood up. I can't promise you anything. But if I can save myself and if I can, I will help. Gu Hai said solemnly. Thank you. That's enough. That's enough. Murong Yen wiped her tears and said gratefully. In the distance, on Jiang Lianshan's airship, the Fire Emperor saw Murong Yen kneeling before Gu Hai. He clenched his fists and prepared to go over. Fire Emperor, don't go over. Jiang Lianshan's voice came from behind him. But, His Holiness, the Fire Emperor said anxiously. Sigh. Jiang Lianshan's dejected sigh could be heard from the main hall. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai's injuries were healed. Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, Taishang, Tong Tian and the future Buddha stood on the deck of the airship as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Taiwa's Empress, I'll leave Murong Yen in your hands. Jiang Lianshan said gratefully to Taiwa. Don't worry. Murong Yen will follow me to the island. Taiwa replied. He's here. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. Boom. A strong gust of wind blew and a figure in a Taoist robe appeared on the ocean not far from them. Rokudo Shinkuin, the demon is over there. Hichu shouted excitedly. Rokudo Shinkuin's face turned cold as he looked at everyone. Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai? Tong Tian? Taishang? You're all gathered together? Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. You fused with Qing Emperor? Which body are you? Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. Qing Emperor? Hey Jiang Lianshan, you're really good at scheming. Unfortunately, you've schemed against yourself in the end. Rokudo Shinkuin sneered. You used a strand of Qing Emperor's soul to nurture a puppet Qing Emperor. This Qing Emperor doesn't have any feelings for you, but he knows you like the back of his hand? He won't help you. I'm the fire god's body. Today none of you can escape. Rokudo Shinkuin snorted. Just as Rokudo Shinkuin was about to attack. Boom! Another strong gust of wind blew and a second Rokudo Shinkuin appeared. Guqin? Gu Hai's face sank. The second Rokudo Shinkuin flew in the air and looked at everyone coldly. At this time, the first Rokudo Shinkuin saluted the second Rokudo Shinkuin. Man god's body? Even you are here? The fire god's body was surprised. The man god's body seemed to have a higher status as he only grunted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at everyone. Chapter 820. The two Rokudo Shinkuin stood in the sky and looked down at the experts. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. You have formed an alliance? The fire god's body sneered. Alliance? How we just have the same goal. If you don't die, the common people will die. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. A mob. The fire god's body said coldly. A mob? I killed 3 of your bodies, didn't I? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Water god's body? Metal god's body? Wood god's body? The 3 weakest ones, hee. The fire god's body said coldly. The deity's body looked at Huashu Island with narrowed eyes. Oh, Fushi didn't come out today? The deity's body said. Perfected cultivator, my master is in seclusion. They're just hanging around here. Hichu shouted. Shut up. Taiwa stared at Hichu. Oh, Fushi is in seclusion? It seems that my trip was unnecessary? The deity's body frowned. What do you mean? Dominator of 6 paths, you want to kill my brother? Taiwa stared at the deity's body. Taiwa? Didn't they tell you about the future? The deity's body sneered. Could it be? Are they telling the truth? Taiwa stared at the deity's body. Impossible, perfected cultivator, how could you kill the gods? Ichu was shocked. Anyway, none of you can escape today. Since Fushi is dead, I must have killed him. So what if you are together? None of you can escape. The deity's body said coldly. How is this possible? Ichu was shocked. The Rokudo Shinkuin that he had been protecting was going to kill them? Let's not talk nonsense. Come, Rokudo Shinkuin. Since I killed you last time, I guess your doppelgangers must have memories of the past. My world of divinity. Open. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. Suddenly, countless 64 hexagrams appeared in the void, and the void rippled. Slowly, it seemed to form a giant transparent sphere that enveloped Jiang Lianshan. A small world arranged by 64 hexagrams? In the past, you and Matriarch Ji did manage to kill the golden god body. However, you only managed to suppress it. Do you really think that this world can suppress me? The same move is useless against me. The fire god physique said in a cold voice. Boom. The fire god's body immediately stepped into the Zhou-Yi small world. The small world instantly became chaotic. It was like a huge ball of mud floating in the air. The Fire Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the White Emperor all stepped in. Eldest senior brother? The Tongtian sect master looked at the Taishang sect master. The Taishang sect master glanced at the humanoid god's body not far away. From the way the fire god body bowed to the human god body, it could be seen that the human god body was much stronger than the fire god body. Am I really going to ignore Guhai? However, the Tongtian had a trace of hatred for Guhai. Without waiting for Taishang to react, he stepped in. Buzz. He entered the world of divination. Sigh. The Taishang smiled bitterly and could only follow him in. Compared to other things, the Taishang cared more about the safety of the Tongtian. Moreover, if they focused their firepower on killing the fire god physique, they would immediately return to help Guhai. Only the human god physique was left in the air. Taishang? The Tongtian? He didn't help you this time? The human god physique looked at Guhai with a cold smile. I am on bad terms with the Tongtian. Naturally, he won't help me, Guhai said in a low voice. Oh. The human god physique was confused. I want to know if Guqin is safe in your body? Guhai asked in a low voice. You are still thinking about Guqin at this time? You really don't know what's good for you. The water god physique is my weakest physique. Do you think it can create another miracle? He is still here. Do you still want to save him? Well, just like last time, if you beat me until I am weak, I will let his will be the first to wake him up. What do you think? The human god physique sneered. That's great. Guhai sneered. You? Kongxian? Future Buddha? 3 divine beasts? That's all? Oh, and Huashu Island. The human god physique looked at everyone with a cold smile. No need for them. I am enough. Guhai said coldly. Boom. Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei immediately slapped Guhai's back. Waves of energy surged into Guhai's body. Ah. Guhai's face contorted in pain as he roared. Rumble. Guhai's body emitted a powerful aura. As soon as the aura was released, huge waves rose from the surrounding sea. Human soul domination again? Is this the pinnacle energy? Ha ha ha, you couldn't even deal with the water god physique when you used the pinnacle energy. You want to deal with me? The human god physique sneered. It's different this time. Long Zhangguo's pinnacle energy was limited and could only last for 2 hours. But this time, the 3 divine beasts used the power of law to activate the pinnacle energy, which can last for a day. Guhai said coldly. A day? So what if it's a day? Do you know how to use the human soul energy? The human god physique sneered. Kongxian, tear open the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. We are going to enter the 18th layer of hell. Guhai said solemnly. Gu Hai's body was now full of energy. In the past, when he used the 9 cycles of Heavenly Cycle, his strength could even shatter a star system. Such a powerful force naturally couldn't be used here. Screech. Boom. With a screech, Kang Xian turned into a 3,000 zhang large peacock. Demonic qi surged out from his body and dyed the sky black. With a swipe of his peacock claw, he tore a huge hole in the void. Oh, you're not going to ask for Fushi's help? Good ambition, but I'm looking forward to killing Fushi. Roar. The human god physique roared. The mouth of the deity man's body suddenly produced a monstrous suction force. As soon as the suction force appeared, it immediately tore many cracks in the void. What? Kang Xian's face changed. Roar. Kang Xian also opened his mouth and began to suck. Kang Xian's suction force was extremely strong. In the past he had swallowed Tai Yi, the second future Buddha, and many other great demons. But in front of the human god physique, it was nothing. Huff. Kang Xian was pulled toward the human god physique in an instant. Kang Xian could not withstand the suction force from the human god physique's mouth at all. Impossible. Oh. Kang Xian screamed in horror. Zhou Tianjiu. Gu Hai slashed with his life-extinguishing saber. Boom. Purple light shone on the Tong Tian. It was about to hit the human god physique in an instant. Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei immediately struck out with their palms. The palms carried the power of law, and the void was instantly shrouded in golden, green, and brown light. Their terrifying power was not much weaker than Zhou Tianjiu's. They struck the human god physique together. You think you can defeat me? The human god physique snorted. He threw a punch at the human god physique. Hong. With a violent collision, the void was instantly torn apart and a monstrous hole was torn open. A huge black hole sucked in an endless amount of seawater. The human god physique did not move. Huff. Kang Xian was swallowed by the human god physique in one gulp. So powerful? Tai Wei's face changed drastically. The future Buddha put his palms together. His expression was unsightly. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? Why can't the 4 of us do anything to him? Gaochen said in shock. Did you eat Kang Xian? Gu Hai glared at the human god physique with a hint of regret in his eyes. Don't worry. He's not dead yet. The human god physique sneered. He's not dead yet? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. He's not dead yet. However, this 5-colored divine light is quite interesting. The human god physique sneered. As he sneered, the human god physique's Taoist robe suddenly changed color. It turned emerald green. A huge sense of threat immediately spread out. Human god physique monopolization? Hey, you haven't reached the peak of your cultivation. You don't know how powerful the human god physique is. Do you think it's just strength? Take this 5-colored divine light for example. The human god physique sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! The 5-colored divine light fell from the sky like a waterfall and swept toward Gu Hai and the others. What? The 5-colored divine light? Oh no. Chang Sheng's expression changed. He threw a green energy palm at the 5-colored divine light. Boom. A loud sound rang out and the energy palm shattered. The 5-colored divine light was not fast. It continued to fly toward them. The 5-colored divine light? It's more powerful than Kang Xian's? Gu Hai's expression darkened. He devoured Kang Xian and mastered Kang Xian's ability? Gaochen's expression changed. He threw a palm at the 5-colored divine light. Boom. The energy palm collided with the 5-colored divine light. My turn. Ziwei and Chang Sheng threw a palm at the 5-colored divine light. Boom. Boom. 3 energy palms collided with the 5-colored divine light. Only then did they manage to stop the 5-colored divine light from falling. The law of metal is invincible. Gaochen shouted. The void behind Gaochen turned golden. Immediately, the power of law surged toward him. Gaochen's energy palm was magnified by 100 times. Rumble. The 5-colored divine light was pushed back slightly. Oh, the power of law? It's a waste for you to use it. You don't even know how to use the law of metal. The deity's physique sneered. He swung his arm as he sneered. Swoosh. The 5-colored divine light instantly expanded by 100 times. It poured down like an ocean. Boom. The 3 astral palms exploded with a loud bang. What? The 3 heavenly sovereigns exclaimed in shock. The 5-colored divine light blotted out the sky. Just as it was about to drown everyone, the disintegration light. Gu Hai shouted. A huge beam of light descended from the sky and collided with the five-colored divine light. Honk. The five-colored divine light shattered and dissipated. It was clearly disintegrated by the disintegration light. The battle suddenly stopped. Only a black hole was left in the void. The three divine beasts were dumbstruck. The deity's physique? He's so powerful? Gauchen exclaimed in shock. The disintegration light? Is this the law of chess? The deity's physique looked up at the countless destroyed stars in the starry sky. At this moment, a large number of stars were rearranging themselves. Three divine beasts? Ah, the heavens must have been blind in the past to allow you to grasp three laws? You have laws but you don't know how to use them? Ignorant and foolish. Your use of laws is even worse than Gu Hai's chess array. What a joke. The deity's physique sneered. Rokudo Shinkoen, if you don't want to enter the 18th layer of hell, let's fight in the starry sky. What do you think? Gu Hai said coldly. The deity's physique sneered. I can accompany you just because of your disintegration light. However, before that, I want to devour these three divine beasts. They don't know how to use it, but I do. Ah. The three divine beasts' expressions changed. The five-colored divine light was so powerful when the deity's physique devoured Kong Xian. If he devoured the three divine beasts, who could stop him? All of you back off. Let me do it. Gu Hai immediately stood in front of the three divine beasts. The deity's physique strangeness sent a chill down everyone's spine. It was no wonder that the fire deity's physique bowed to him. His ability alone was unrivaled. You can't stop me. The deity's physique sneered. Chapter 821. Taiwa, activate the Grand Formation and protect yourself. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, he unleashed the 9 heavenly cycles slash. It tore through the void as it charged toward the 6 paths. Five-colored divine light. Rokudo Shinkoen swung his arm. Five-colored divine light that blotted out the sky shot toward Lu Zilong. Boom. The saber and the light collided. The void shattered. Rokudo Shinkoen attacked with his other hand. However, at this moment, the other life entrapment saber beside Gu Hai trembled. A beam of disintegration light descended from the sky. Rokudo Shinkoen frowned. He turned to look at the sky and threw a punch with a ferocious expression. The energy from his punch soared into the sky. It was ferocious and invincible. Boom. The tear in the void grew larger. The energy from his punch shattered, and the disintegration light was completely depleted. The energy saber and the five-colored divine light destroyed each other. The strength of your punch? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Gu Hai was reluctant to use the disintegration light when he fought the water god's physique. He knew how powerful the disintegration light was. It was the power of the laws. However, it was neutralized by his punch. The laws? You're using external laws after all. My body is as strong as the laws. You're using the laws of heaven and earth, but I'm using the laws of solipsism. Rokudo Shinkoen sneered. The laws of solipsism? Is your body stronger than all the laws? Gu Hai's expression darkened. I'm not obligated to explain it to you. Rokudo Shinkoen sneered. His body swayed. In the next instant he appeared in front of Gaochen, Ziwei and Changxing. He reached out his hand. This instantaneous change shocked everyone so much that their expressions changed. Gaochen's expression changed. He immediately sent hundreds of millions of sword chi toward Rokudo Shinkoen. Metal Dao. The Dao of wood. The longevity immortal shouted. Hundreds of millions of vines emerged from his body and rushed towards Rokudo Shinkoen. Disintegration light. Gu Hai's expression changed as well. He extended his hand and guided a beam of disintegration light down from the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire East Sea shook. In their panic, Gaochen and Longevity used the power of laws to escape from the black hole vortex. Rokudo Shinkoen once again shattered the disintegration light with a single punch. However, Rokudo Shinkoen grabbed Ziwei's neck with his other hand. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the distant void. Let go of Ziwei. Gaochen and Changxing exclaimed. So fast. Gu Hai's expression changed. Let go of me. Ziwei's neck was gripped and she said in horror. Let go? Hehe, I still haven't grasped the law of earth, so how can I let go? I'll devour you first. Rokudo Shinkoen sneered. Devour me? Humph, let's see how you're going to devour me. Transform. Ziwei roared. Voila. Ziwei's body suddenly became soft. Six Paths' hand grabbed her neck, but he grabbed nothing. It was as if her neck had turned into mud and slipped through his fingers. Transforming into a divine beast? I'd like to see what a divine beast of earth looks like. Rokudo Shinkuin said curiously, as Ziwei transformed. We don't have to worry anymore. Gaochen suddenly laughed. I thought he wouldn't transform for the rest of his life. Ha ha, Six Paths, let's see how you're going to eat him. Longevity laughed confidently. Gu Hai was about to go rescue Ziwei when he suddenly heard Gaochen and Longevity's laughter. He was stunned. Was Ziwei's original form very powerful? He saw Ziwei in the distance transform. Her human form had transformed into a divine beast form. However, this divine beast had an extremely strange appearance. It had transformed into a mountain-sized pile of black mud. A mountain-sized pile of mud looked extremely disgusting. Only a pile of mud had a pair of eyes that were emitting black light. More importantly, this pile of mud was emitting a foul stench. Gu Hai, who was flying in the distance, was stunned. Is this a pile of shit? Ziwei is a spirit formed from mud. It is a filthy creature of heaven and earth. In the past, it transformed into a human form, but its intelligence was not clear. It was evil everywhere. It would devour and corrode the strong to strengthen itself. Later, it was controlled by the heavens and gained intelligence to protect the common people. The heavens even gave it the law of earth, which is the current Ziwei. Longevity explained. Mud turned into a spirit? There's such a divine beast? Gu Hai's face stiffened. In the distance, Ziwei transformed. Six Paths' face stiffened. He unconsciously took a step back and flung the mud off his hands in disdain. Eat, Six Paths, are you going to eat me? Ziwei roared and pounced towards Six Paths. As it pounced, a foul stench rushed towards Six Paths. Get lost, damn thing. Six Paths struck with his palm. Boom. The palm hit Ziwei's mountain of mud. With a loud bang, the mountain of mud was suddenly deformed. However, mud was not afraid of being deformed. The moment it was flattened, it wriggled and regained its shape. Again, I'll transform into my original form. I'm not afraid of you. Didn't you want to eat me? Eat me? Ziwei pounced towards Rokudo Shinkuin. It was as if it wanted to disgust Six Paths. Blarg. Taiwa, who was far away, could not help but retch. Who could eat it? Taiwa was so disgusted that he was about to vomit. How could he talk about eating it? However, Ziwei thought that everyone who saw it would be disgusted. It proudly rushed forward again and transformed into a huge mud net to envelop Rokudo Shinkuin. It was as if it wanted to swallow Rokudo Shinkuin into its body and digest him. Eaten by a mountain of shit? Disgusting. Hichu, who was far away, also retched. Ziwei, be careful. Gu Hai's expression changed as he shouted. As he shouted, he slashed down with his blade again. Because Gu Hai saw that the disgust in Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes disappeared and was replaced by anticipation. Dirty? Disgusting? These were all external appearances. For experts, as long as they could increase their strength, other external appearances were useless. Roar. With a loud roar, Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly opened its mouth and a huge suction force burst out. What? Gaochen and Chang Sheng's expressions changed. Even Ziwei was dumbfounded. Did Rokudo Shinkuin really dare to eat it? No. Gaochen and Chang Sheng's expressions changed. They were about to pounce. Zhou Qinjiu had already slashed down. Six Paths punched out. Hong. Zhou Qinjiu, Gaochen, and Chang Sheng's fists exploded. Huff. Ziwei was immediately swallowed by Rokudo Shinkuin. No, Ziwei? You ate Ziwei? Gaochen's expression changed drastically. Wang. Rokudo Shinkuin's Taoist robe suddenly turned brown. Traces of brown energy in the void connected with Rokudo Shinkuin. The law of earth? How powerful. Unfortunately, Ziwei doesn't know how to use it. Ah, Mudsi. Rokudo Shinkuin shouted and waved his hand. Boom. Under the sea, billions of miles of mud instantly soared into the sky, forming a vast sea of mud that surged towards everyone. At that moment, it was as though the entire world was enveloped by mud. Disintegration light. TSK. The disintegration light rushed down and immediately disintegrated a large amount of mud. However, that was only a drop in the ocean. There was too much mud covering the sky and earth. Boom. Boom. Gaochen and Chang Sheng attacked the sea of mud, but they only left behind a palm print before the mud returned to normal. The law of earth? How can it be so powerful? Gaochen was shocked. In the distance, Rokudo Shinkuin revealed a ferocious expression. The law of earth is indeed more powerful than the five-colored divine light. Is there still the law of metal and the law of wood? Rokudo Shinkuin looked at Gaochen and Changsheng. At that moment, the sea of mud had covered the sky and earth, surrounding all four directions. There was no place for them to run. Fly to the starry sky. Go to the starry sky. Hurry. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Boom. Gaochen and Changsheng immediately transformed into two streams of light and shot into the sky. Run. You have nowhere to run, up in the sky or down in the earth. Once I devour the five divine beasts, no one will be able to stop me. Brr. Rokudo Shinkuin roared. The mud that covered the sky suddenly surged forward, as though it was going to envelop Gaochen and Changsheng in an instant. 9 cycles. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Gu Hai, this won't work. 9 cycles can't even break my sea of mud. Rokudo Shinkuin snorted, ignoring Gu Hai. Boom. 9 cycles slashed the sea of mud, causing it to tremble and explode. However, the mud did not care. It returned to normal as soon as it was blown up. But Zhou Tianjiu was completely useless against this soft sludge. The sea of mud was the #1 defense in the world. Gaochen and Changsheng, who were high up in the sky, were about to be caught. Six Paths suddenly realized that the world had turned blood red. Even his sea of mud had turned blood red. Whoosh. Demons emerged from the blood-red sea of mud and were about to pounce on him. Six Paths paused. He knew what was going on in the next moment. What a powerful blood-red illusion. Even I almost fell for it. Break. Six Paths shouted coldly and the sea of mud shook. Boom. The entire blood-red world instantly shattered. The moment it shattered, the Life Slayer saber was right in front of Six Paths. Six Paths threw a punch. Boom. The energy saber exploded. Gu Hai was knocked back 10 meters. Six Paths looked at Gu Hai coldly. He saw that Gu Hai was holding the Life Slayer saber with another blood-red saber floating next to him. The Life Slayer saber? Six Paths' eyes turned cold. Boom. Boom. In the sky, Gaochen and Changsheng broke through the seal of mud and flew out. Gu Hai, you sure have a lot of treasures. Looks like other than the divine beasts, I can also devour you. Brr. Six Paths roared and pounced toward Gu Hai. A suction force appeared in his mouth as he pulled out billions of mud from his hands. 9 cycles. Boom. Gu Hai swung his saber and blocked the suction force. However, the energy saber was instantly melted by the mud. Gu Hai retreated. He charged toward the stars. You can't get away. Six Paths laughed coldly and he shot up into the sky with the mud that covered the sky. 9 cycles of decomposition light. Gu Hai continuously controlled the disintegration light to shoot down, executing the 9 heavenly cycles. However, it was useless against the 6 Daos. This was especially so after the 6 Daos consumed the purple star. The earth-attributed laws were pushed to the limits, covering the sky and earth, instantly neutralizing all of Gu Hai's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The series of attacks did not hurt Rokudo Shinkuin at all. He chased after Gu Hai and reached the stars in the blink of an eye. You can't escape. Rokudo Shinkuin sneered. Ka, 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 ka. Everywhere the mud touched, it would devour the stars. Then the stars would be corroded into mud. As a result, the mud under Six Paths' control grew bigger and bigger. Hichu looked at the mud that was more than 10 times bigger than the sun in the sky and felt despair. Six Paths has become stronger. Gu Hai is done for. No, Gu Hai set up a trap in the stars. Might work, Taiwa said worriedly. Chapter 822. Above the starry sky. The sea of mud churned and roared. It grew bigger and bigger. Everywhere it went, stars, planets, and comets were swallowed and turned into mud to strengthen its body. The mud covered the sky and covered the earth. Gu Hai, Gaochen, and Changsheng retreated. All of their attacks were nothing in front of the sea of mud. In the blink of an eye, they were absorbed by the mud. No, it's useless. The sea of mud is getting bigger and bigger. Our attacks are all blocked by the mud. It's no threat to Dominator at all. Gaochen said with a sour expression. Ziwei too. His law of earth is so powerful. How could he be eaten? When Dominator uses it, the sea of mud is like a shield. A shield that is getting stronger and stronger. How are we supposed to fight? Changxing said with a sour expression. Keep moving. Gu Hai's 9 cycles only caused the sea of mud to churn. Then its power was swallowed by the endless mud. In the middle of the sea of mud, Dominator of the 6 paths sneered. You want to leave? It's too late. Stop right there. Suddenly, countless mud dragons appeared from the sea of mud and pounced on them. Boom, boom, boom. They destroyed the mud dragons in an instant. However, the mud dragons did not stop. They could not kill them all. They could only retreat again and again. You can't escape. Dominator of the 6 paths sneered. However, the rolling mud rushed out from both sides of the crowd and instantly rushed to the front of the crowd. It surrounded the 3 of them and trapped them within. At that moment, the 3 of them had nowhere to run. What should we do? Gao Chen's expression changed. There are stars in all directions. It's about time. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. About time? Changsheng was slightly stunned. Protect yourself. Gu Hai said in a low voice. As he spoke, he reached into his ribs. Shing. From his body, Gu Hai pulled out the 4th bone blade, the Life Ender Saber. The moment the Life Ender Saber appeared, Gao Chen and Changsheng trembled. For some reason they were in awe of the bone blade. What kind of blade is that? Gao Chen was shocked. Gu Hai ignored the 2 of them and charged toward Dominator of the 6 paths, swish. Suddenly, Gu Hai charged at 6 paths. 6 paths was shocked. The 3 of them were powerless in front of him. Had Gu Hai lost his mind? Did he want to fight him? What a joke. 6 Dasa's eyes turned cold and he waved his hand. Boom. The billowing mud tsunami rushed towards Gu Hai, intending to crush Gu Hai to death at the outermost edge. Life Slayer. Gu Hai shouted as he flung the Life Slayer saber. Boom. Life Slayer burst with blinding blood-red light, dyeing the entire sky red. Billions of blood-red demons appeared in the air, heading straight for the 6 paths. As soon as the blood-red illusion appeared, 6 paths was momentarily distracted. While he was distracted, Gu Hai had already rushed past the outermost sludge tsunami and was heading straight for Rokudo Shinkuin. Only the Life Slayer saber could produce such a murderous illusion effect after killing billions of living beings. If it had been anyone else, they would have gone insane after being enveloped by the blood-red illusion. 6 paths was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his senses. You overestimate yourself. Rokudo Shinkuin snorted. Gu Hai's current strength was that of the sole possession of the human soul. His speed was astonishing and he could travel billions of miles in an instant. However, even with such speed, Rokudo Shinkuin did not manage to get close to the 6 paths. That was because the 6 paths had regained his senses too quickly. Rokudo Shinkuin waved his hand. Boom. The nearby sludge instantly soared into the sky as if it was going to swallow Gu Hai whole. However, Gu Hai was already very close to Rokudo Shinkuin. He sneered. That's enough. Life Ender. Gu Hai shouted. The Life Ender saber stabbed into the sludge. Boom. The sludge that was rushing toward Gu Hai suddenly stopped. Rokudo Shinkuin was stunned. Why couldn't he control the sludge? Crack, 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 crack. The sludge changed color from the spot where the Life Ender saber stabbed into. The black sludge turned white in the blink of an eye and shone with the light of bones. The sludge turned into bones? Changsheng exclaimed. Bones? Reverse matter? How is that possible? Does the bone saber have the power of law? Gao Chen exclaimed. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, all the sludge around Rokudo Shinkuin turned into bones. Mountains of bones shot out toward Rokudo Shinkuin. Boom. The 6 paths smashed the countless bone spikes that were shooting toward him with one palm. He looked around in shock. 90% of the outermost part of the sea of sludge was still sludge. Only the middle part had turned into bones. The bones were not something the 6 paths could control. The Life Ender saber? What an impressive Life Ender saber. The law of earth fuse. The 6 paths shouted. Buzz. Countless brown earth-type energy appeared on the surface of the 6 paths body and surged into the sea of bones around him. The bones melted into sludge again. Some parts of the 6 paths body turned into sludge. Crack, crack, crack. The Life Ender saber turned the sludge into bones again. It was the power of law that could change matter. The Life Ender saber and the 6 paths earth-type law were competing. Life Ender. At this moment, Gu Hai swung the Life Ender saber. The saber slashed out, bringing with it a sky-piercing saber aura. 6 paths was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and sent out a palm strike. What a joke. What's the use of that? However, in the next moment, the 6 paths narrowed his eyes. Zhou Tianjiu was not swinging toward him. Instead, it was swinging toward the Sea of Bones. Hong! The Sea of Bones exploded as the saber swung down. The bones exploded and turned into dust. A huge black hole appeared in the void. The Six Paths' body was strong, so he was unaffected. However, the area around the Six Paths was barren. There were no more bones and there was no more sludge. There was still a lot of sludge in the distance, but there was none around the Six Paths. Are you trying to destroy my sea of sludge? The Six Paths glared and waved his hand. In the distance, the sludge surged toward the Six Paths. It's too late. You don't have a sludge shield anymore. Guhai sneered. Life Ender. Guhai shouted again. Buzz. However, at this moment in the distant starry sky, a group of stars suddenly lit up. Whoosh. A beam of disintegration light shot toward the Rokudo Shinkuin. Ha, the disintegration light is useless against me. Have you forgotten? The Six Paths snorted and threw a punch. Boom. The light of decomposition shattered with a loud bang. Is that so? Guhai sneered. However, he noticed that millions of stars lit up in all directions. Then they were quickly annihilated. Every 1,000 stars that were annihilated would shoot out a beam of disintegration light. 10 million stars meant 10,000 beams of disintegration light or even more. If the disintegration light from before was a single arrow, then this time, it was a barrage of 10,000 arrows with only one target, Rokudo Shinkuin, who did not have a sludge shield. Guhai, did you set up a trap? Rokudo Shinkuin's expression changed. However, everything happened too quickly. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of disintegration lights, Rokudo Shinkuin was immediately forced into an incomparably sorry state. Now that he had unleashed a barrage of disintegration lights, it was unknown how many times more concentrated the attacks were than before. The blinding light of the impact instantly turned the Six Paths into a sun that shone in all directions. Down below, Taiwa and Hichu had their eyes wide open. Is that the light of decomposition? A single arrow had destroyed Tongtian's 3 swords of void annihilation. Now all of them were fired at the same time? Hichu's face was filled with shock. Previously, they knew that Guhai had set up a trap in the starry sky, but no one expected it to be this terrifying. Empress Taiwa, although your husband has only been cultivating for a short period of time, he is still unmatched. Murongyan looked at Taiwa and smiled. Taiwa frowned slightly. Although she was still conflicted about the idea of a future husband, it seemed that such a husband was not bad. Boom. After the barrage of arrows, everyone was blinded for a while and it took a while for them to recover. Guhai stood in the distance and looked at Rokudo Shinkuin. Indeed, a single light of decomposition could not hurt the Six Paths, but what about 10,000? After the barrage of disintegration lights, a black hole was left in the void, and Rokudo Shinkuin was revealed. He was not dead yet, but at this moment he was almost dead. His whole body was twisted and deformed, like a pool of melted meat sticking to his body. Well. Light of decomposition? Life Slayer? Life Ender? Life Ender? Life Ender? Ah, Guhai, it seems that you haven't killed me yet? You hurt me so badly. Now it's my turn. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Rokudo Shinkuin said viciously. You're not dead yet? Then let's have another round. Guhai said coldly. What? The Six Paths' expression changed. Guhai stretched out his hand and swung the life entrapment saber. Then, thousands of stars flickered in the starry heavens before quickly extinguishing. Boom. Another barrage of arrows was shot. Under the precise control of the Life Ender, the Six Paths could not do anything even if he tried to back away. Hong. Once again the sky shone brighter than the sun. The barrage of arrows made the people below tremble. The chess formation is really powerful. Without the thick shield of the Sea of Mud, he can only resist with his body. Longevity, who was in the distance, stiffened. Gauchen nodded in shock as well. Rumble. A huge black hole was revealed after the light faded. Under the second barrage of arrows, Rokudo Shinkuin was reduced to a pile of mud. He lay limp in the void as if he had lost all strength to fight back. Kill him. Hichu, who was on the island below, shouted with a trembling voice. The Six Paths is so powerful and yet he still fell? Taiwa was also shocked. No wonder my husband is so careful of Mr. Good. The humanoid divine body? It's over just like that? Murong Yen lamented. The future Buddha, who had been silent all this while, frowned all of a sudden. In a flash, he headed for the starry sky. In the starry sky, Guhai did not fire a third barrage of arrows. Instead he went to the six paths who was limp. Guhai ha 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 ha. The six paths who was limp still could not believe that he was in such a sorry state. Pust. The life ender was stabbed into the six paths limp right arm. Pust. The life ender was stabbed into the six paths left arm. Pust. Pust. The life ender was stabbed into the six paths left leg. The life ender was stabbed into the six paths right leg. The six paths was nailed to the void by the four blades. Chapter 823. The four swords of life extinguisher pinned the limp Rokudo Shinkuin to the void. Everyone in the surroundings revealed a look of horror. This was Rokudo Shinkuin? Human god body? Defeated by Guhai? Gauchin and Longevity flew over, their eyes widening as they asked, Ancient Emperor, Samsara Six Paths has been captured? Guhai clenched his fists and nodded excitedly. He won't attack again, right? The four swords of life extinguisher are constantly draining his stamina. He won't be able to recover. Guhai said confidently. As expected, the life extinguisher released lightning into Samsara's body. The life extinguisher drained his blood, while the life extinguisher connected to the stars in the void and channeled the power of the stars into Samsara's body. The life extinguisher saber was emitting black gas. Within the black gas, there were small skeletons gnawing away at Rokudo Shinkuin. They even entered Samsara's body and gnawed away. Rokudo Shinkuin was recovering and being drained at the same time. It was a strange balance. Ah Guhai, I underestimated you. What? Why didn't you kill me? Do you know that my other doppelgangers will be here soon? Why didn't you kill me? Samsara said malevolently. It's not time for you to die yet. Guhai's eyes flashed coldly. Guqin? You didn't dare to kill me because of Guqin? Aha, you did it because of him. If I die he will die too. Not only him but Kong Xian and Ziwei will die too. If I die they will all die. You didn't dare to kill me. You didn't dare to kill me. Samsara said arrogantly. What do we do now? What if the other Rokudo Shinkuin come? Longevity said worriedly. Oh. Suddenly a figure flew in front of him. Amateus Buddha? Ancient Emperor, good move. The newcomer put his palms together. Future Buddha? Guhai frowned at the future Buddha. Time is of the essence, so this poor monk will not waste time. If the ancient emperor wants to save Guqin and the others, then this poor monk can try. Solemnly, the future Buddha said. That's great. Future Buddha, thank you. Guhai's eyes lit up. The future Buddha stepped forward. Save them? Future Buddha, do you know where they are? Rokudo Shinkuin sneered sinisterly. It doesn't matter where they are. As long as your consciousness weakens, they will be able to come out. Isn't that right? The future Buddha smiled. Oh. Rokudo Shinkuin's expression darkened. The future Buddha took out the emerald divine scepter of wisdom and stabbed it into Rokudo Shinkuin's forehead. What? Future Buddha, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes widened in shock. Oh. The divine scepter of wisdom stabbed into Rokudo Shinkuin's forehead. Rokudo Shinkuin shuddered violently as waves of green energy were forcibly extracted. The divine scepter of wisdom glowed with a brilliant emerald light. We're down his soul power? Guhai exclaimed. My divine scepter of wisdom is formed from soul essence. No matter how strong his soul power is, I can still extract it. The future Buddha explained. Six Paths screamed in agony. After an incense stick's time, Six Paths' cries quieted down, and his entire body turned blurry. Suddenly, a figure emerged from Rokudo Shinkuin's body. It was Guqin. Guqin's consciousness appeared, and he looked blankly at Guhai. Guqin, how are you? Guhai asked anxiously. Guqin was silent for a moment. I don't understand. If you want to kill Rokudo Shinkuin, why don't you completely destroy him? Your father wants to save you. What's so hard to understand? Gauchin asked in surprise. Guqin, you may have forgotten your father, but you haven't forgotten your mother, right? Guhai smiled. As they spoke, Guhai took out a box. In the box was Qin Xian'er's soul. Qin, how could you forget your father? Qin Xian'er's soul's voice came from the box. Guqin was stunned. For some reason he felt a lump in his throat and two streams of tears flowed out of his eyes. You remember now? Guhai smiled. Mother? Guqin trembled. Little brat, you still remember your parents. Chongqing laughed. Why should I be sad? That voice? Gu Qin's soul seemed to have a headache. How is Qin, or is he okay? Qin Xiener's anxious voice sounded. Gu Hai suddenly smiled. Xiener, he's fine. You should rest now. You can't stay out for too long or you'll hurt your soul. If he can remember your voice, it means that his emotions are sealed. Sealed by old man Guanxi. Ah, I'll save him. Don't worry. Really? Qin Xiener was surprised. Go rest. I'm here. Gu Hai shouted. All right. Qin Xiener's voice disappeared. Gu Hai carefully put away the box. My head hurts. I'm only loyal to the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master? Pavilion Master, save me. Gu Qin suddenly shouted in pain. Pavilion Master? Old man Guanxi? Chang Sheng's expression changed. At this moment, the third Rokudo Shinkuin, who had been standing in the clouds, suddenly moved. In an instant he appeared in the sky above Gu Hai. Boom! A strong gust of wind blew. Gu Hai, Chang Sheng, Gaochen, and the future Buddha were shocked. What? There's another Rokudo Shinkuin? Hichu's expression changed. Why is there another one? Why is this Rokudo Shinkuin wearing a white Taoist robe? What kind of body does he have? Taiwa's expression darkened. He saw the 6 paths of the white robe stop not far from Gu Hai. Disintegration light? What a powerful technique. Gu Hai, you really surprised me. Rokudo Shinkuin exclaimed. Rokudo Shinkuin, who was nailed to death by the 4 blades of life ending, suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. You will die a horrible death. A horrible death? You are the ones who will die a horrible death. The 6 paths of the white robe sneered. What? Everyone was shocked. Why did the 2 Rokudo Shinkuin look like they were mortal enemies? Pavilion Master, quickly save me. Gu Qin suddenly cried out in alarm. Pavilion Master? Gu Hai looked at the 6 paths of the white robe in shock. What Pavilion Master? Chang Sheng was stunned. You are old man Guanxi? The future Buddha was shocked. Thank you for wearing out the will of the human deity's body for me. It couldn't be better. Don't worry, I will kill all the 6 paths. The 6 paths of the white robe said coldly. Shing. Gu Hai reached out and pulled out the life entrapment blade. He spun the life entrapment blade without hesitation. Tens of thousands of stars shone in the sky as if they were going to shoot out tens of thousands of disintegration lights. Mr. Good, you are very good at Go. I didn't expect you to figure out the 34 great formations. You are the most powerful Go player I have ever seen. The 6 paths of the white robe took out half of the heavenly Go piece. However, in an instant, the stars in the starry sky gradually dimmed. Gu Hai's formation was removed. You have also mastered the 34 great formations? Gu Hai's face darkened. The 34 great formations of the life entrapment blade were ineffective against the person in front of him. Are you old man Guanxi or Rokudo Shinkuin? The future Buddha was shocked. This body of mine? This is the earthly body of the dominator of the 6 paths. He swallowed 700 of me, but his will was suppressed by me. So, my consciousness replaced his. The 6 paths of the white robe said in a low voice. You are old man Guanxi? You were swallowed by the dominator of the 6 paths, and then your will suppressed him? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. The dominator of the 6 paths is the heavenly god body. Only the dominator of the 6 paths himself can hurt him. Only by fusing all 9 bodies into one can we fight against his heavenly god body. I have already swallowed 3 of them. Thanks to your help, this deity body will be the 4th. Hand him over to me, and I will destroy the dominator of the 6 paths. The 6 paths of the white robe said coldly. You are right, but I don't dare to believe you. Gu Hai's expression darkened. The 6 paths of the white robe looked at Gu Hai. You've hidden too much from us. I don't know what's true and what's false. The people you've sent here have suffered countless casualties. In your eyes we're nothing more than weeds. The dominator of the 6 paths wants to kill us because of you. The culprit of our deaths is also because of you, Gu Hai said in a low voice. The 6 paths of the white robe looked at Gu Hai coldly. You said that you were doing this for the common people, but you are doing it for the sake of Murong Yen. Is it for your own selfish reasons? I don't see the difference between you and the Lord of 6 paths, and you put everyone in a desperate situation because of your own selfish desires. Even if you win against the dominator of the 6 paths, what can you do in the end? You will only get a new dominator of the 6 paths. Gu Hai said coldly. I am doing this for the sake of Murong Yen, but I will not harm the souls of the common people. The 6 paths of the white robe said coldly. What if you have to harm the common people in order to revive Murong Yen? Gu Hai said coldly. Upon hearing Gu Hai's question, the 6 paths of the white robe narrowed his eyes and hesitated. Apparently, Gu Hai had hit his sore spot. He could do anything for the sake of Murong Yen. The dominator of the 6 paths of the white robe is cruel, but he is rational. And you are a lunatic. Gu Hai said coldly. Actually, I don't have to say so much to you. The 6 paths of the white robe suddenly shook his head, as if he had lost interest in talking to them. Screech. Gu Hai pulled out his life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the 6 paths of the white robe. Zhou Tianjiu? You can't even do anything to the deity's body, let alone my earth god's body? The 6 paths of the white robe snorted and pointed his finger. Bam. With a loud bang, Zhou Tianjiu was blocked in the blink of an eye. Everyone's expression changed. If that is the case, not only will I take the deity's body, but I will also take the few of you. The 6 paths of the white robe suddenly said coldly. With a cold voice, he suddenly opened his mouth. A strong suction force suddenly appeared. It was 100 times stronger than the deity's body's suction force. The suction force rushed toward everyone. Arg! Longevity cried out in shock, and his wood-type power instantly transformed into a large net of vines, trapping all of them. You were the one who ate Mao Tianyun? Chongqing exclaimed. That's right. The divine beasts of the 5 directions are blessed with the 5 great laws. Swallowing you will give me more confidence in fighting against the deity of the 6 paths. The 6 paths of the white robe said coldly. Chongqing could not resist at all. He was instantly sucked into the 6 paths of the white robe. Run, run. The moment Chongqing was swallowed, he flung his vines. Boom. Everyone was flung far away. Longevity. The North Star cried out in shock. Whoosh. Chongqing was completely swallowed by the 6 paths of the white robe. You can't escape. The 6 paths of the white robe sneered and caught up with them in an instant. Chapter 824. The 6 paths of white were too fast. In an instant they appeared in front of Gu Hai and the others. Boom. They blocked everyone's path. Ha! Run. He has the earth god's body. Just like me, it's one of the 3 souls. He can devour others and deprive them of their abilities. When I'm at my peak, I can still fight him. You can't run away. Even the Tao of chess is ineffective against him. You're all doomed. Old man Guanxi? You're so cunning. The earth god's body roared weakly. Shut up. Gao-Chen shouted angrily. He was extremely anxious. In the distance, the 6 paths of white waved his hand. An incomparably long vine appeared in his hand. Smack. The vine was like a long whip. When it was swung, a loud sound rang in the void. Hundreds of planets were split in half by the long whip. Longevity's wood elemental law is not bad at all. The 6 paths of white sneered and swung the vine. Smack. The long whip was swung at everyone. 9 cycles. Sutra of Future. Golden Armor Chi. A sutra appeared in front of the future Buddha. Gu Hai slashed out the 9 cycles with his saber while Gao-Chen threw out a golden sword Chi. Boom. The 9 cycles saber energy shattered wherever the long whip passed. The Sutra of Future was shattered, and the golden sword Chi was shattered as well. Star formation activate. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Countless stars were controlled by the life entrapment saber and charged toward the whip. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of stars were split in half. The long whip barely deviated from its trajectory and brushed past everyone. They managed to escape from the whip. However, a huge crack appeared in the void. The earth god's body is so powerful. Gu Hai's expression turned sour. Run? Let's see where you can run to then. The 6 paths of white said coldly. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha suddenly revealed a look of compassion. Future Buddha? I heard that you can predict the future as well? Did you foresee today's calamity? The 6 Tao in white robes asked coldly. This penniless monk's prediction was merely a dream of some scenes of the future. Today's tribulation was already in my dream. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Huashu Island. However, this penniless monk always thought that it would happen to Rokudo Shinkuan. I didn't expect that it would be old man Guanxi. The future Buddha sighed slightly. Oh. This penniless monk often dreams of the future, but it has never been accurate. It was only 20 days ago when all of you arrived in this world that you realized that the dreams were becoming more accurate. Including today. The future Buddha said solemnly. Dream? Was it accurate? What did you dream of in the end? Did I kill the 6 paths? The 6 paths of white sneered. The future Buddha shook his head. I dreamt until the end. You lost. The pupils of the 6 paths of white shrank. Mr. Good. In my dream you defeated old man Guanxi. He is the 6 paths of white in front of us. The future Buddha put his palms together. Me? Guhai was slightly taken aback. How could he defeat old man Guanxi now? The future Buddha took a deep breath and said, Mr. Good, I also dreamt that I became your vassal in the end. I only hope that my dream didn't lie to me. In the future, find me with my divine scepter of wisdom. My vassal? Guhai was slightly taken aback. I'll stop him. You guys go. The future Buddha said solemnly. You think you can stop us, future Buddha? The 6 paths of white sneered. The 6 paths of white sneered and opened his mouth again. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared. The void was instantly torn apart by the suction force and was about to swallow everyone. The Gaochen resisted with all its might to prevent itself from being sucked in. However, the future Buddha did not resist as he was sucked towards Rokudo Shinkuin's mouth. As he flew over, the future Buddha slowly sat cross-legged in the void. He put his palms together and revealed a benevolent expression. Behind his head, a golden halo suddenly appeared. The Buddha says that with one eye closed, the universe is born. With one eye opened, the world is destroyed. The future Buddha said solemnly. When he spoke, his voice seemed to resound through the entire cosmos. Oh! The 6 paths of white's expression changed. The future Buddha's eyes, which had been closed all this time, slowly opened. Closed eyes world cleansing Zen? Guhai's expression changed. Back then, Qin Zibai's father had used the closed eyes world cleansing Zen. Back then, he had only entered the heavenly palace, but its power was enough to destroy the world. Now, the future Buddha was using it personally? His eyes slowly opened. The future Buddha's eyes did not seem to have pupils. His eyes were extremely turbid. Starting from the future Buddha's eyes, a turbid beam of destructive light surged towards the 6 paths of white. The stars behind the 6 paths of white were instantly destroyed. A large patch of the void was immediately torn into countless fragments. Furthermore, it was rapidly being crushed. Boom, 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 boom. Everything exploded in an instant. The 6 paths of white, who bore the brunt of the impact, felt the impact of the apocalypse. This time it was in no way weaker than the disintegration light. In fact, it was even stronger. Future Buddha. The 6 paths of white roared furiously. Run! The future Buddha roared. A large number of cracks appeared on the future Buddha's body amidst cracking sounds. Closed eyes world cleansing Zen. When the eyes are opened, the world will be destroyed and the soul will be shattered. Guhai's expression changed. Was the future Buddha planning to perish together with the 6 paths of white? No, what did the future Buddha mean when he said that he could still live? However, Guhai no longer had the time to think about this. He grabbed the 6 paths limp body and shot into the distance with Gaochen. Because at that moment, the closed eyes world cleansing Zen was activated. The suction force from the 6 paths of white's mouth instantly weakened. Bastard future Buddha. Under the light of destruction. Under the light of light, the 6 paths of white seemed to be furious. His palm finally went through the light of light and hit the shattered body of the future Buddha. Boom. The future Buddha's body exploded with a deafening boom and turned into fine powder. At that moment, there was a super huge black hole in the starry sky. The clothes of the 6 paths of white were slightly damaged. It was obvious that they were in a sorry state just now. However, they were too strong. Apart from their clothes, their bodies were unharmed. Where are they? The 6 paths of white's eyes turned cold as they looked for Guhai. In the distance, they saw Guhai and Gaochen dragging the 6 paths body into the sea. Splash. The 3 of them entered the sea. They escaped so quickly. Damn future Buddha. The 6 paths of white were about to chase after them. However, at that moment there was a loud noise outside Huashu Island. Boom. It was Jiang Lianshan's world of divination that was instantly torn apart. An extremely miserable-looking Rokudo Shinkuin rushed out. Don't let him escape. A loud shout came from the world of divination. In the next moment, Jiang Lianshan, Taishang, Tong Tian, Fire Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and White Emperor rushed out. However, at that moment they were all covered in blood. Together, they chased after the fire god's body, whose flesh was almost completely gone. The fire god's body was in a sorry state and was on the verge of death. The 6 paths of white's body swayed. Boom. In an instant, the 6 paths of white appeared in front of the dying fire god's body. Earth god's body, save me. The fire god's body was overjoyed. Save you? The 6 paths of white sneered and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared and swallowed the fire god's body. Jiang Lianshan and the others, who were rushing over, stopped in their tracks as their expressions changed drastically. Another Rokudo Shinkuin? The White Emperor was shocked. He swallowed the Rokudo Shinkuin just now? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. How can this be? The Fire Emperor was also shocked. This is the Earth God's body? The Earth God's body is even stronger than the Fire God's body. Taishang's expression darkened. The Tong Tian sect master's expression also changed. After swallowing the Fire God's body, the 6 paths of white looked at Jiang Lianshan and sneered, Jiang Lianshan, you took so long to deal with the Fire God's body. You really disappoint me. The 6 paths of white sneered and ignored the others as he rushed towards the sea where Guhai had left. What does the Earth God's body mean? The White Emperor was puzzled. Old Man Guanxi? Was that Old Man Guanxi? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed as he recognized him. Old Man Guanxi? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. What? In the distance, the 6 paths of white rushed into the sea. However, the moment they reached the bottom of the sea, the 6 paths of white's expression changed as he waved his hand. Instantly, the blood in the sea gathered in front of the 6 paths of white. Man God's body? You actually found a chance? The 6 paths of white shouted angrily. The 6 paths of white raised his hand angrily. Boom. A large amount of sea water rushed up into the sky and the entire sea became empty. Splash, splash, splash. The sea water fell from the sky, but Guhai and his group were nowhere to be seen. The 6 paths of white snorted coldly as they rushed out of the sea. The future Buddha's words can't be trusted. What do you mean by dreaming that Guhai can defeat me? What a joke. Guhai has already been eaten. The 6 paths of white showed a hint of disdain. As Guhai was fighting the 6 paths of white, he had pulled out the life-extinguishing saber and the life-entrapment saber from the paralyzed man-god's body. Without the 2 sabers, the man-god's body had recovered a little in a short time. However, he did not show it. Until the moment Guhai and Gaochen rushed into the sea. Psst. The right hand and left leg of the man-god's body suddenly stabbed into the chests of Guhai and Gaochen. What? Gaochen's expression changed as he looked at the paralyzed man-god's body in disbelief. The man-god's body looked ferocious as he opened his mouth and inhaled. Whoosh, whoosh. Guhai and Gaochen were instantly sucked into the mouth of the man-god's body. No. Gaochen screamed in despair. The moment Guhai was sucked into the mouth of the man-god's body, he did not show any despair. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and a black chess piece appeared on his fingertips. Gulp. Guhai and Gaochen were swallowed by the man-god's body. Ha ha ha. In the end you are still eaten by me. The man-god's body laughed excitedly. As he laughed, he instantly stripped the power of Guhai in his body. The Life-Ender saber and Life-Slayer saber that were stabbed into his body instantly merged with his body. After the 6 paths of the man-god's body swallowed Gaochen and Guhai, a black Taoist robe slowly appeared on his body again. The 6 paths of black did not dare to hesitate. He stepped on the seabed and shot into the distance. In an instant he disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the 6 paths of white rushed over after swallowing the fire god's body. Boom! A large amount of seawater was sent flying. However, the 6 paths of black had disappeared. Chapter 825. When the 6 paths in white could not find the 6 paths in black, they were furious and headed toward Huashu Island. My husband. Murong Yen looked at the 6 paths in white and her eyes turned red. Is he really the old man Guanxi? That's impossible. The White Emperor said in shock. It's true. Taiwa said with a terrible look on his face. The 6 paths in white arrived and looked at the people on the island coldly. Are you going to eat us as well? Taiwa said with a gloomy face. The 6 paths in white did have such thoughts. He looked at the people on the island coldly. However, when he saw Murong Yen, his eyelids twitched. The murderous look in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Boom. A strong wind came from the sky. It was another Rokudo Shinkuin who sensed the danger and came to help. A fourth Rokudo Shinkuin? Hichu's face changed. The six paths in white looked away from Murong Yen and turned to look at the six paths who had just arrived. He dashed toward the six paths in a flash. You don't have the body of the earth god? The six paths in white was shocked and ran away. Since you're here, don't even think about running away. The six paths in white snorted. Boom. One ran away while the other chased. The two six paths in white disappeared in front of everyone. Phew. That scared the hell out of me. Hichu was so shocked that he fell to the ground. When the six paths in white looked at him coldly, Hichu thought that he was going to die. Where are Guhai and the others? What happened? Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Taiwa told them what happened with a terrible look on his face. What? Guhai defeated the body of the earth god? The Tong Tian sect master could not believe it. Even he and the others could not defeat the body of the earth god. How could Guhai defeat the body of the earth god? Taishang and the others were all surprised. Guhai's chess formations are truly impressive. Jiang Lianshan exclaimed with a frown. I just don't know how he is now. Taiwa revealed a hint of worry. Empress Taiwa, you've seen it for yourself. The dominator of the six paths is coming in full force. His strength has far exceeded our expectations. Can't you ask Fushi to come out? The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly. Taiwa's brows furrowed, and his heart seemed to have loosened. Based on what she knew, these people were really people from the future. In that case, was Guhai her husband? She didn't know if her husband was dead or alive. Was she still going to persevere? Just as Taiwa was hesitating. Boom. Suddenly, a loud boom was heard as the huge Huashu island was split into 8 parts, looking like a huge 8 trigrams. What's wrong? Taiwa asked in surprise. No, I don't know. It's coming from the hall where Master is in seclusion. Hichu said in surprise. A black deathly aura rose from a palace on the island. Wherever the deathly aura passed, all the plants on the island withered. In just a short while, all the plants on Huashu Island had withered. What a heavy death chi. Zombie 1 said in shock. As he spoke, the group of zombies immediately attacked the surging death chi. Rumble. In front of the death chi, thousands of Jiangchen zombies were no match at all. The black death chi continued to spread and soon reached Taiwa's body. What kind of death chi is this? Taishang's face darkened and he waved his hand. The death chi only slowed down a little, but it still rushed toward everyone. At this moment, everyone's expression changed, and they were about to escape. Whoosh. Suddenly, the phantom of a man in a golden robe appeared and waved his hand at the death chi. Buzz. The rolling death chi immediately retreated back to the hall. Big brother, you're out of seclusion? Taiwa was pleasantly surprised. Master. Hichu said respectfully. Fushi? Everyone was surprised. The man had a scholarly appearance and each of his eyes had 2 pupils. His body was slightly transparent. His hair was white and he looked extremely haggard. Big brother, why did you become so much older after seclusion? Taiwa asked in surprise. Everyone looked at Fushi curiously, and only Taiwa looked worried. Seeing Taiwa, Fushi smiled. Little sister, it's good that you're fine. Big brother, why is your body transparent? Is this not your main body? Taiwa asked worriedly. My main body is still in seclusion. This is a trace of my consciousness. Fushi nodded. Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Fire Emperor all looked at Fushi curiously. Big brother, you were in seclusion just now, so you didn't know that Huashu Island was almost destroyed. Taiwa said sadly. Isn't it still here? Fushi comforted him. Turning around, Fushi looked at everyone from 800,000 years in the future? You know us? The Tongtian sect master frowned slightly. I didn't know before, but I just woke up. How could I not know? Fushi nodded. Dian Jiang Lianshan, greet Mr. Fushi. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Greetings, Mr. Fushi. The Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Fire Emperor said solemnly. Dian, His Holiness? He arranged the 64 hexagrams that I left behind so perfectly. It's extraordinary. Fushi laughed. The 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes? I don't dare to claim credit. I didn't arrange the hexagrams of the Book of Changes. They were arranged by Guhai. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Oh. Fushi's expression changed slightly. As Fushi's expression changed slightly, the 8 trigrams seemed to dance on his right hand's fingertips. Fushi seemed to already know everything. Guhai? What an extraordinary person. Fushi finally nodded his head. Right, big brother, Guhai and the rest are gone. Also, when you didn't come out, the future Buddha came to find you. Now he's dead too. The 5 divine beasts, Ziwei, Changxing and Mao Tianyun have all been eaten. The 6th Tao wants to kill the heavens. That old man Guanxi wants to kill the heavens too. What should we do now? Taiwa asked worriedly. Fushi's expression turned serious. He looked up at the sky and sighed, what will come will come. Taiwa asked curiously. Fushi reached out his hand and grabbed at the sky. Whoosh. Above the starry sky, waves of green energy gathered and slowly formed a broken figure of the future Buddha. This is the spirit of the future Buddha? The Taishang sect master asked in surprise. It's just a fragment. Most of it has been burnt. There's a part that hasn't been burnt completely. Fushi nodded. The future Buddha? What a pity. The Taishang sect master sighed. There's nothing to be sorry about. The closed eyes world cleansing Zen is a form of destruction, but it's also a form of rebirth. As long as the immortal dome still exists, there will be miracles. The future Buddha is dead? But after 800,000 years, his broken soul can still be reassembled and turned into a human. Unfortunately, that's a broken soul with no memory of the past. Taishang sect master. Fushi looked at Taishang. Mr. Fushi? Taishang was puzzled. The future Buddha and I were old acquaintances in the past, so he came to me to seek my protection. It's a pity that I have no time to spare, and he died tragically here. However, his reincarnation has been completed, so please help me find him. I will enlighten him and help him recover his memories, and obtain the inheritance of his past life. Fushi said solemnly. I won't forbid you. But where is he? The Taishang sect master waved his hand. Here. Fushi pointed a golden light at the Taishang sect master. The golden light entered Taishang's body and seemed to be transmitting a message. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. The Taishang sect master said with a hint of shock. Whoosh. In an instant, the Taishang sect master disappeared into the horizon. While everyone was waiting less than half an hour later, the Taishang sect master flew back and landed in the middle of the crowd. He was carrying a man in a gray robe. Amo Yak? Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's 4th Army commander, Mo Yike? Mo Yike looked at the crowd in shock. Taiwa Empress? Tong Tian sect master? Dian His Holiness? Murong Yen? May I know why you have captured me? Mo Yike frowned. Fushi smiled and sent the remnant soul of the future Buddha into Mo Yike's body. What are you doing? Mo Yike's expression changed. However, he was too weak and couldn't resist at all. The remnant soul entered his body instantly. Mo Yike's body trembled. Then, as if countless memories were rushing into his mind, Mo Yike slowly sat down cross-legged. As he sat down, a golden halo appeared behind Mo Yike's head. After a while, Mo Yike slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer any doubt in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with amazement. Mo Yike stood up and looked at Fushi. He bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Mr. Fushi. This dream lasted for 800,000 years. Are you the future Buddha or Mo Yike? Fushi looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike smiled and said, The future Buddha is a thing of the past. I am the commander of the 4th Army of the Dahan Empire, Mo Yike. Perhaps everything in this world is predestined. Fushi sighed. Yes, my enlightening divine staff? Who would have thought that its weapon spirit would reincarnate as Qin Zibai and protect me? Mo Yike sighed. The enlightening divine staff is a treasure of destiny. It is extraordinary. Fushi nodded. Mr. Fushi, today the world is facing a great disaster. The 6th Tao is going to kill the heavens. Please help us, Mr. Fushi, and save us from this disaster. Mo Yike said solemnly. Please help us, Mr. Fushi. The Taishang sect master also said solemnly. Mr. Fushi, please help us. Jiang Lianshan and the others also said solemnly. Big brother, can you save the heavens? Taiwa also asked. Fushi was silent for a while. He looked up at the sky and sighed. How do you think you came back from 800,000 years in the future? Huh. Everyone looked at Fushi in confusion. Before the heavens died, it cast the law of time to 800,000 years in the future. Old man Guanxi obtained it and you came back. Fushi sighed. Huh. Old man Guanxi obtained the law of time? Cast by the heavens? Wait, before the heavens died. What do you mean? Jiang Lianshan's expression suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes widened. Fushi sighed. More than 20 days ago, the heavens fell in the void. The heavens are dead? Taiwo was surprised. The time cast was after the heavens died. So, Guanxi can only bring you back 20 days ago. Otherwise, old man Guanxi can go back to when Rokudo Shinkuin was young. He doesn't need your help to kill the 6 Dao. Why wait until when Rokudo Shinkuin was the strongest? Fushi shook his head. If the heavens are dead, then isn't it a joke that we came to kill the 6 Dao? Jiang Lianshan said with an ugly expression. Chapter 826. Since the heavens are dead, isn't it a joke that we came here to kill the samsara? Jiang Lianshan said with an ugly expression. Everyone felt a wave of depression in their hearts. A joke? More than a joke. Everyone had become old man Guanxi's chess pieces. His goal was to help the old man Guanxi kill the samsara, help the old man Guanxi ascend to the position of the heavens, and help the old man Guanxi become an immortal. Once calculated, the world was a chess piece. Even though Jiang Lianshan was extremely intelligent, he still fell into the old man Guanxi's trap. The samsara is the white chess piece and you are the black chess piece. Old man Guanxi is indeed that Guanxi. While you are fighting to the death, he can reap the benefits. What a character! Fushi exclaimed. Since the heavens are dead, can the samsara become an immortal? Taiwo frowned. Fushi shook his head. The heavens were deceived by the samsara and entered the void land. There was no life force to be used and the samsara killed him. However, according to my calculations, the heavens made arrangements before his death to take revenge on the samsara. The law of time was one of the methods the heavens used to take revenge on the samsara. It was given to the old man Guanxi to kill the samsara. Sigh, what a pity. Then what are you doing? If you can calculate, why have you been in seclusion? Why are you ignoring the heavens? Jiang Lianshan asked. Fushi looked at the sky and shook his head. I can't do anything. Can't do anything? Ah, what a joke. Isn't it just seclusion? The samsara has taken over this world, what's the use of your seclusion? Jiang Lianshan said. Fushi shook his head. The samsara has not taken over this world yet. The heavens died, but the samsara's body was severely injured. The samsara's body obtained the sinuan that the heavens used to control the laws of the world. Only when the samsara returned to this world and used sinuan could he inherit the celestial throne. And I have my own reasons for going into seclusion. Brother, I remember that you seem to know heaven's sky. Why aren't you attacking? Even if you don't do anything, you can tell him. At least he can guard against the dominator. Taiwo frowned. Fushi shook his head. I only found out when heaven died. Then what do we do now? The heavenly god's body of the 6 paths is coming back, and once it does, the world will change hands. An old man Guanxi is going to fight him to the death. Do you want to help? Avenge the heavens? Taiwo asked anxiously. Sinuan? Jiang Lianshan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Obtain sinuan, control the immortal dome of heaven and earth, and become an immortal? Jiang Lianshan's expression gradually became serious. Old man Guanxi and the heavenly god of the 6 paths were fighting. Could he also sit back and watch the tigers fight? As he thought about it, Jiang Lianshan looked at Fushi cautiously. This was because Jiang Lianshan could not see through Fushi. What if he also joined in? I can't help. I can't free myself. Fushi shook his head. But Taiwo was stunned and anxious. Before heaven died, he had other arrangements besides the law of time. Fushi shook his head. Other arrangements? Jiang Lianshan was puzzled. Spiritual light. Fushi said in a low voice. Spiritual light? After 800,000 years, the 5 cultivators in the world, life force, divine literature, and spirit cultivation are the spiritual lights of self-cultivation. Do you know? Fushi smiled. I know. However, the moment Rokudo Shinkuin became an immortal, he collected all the spiritual lights in the world. Only the 4 cultivators were left in the world. However, occasionally, some spiritual lights would travel through time and space and be collected by others. Jiang Lianshan recalled. The so-called spiritual lights are the most original energy of heaven and earth. Heaven scattered 1/5 of it to bless the people, but the remaining 4/5 were always in his hands. Before heaven died, he condensed 4/5 of the spiritual lights into 4 sets of talent, techniques and threw them into the 4 corners of the immortal dome. These 4 sets of talent were for people to inherit and challenge Rokudo Shinkuin in the future. Even if old man Guanxi failed, Rokudo Shinkuin would have a headache. Will the six paths take all the spiritual lights in the world in the future? No, he can only take 1/5 of it. If his spiritual lights can also be condensed into techniques, there will be 5 sets of talent in the world. If he obtains one of them, he will be able to look down on the world. Fuxi explained. Talent? Jiang Lianshan squinted his eyes and memorized it. If Guhai was here, he would be shocked. Among the 5 sets of talent, he had the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, which was a spiritual cultivation technique. Other than a few scattered spiritual lights, all the spiritual lights in the Immortal Dome are gathered in these 5 sets of talent. Fuxi nodded. The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. They would definitely look for it when they returned. Will Old Man Guanxi succeed in snatching Rokudo Shinkuan's Sinyuan? Jiang Lianshan frowned. Although some things are destined in the future, accidents can happen sometimes. It's hard to say. Fuxi shook his head. Are you really not going to participate? What? If you obtain that Sinyuan, you will be able to control the Immortal Dome. What's more important than that? Jiang Lianshan frowned. I have no intention of becoming an immortal. Fuxi shook his head. His eyes flashed with worry. Brother, what are you worried about? Rokudo Shinkuan and Old Man Guanxi. Neither of them is a good person. Whoever becomes an immortal will be a disaster for the world. You should do something. Taiwa said anxiously. Fuxi was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, I can't do anything. However, if you want to stop them, you can find 2 people. Who can stop Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkuan? Jiang Lianshan was shocked. In this world, was there anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Fuxi? No, someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 Dao? Solemnly, Fuxi nodded his head. Oh. Everyone's expression turned serious. 800,000 years later, there will be 5 cultivators in the world. Longevity cultivators will come from me. The 8 longevity masters are my inheritances. I have a use for them. Don't provoke them. They won't interfere. Luck cultivators were cultivators who established countries, sects, and providence. Literature cultivators are those who practice the 4 arts. Spirit cultivators are only left with the 5 innate techniques. However, there is still one more God cultivator. Solemnly, Fuxi said. Fuxi. God cultivator? Aren't God cultivators the gods of the beasts? I don't think it's a big deal. The Scarlet Emperor frowned. At the side, the Fire Emperor was depressed and didn't say anything. No, you don't know. Actually, after the birth of the Immortal Dome, the earliest era was ruled by God cultivators. Other than the heavens, the beasts were the overlords of the world. At that time, the gods of the beasts were extremely powerful. Humans were just a small race that was enslaved because humans couldn't cultivate. At that time, there were 4 overlords of God cultivators. Do you know? Fuxi asked. The Fire Emperor furrowed his brows. I think I've heard of the legends. The 4 strongest demonic beasts were the Eastern Azure Dragon, the Southern Vermilion Bird, the Western White Tiger, and the Northern Black Tortoise. The Green Dragon was the ancestor dragon. It's a pity that he fell. However, he established the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. The Vermilion Bird controlled the beasts and was destroyed in the end. The White Tiger controlled the beasts and also died. Xuanwu is still alive. Solemnly, Fuxi said. Fuxi. The Green Dragon fell? The White Tiger fell? The Vermilion Bird fell? Didn't they cultivate to become gods? Gods don't die, but when the Earth soul reincarnates, their lifespans extend. Jiang Lianshan frowned. They were killed? Fuxi explained. Oh, killed. Who killed them? When the humans were enslaved, a group of them turned to become gods because of the plight of the humans. Fuxi said plainly. Humans can't become gods. How is that possible? The Fire Emperor asked in shock. Hence, they suffered inhuman pain while cultivating to become gods. From then on, they separated themselves from the human race and became enemies with the beasts. They were collectively known as witches. Witches were the gods of devouring beasts and turned them into their own gods. They cursed themselves in order to protect the human race. Now that the human race is the largest race in the world, the witches have contributed greatly. Fuxi explained. Witches? Why haven't I heard of them before? Taiwa asked in shock. Fuxi ignored Taiwa's shock and continued. The leader of the witches was called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Taiwa asked in shock. There were 1,000 Jiang Chen zombie guards on the island. These are the descendants of Jiang Chen. I'm talking about the ancestor Jiang Chen. Take a look at these descendants of Jiang Chen. What do you think of the strength of these zombies? Fushi laughed. Turning them into zombies and nurturing a peerless army? Taiwa asked in shock. That's right. Jiang Chen led the witches and countless zombies to fight the 4 mythical beasts. In the end, the green dragon, white tiger and vermilion bird perished. The witches almost perished together. Jiang Chen and Xuanwu were heavily injured and recuperating. I fought with Jiang Chen once in the past and we couldn't determine the victor. However, I made a bet with him and he lost to me. Hence, these 1,000 Jiang Chen zombies were the wager that he lost to me. Fushi laughed. Jiang Chen is still alive? Did the witches perish together? Taiwa asked in shock. Not necessarily. There will be some survivors. Dian, His Holiness, right? Fushi looked at Jiang Lianshan. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan in confusion. Jiang Lianshan frowned, his expression slightly unpleasant. His Holiness? Did the first princess turn into Hanba? Is this the witch's cultivation method? White Emperor asked in shock. Perhaps. Jiang Lianshan's expression turned ugly. In the battle between the witches and demons, both sides suffered losses. The human race officially rose. Although both sides suffered losses, Jiang Chen is still alive. God Xuanwu is still alive. You can look for them. Fushi explained. Where are they? Jiang Lianshan asked in a low voice. I don't know. You can look for them yourselves. Old man Guanqi said it would take a year. That means there is still a year before the return of the deity of 6 paths. I believe you can find them in a year's time. Fushi shook his head. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Big brother, what happened to Guhai? Taiwa asked worriedly. Fushi looked at the sea in the distance and shook his head. You don't have to worry too much. That guy is very lucky. As Fushi was speaking, a loud noise came from the palace not far away. Boom. Another wave of death surged out. Fushi's expression darkened. He waved his hand and a wave of energy swept the death aura back into the palace. Jiang Lianshan and the others looked at the palace curiously. Fushi? Why are you still in seclusion at this time? Deity of 6 paths, old man Guanqi, are you really not going to do anything about it? The Tongtian sect master frowned. Heavens, 6 paths, old man Guanqi, your grudges are between family. Fushi shook his head and sighed. Family? Jiang Lianshan did not agree. You can go now. I am in seclusion to stop an outsider. I hope I can stop him. If I die, I will count on you. Fushi shook his head and sent them off. That's serious? An outsider? Everyone was confused. However, since Fushi had sent them off, they could not stay any longer. Before leaving, the Taishang sect master said solemnly, Mr. Fushi, although I don't know what you are talking about, I think you have your reasons. Before I leave, I just want to ask, who is this outsider you are talking about? Fushi looked at the Taishang sect master and nodded. He is called 30. 30? Everyone was stunned. Boom. Another wave of death aura came from the palace not far away. Fushi waved his hand. Boom. Huashu Island was suddenly covered by a thick fog, and no one could see what was inside. Chapter 827. Outside Huashu Island. Everyone had a complicated expression. The news that Fushi revealed after coming out of seclusion was hard for everyone to digest. 30? He actually made Fushi so determined to die? The White Emperor frowned. The 6 paths that Qing Emperor's remnant soul merged into is dead. The 6 paths can no longer sense my location. Now everyone is safe. Now there are 4 types of talent techniques in the world. If possible, try your best to find them. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Yes. Jiangchen? Xuanwu? I'm guessing that old man Guanqi knows as well. Otherwise he wouldn't care so much about the Xuanwu clan. If we can find Shangguan Hen and Supreme Fengyu, we can find Ancestor Xuanwu. As for Jiangchen, I remember that Dragon God Ing cultivated Jiangchen's body. Find him. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. His Holiness is right. The Scarlet Emperor's eyes lit up. If Fushi doesn't want to interfere, we should leave. Taishang Sect Master, Tongtian Sect Master, I hope we can meet again after a year. Jiang Lianshan looked at Taishang and Tongtian. The Taishang Sect Master nodded. Let's go. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Then what about Mr. Good? Murong Yen asked in confusion. Didn't Fushi say that he's very lucky? He is very lucky. Jiang Lianshan's face was gloomy. He waved his sleeves and disappeared into the horizon with Murong Yen and the others. Only Taishang, Tong Tian, and Mo Yike were left outside Huashu Island. Tong Tian and Taishang looked at each other. Eldest senior brother, have you heard of the 30 that Fushi mentioned? Tong Tian asked doubtfully. The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he did not explain. Taishang did know that not long ago, in order to persuade Taishang, the Tong Tian of the Jia school had revealed some information about the 30 immortal firmament. However, Taishang did not want to say it out loud. Alright, let's go. Taishang took a deep breath. Where to? Let's go find Jiang Chen and Xuanwu. Solemnly, Taishang ordered. Tong Tian nodded and followed Taishang, disappearing into the East Sea. Mo Yike was the only one left on the island. Previously, Mo Yike had not interfered in the conversation. He had only silently remembered it. With his weak cultivation, he should be thankful that no one was targeting him. Now that everyone had left, Mo Yike flew to a nearby island. Mo Yike wanted to wait for Gu Hai's return. On Huashu Island, Fushi suppressed the black aura coming from the main hall again. His expression was extremely ugly. Big brother, is what you said true? Taiwa asked worriedly. Fushi nodded, took out a letter, and handed it to Taiwa. If I die, give this letter to Gu Hai. That. How is that possible? Big brother, how could you die? Taiwa was in disbelief. Master, is there anyone in this world who can be your match? That's impossible. Hichu was also in a daze. Fushi was slightly bitter. At first I thought so too. Unfortunately, he was too strong. I also met someone who looked exactly like me. His name was also Fushi. Unfortunately, he had already fallen. Before he died, he passed on all of his inheritances to me, becoming one with me. However, I still didn't have the confidence to succeed. 30? What a terrifying 30. He only used a strand of divine sense and I. Big brother, I don't understand. Taiwa was worried. You don't need to understand. You will know everything in the future. That Gu Hai, according to my calculations, will indeed be my brother-in-law. Don't worry. After father and mother died, I swore to protect you. No one will dare to bully you. Even if it is 30, even if I die, I will not let him have an easy time. Fushi's eyes glowed red. Big brother, I am a little scared. Please don't go against 30. Taiwa said anxiously. When the sixth Tao seizes the heavens, the common people can still live. If 30 succeeds in his invasion, the common people will be slaves forever. Remember my words. If I die, give this letter to Gu Hai. He will arrange everything for you. Fushi said incomparably solemnly. Big brother, you must be careful. You will be fine. Taiwa said sadly. Fushi nodded. Quang. He stepped into the main hall surrounded by the aura of death. The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. Ichu, can you guess who 30 is? Taiwa said anxiously. Me? I have never heard of him. I can't guess. Hichu said bitterly. If you are so useless, Taiwa said gloomily. At this moment, Fushi's life and death were uncertain. Gu Hai's life and death were uncertain. Taiwa was anxious, but he did not dare to leave Huashu Island. Dahan, limitless celestial capital, soaring palace hall on the dragon throne. Long live your holiness. Long live your holiness. The officials bowed respectfully. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne, wearing a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe. Looking around, the officials bowed respectfully, and the world was in awe. On the left stood the 4 crown princes of the Dahan Celestial Empire, Guqin, Guhan, Gadong, and Guming. After the officials bowed respectfully, they began to report the news from all over the world. Gu Hai frowned slightly as if he had forgotten something important. However, everything in front of him was so familiar. After the court session ended, Gu Hai slowly stepped back into the harem. Husband. Immediately, a group of women greeted him with smiling faces. Qin Xianer Long Wanqing Taiwa Zhang Yulian Lin Waner Bingheim. Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress. The attendants bowed respectfully. Husband, why are you so listless today? Qin Xianer said with a smile. I don't know. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Gu Hai shook his head. Forgetting something means that it's not important, right? Long Wanqing said with a smile. Husband, don't think about it if you've forgotten. You'll get a headache if you think about it. Let me massage your shoulders. Husband, life is so beautiful now. The world is peaceful, and all your opponents have been eliminated. What else do you have to worry about? It's time to enjoy life. Yes, husband, there's no one in the world who can be your opponent. What are you worried about? A group of empresses supported Gu Hai into the harem. Life seemed to be without pressure. The The sense of crisis in the past was all relaxed. Gu Hai seemed to be slowly indulging in it. After a night of pleasure with the 6 empresses, he gradually fell asleep. There was no need to think about anything. There was no need to worry about anything. All he had to do was to enjoy it. What a good life. How addictive. However, when the women fell asleep, Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Gu Hai's face revealed a trace of ferocity. What a wonderful dream. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. With a single palm strike, the entire world trembled as if it was about to shatter. Sure enough, everything was just a dream. With a quiver, Gu Hai woke up from his dream. Walala. Gu Hai sat up and a large amount of viscous liquid spilled out of his body. Gu Hai opened his eyes, took a few deep breaths and looked around in surprise. This was a super big hall. The hall was dark and surrounded by pitch-black water. Transparent water balls floated on the black water. He was in a water ball. On the water ball, there were roots that extended into the black water. The other end of the roots was inserted into Gu Hai's body. Rip. Gu Hai tore off the roots on his body. The water ball also instantly merged into the black viscous water below. Gu Hai felt as if his whole body was drained. He had no strength left. At the same time, Gu Hai was shocked to discover that there were 35 water balls like the one he had just been wrapped in. In each water ball there was a figure wrapped in it. Gaochen? Ziwei? Kongxian? Gu Hai immediately recognized 3 of them. The 3 of them were lying in the water ball. Their bodies were densely covered with roots, as if they were constantly being drained of their energy. However, the 3 of them looked intoxicated as if they were having a beautiful dream. Gu Hai woke up because of the heaven-suppressing God seal, but these people were sleeping soundly? Where is this? Guqin is here? Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai, you're awake? Suddenly a voice came from above. Gu Hai looked up and saw a Tongtian giant. The giant's appearance was Rokudo Shinkuan, but at this moment, it was transparent. There was a divine scepter of wisdom in between its eyebrows, as if it was in great pain. There was a water ball on top of its head. In the water ball was Guqin. Guqin was sleeping in the water ball as if he was having a beautiful dream. This is the lower heavenly palace? Gu Hai's expression changed as he analyzed. He was swallowed by the divine body of the samsara. That was the human soul of the samsara. The divine scepter of wisdom in between his eyebrows was obviously inserted by the future Buddha to wear down his soul power. This is the lower heavenly palace? You can see through it. But it's okay. This is my lower heavenly palace, my world. You want to struggle? It's too late. Ah, you're awake? That's strange. No one can wake up from a dream. That's the dream you want to achieve the most. No one wants to wake up from it. I'd like to see what's in your memories. The samsara's human soul laughed. Whoosh. Suddenly the water below rolled up again and enveloped Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai had no energy left in his body. He could not resist at all. Impossible. What's going on? There's no need to struggle. I've stripped away all the energy in your body. Ah, I've eaten you. If you can still resist, then I'm not the samsara. The samsara laughed coldly. The water ball enveloped Gu Hai and flew above the samsara's head. The water ball that Guqin was in flew out from the depression in the samsara's head and landed on the black water below. The water ball that Gu Hai was in landed on the depression in the samsara's head. Pust. Suddenly, countless roots emerged from the samsara's head and pierced into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai screamed in pain. You have no energy left. Why are you still struggling? Let me devour your consciousness and read your memories. Ah. The samsara laughed. The countless roots sucked away Gu Hai's consciousness. Gu Hai's consciousness slowly became blurry. He did not even have the energy to take out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Speaking of which, I can't do this often. Everyone's consciousness carries their own will. If I read too much, it will mess up my own will. Furthermore, my soul power was sucked away by the divine scepter of wisdom and I haven't recovered yet. However, I believe that it won't be difficult to refine your consciousness. Once I refine your consciousness, I'll know all your secrets. I'm very curious about you. Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Gu Hai smiled weakly. A black chess piece appeared on Gu Hai's fingertip. It was the black chess piece that the 9th young master had given to him. It contained countless souls that the old man Guanxi had brought back. Gu Hai immediately released it. Boom. Suddenly, the souls flowed into Rokudo Shinkoen's mind through the roots. What? Rokudo Shinkoen's expression changed. There aren't many souls. 3,600 trillion souls. I wonder how long it will take for you to refine all of them. Guhai laughed. No. Rokudo Shinkoen shouted. Boom. 3,600 trillion souls rushed into the samsara's mind. The samsara's well was like a broken dam. Refining the souls? When the samsara immortal became an immortal, he did not dare to devour so many souls at once. How could the samsara immortal's body be able to do that? You asked for it. Your body is mine. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 828. Countless wills of heavenly souls attacked the wills of the 6 human souls. Even though the 6 wills were strong, there were too many of them. The wills of different wills caused the 6 human souls to be in chaos. Guhai closed his eyes and sensed the 6 human souls through the roots on his body. Instantly he entered the chaos. The chess piece that stored the heavenly souls also produced a suction force when Guhai squeezed it. Rumble. The rolling heavenly souls were forcefully sucked back. Everything became quiet again. However, the wills of the 6 human souls were crushed. Now he was like a fool sitting there cross-legged. Boom. Guhai's consciousness entered the 6 human souls. Boom. As soon as his consciousness entered the 6 human souls, Guhai had a strange feeling. At the bottom of the sea, the black-robed Rokudo Shinkoen sat cross-legged in the depths of a sea valley. There was a divine staff of wisdom in between his eyebrows. Phew. The 6 human souls opened his eyes. I have indeed controlled the body of the 6 human souls. How strange. The 6 human souls exclaimed. Plop. The 6 human souls stood up, staggered, and fell to the ground. I still need some time to familiarize myself with this body. In the lower heavenly palace, there is an expert in every water ball. Can I use their power? The 6 human souls looked serious. Rip. Suddenly the 6 human souls waved his hand. A crack in the void appeared in front of him and water gushed in. The 6 human souls stepped in. The crack in the void suddenly disappeared. The divine power of Kongxian, the 18th level of hell? I am back again. I need to familiarize myself with this body as soon as possible. Also, I need to check if Xiener's heavenly soul is in Guqing's black chess piece. The 6 human souls landed on a planet and slowly familiarized themselves with the body. In between his eyebrows, the bamboo staff slowly retracted into his body. On a remote island outside Huashu Island, Mo Yike waited patiently for a day. Who? Suddenly, a light breeze blew through the leaves on the ground. Mo Yike looked at the picture of a Go game that was pieced together by the leaves. It was the Go game manual that Guhai had taught Mo Yike for the first time. Mo Yike recognized it at a glance. Pretending to be tired, Mo Yike slowly stepped into the palace he took out. Kwang. The door of the hall slammed shut. It was isolated from the outside world. In the hall, Mo Yike's expression changed as he looked at the black-robed 6 paths in front of him. You are... Your Majesty? Mo Yike asked in surprise. Mo Yike, you are being watched. The 6 paths frowned. It's really your Majesty. You've succeeded? Mo Yike's eyes lit up. Solemnly, the black-robed samsara nodded. That's good. I entered the dreamland just now. What I dreamt of did come true. Mo Yike said with a smile. The Fire Emperor and the Tong Tian sect master are hiding in the dark and have been watching you. What's going on? Why are you here? The 6 paths frowned. Mo Yike described everything that had happened. Fushi 30? The 6 paths' pupils suddenly shrank. Others might not know who 30 was, but Guhai knew. The other immortal Dome, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus had been forced to hide in the immortal world like rats. The other immortal Dome's resistance had been crushed. 30? He had already discovered this immortal Dome? Your Majesty, you know 30? Mo Yike asked curiously. It's useless even if you know. It's still not the height that we can reach. The reincarnation of the future Buddha? I didn't expect it to be you. No wonder the divine scepter of wisdom has been following you and Qin Zibai has been protecting you. The 6 paths nodded. I didn't expect it either. Maybe it's all fated. Mo Yike laughed bitterly. I can't give you the divine scepter of wisdom now. I want to use it to suppress the 6 paths souls. Solemnly, Guhai said. Your Majesty, please use it as you wish. When we return, I will still have the divine scepter of wisdom. Mo Yike nodded. Oh yes, this heavenly soul is for you, Mon. The six paths passed him a box. Father? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. He received it carefully. Keep it carefully. If you have the ability, resurrect it. The six paths advised. Yes, thank you, your majesty. This is the best gift I have received in the Dahan Empire. Mo Yike's eyes turned red. Jiangchen? Xuanwu? Things are getting complicated. A year later, when the deity of six paths returns, what a terrible battle it will be. The six paths frowned. Your majesty, you said that the Tongtian sect and the Fire Emperor have been watching me. They should be waiting for news from you. You pretended to be casual just now to numb me. Mo Yike furrowed his brows. Since our paths are different, we can't work together. Since I've turned dark, there's no need for me to turn bright. Mo Yike, you have the memories of the future Buddha? The six paths looked at Mo Yike. Yes. Then we'll leave immediately. Bring me to visit all the strong cultivators from 800,000 years ago. I need all of them. The six paths said. Yes. Mo Yike had been in the main hall for a day. Outside the island, the Tongtian sect leader and the Fire Emperor furrowed their brows as they looked at each other. Something's not right. The Tongtian sect master's face fell as he flew towards the island. As soon as the Tongtian flew out, the Fire Emperor's face fell as he followed suit. Boom. The both of them landed on the island. I thought that Jiang Lianshan didn't care about Guhai anymore. The Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Same here. The Fire Emperor replied coldly. He waved his hand. Quang. The doors to the main hall opened. However, the main hall was empty. Mo Yike was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? The Fire Emperor asked in shock. The Tongtian sect master cleared his throat as he flicked his sleeves and flew away. The Fire Emperor searched for Mo Yike but couldn't find him. His face turned ugly. Did he escape? Or was he taken away? How should I explain this to His Holiness? After a period of depression, the Fire Emperor left. East Sea, Phoenix Island. There were many phoenixes flying around. There was a forbidden area on Phoenix Island where no one was allowed to enter. There were several palaces in the forbidden area and they faced a small mountain. Jiang Lianshan sat in a pavilion facing the small mountain as he drank wine continuously. Flask after flask, as if he had something on his mind. Murong Yin flipped through the reports sent by the phoenixes and furrowed her brows. In every report there was news of old man Guanxi. Murong Yin didn't want to miss out on any news. When she finished reading, Murong Yin raised her head and looked at Jiang Lianshan. There was a pile of wine in front of Jiang Lianshan. He didn't seem to be using his powers to get rid of the effects of alcohol. It was as if he was drinking on purpose to make himself drunk. His Holiness, you sent them out to gather information. It's been 2 days and there seems to be no news at all. Murong Yin said worriedly. Jiang Lianshan was slightly drunk. He suddenly looked at Murong Yin and his eyes seemed to be infatuated. Seeing Jiang Lianshan's eyes, Murong Yin lowered her head nervously and reminded him, His Holiness, are you drunk? I'm not drunk. Yin, do you still remember this place? Do you remember that small mountain? Jiang Lianshan pointed at a small mountain not too far away and laughed. Murong Yin looked in that direction and nodded. Yin, grew up there and eventually transformed. That was also where I first met His Holiness. The first time they met, Murong Yin was impulsive and thought that Jiang Lianshan was her destined one. But in the end, Yin, I regret it. Jiang Lianshan's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. His Holiness, what do you regret? Murong Yin looked at Jiang Lianshan. I regret that I sent you away. I regret that I didn't keep my promise to take you into the palace. I regret that I did everything to you. Yin, I hate it. Jiang Lianshan's eyes turned red in his drunken state. His Holiness, you don't have to do this. Murong Yin shook her head. No, listen to me. Yin, do you know? Ever since you said that you were going to marry old man Guanxi, I suddenly realized that I couldn't forget you. I hate it. I hate myself. Why didn't I cherish you when you were around? What? Old man Guanxi wanted to buy you with the immortal dome? No, you are the priceless treasure. I didn't fight for the immortal dome. I didn't want it. No one in this world can compare to you, Yin. Jiang Lianshan looked at Murong Yin with teary eyes. Murong Yin was at a loss for words. His Holiness, don't be like this. The past is the past. Don't think about it and don't talk about it. No, I want to say that I have been holding it in for so long. I can't take it anymore. When you were gone, I couldn't accept anyone else. Old man Guanxi avenged you. Didn't I? I'm also accumulating my strength, but it's still not enough. I'm worried that I won't be able to get my revenge. I must tear the 6 Dao's body into 10,000 pieces. Yen, come with me. Trust me, I'll treat you well. I'll let you be my empress. I'm willing to give you everything. Jiang Lianshan grabbed Murong Yan's hand. No, don't. His Holiness, you drank too much. You are talking nonsense. Murong Yan struggled to pull her hand away. However, Jiang Lianshan's hand was like a soldering iron. It was branded on Murong Yan's hand. She couldn't pull it away. I didn't drink too much. I'm not talking nonsense. Yan, do you know how much I have missed you in the past 1,000 years? I miss you all the time. I was wrong in the past. I am a bastard. Now I will not let you go. Yan, my Yan. Jiang Lianshan lost control of his emotions. No, don't. His Holiness, you are mistaken. I am not Murong Yan. I am a dummy made by my husband. Fake. Murong Yan struggled in panic. I don't care. I can't care. I only want you. What dummy? I only want you. I only want you. Jiang Lianshan didn't care at all. I am married. I don't care. Old man Guanxi doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still thinking about him? I will give you the best. Yan, I will give you everything. Jiang Lianshan lost control of his emotions and tried to hug her. No. Murong Yan screamed out in agony. Just as Jiang Lianshan lost control of his emotions and tried to hug Murong Yan. Boom. A figure landed beside Jiang Lianshan. His Holiness, what are you doing? A loud shout rang out. The Fire Emperor had returned. When he saw the scene before him, the Fire Emperor was about to explode as well. He roared out in anger. The roar seemed to have awakened Jiang Lianshan. Murong Yan took the opportunity to struggle free from Jiang Lianshan's grasp. She covered her face and ran away crying. Jiang Lianshan watched as Murong Yan ran away. His eyes flashed with pain as he dried his tears. Jiang Lianshan looked at the Fire Emperor, who was fuming with anger. Chapter 829. Murong Yan ran away. She cried as she walked to a small stream. She looked at her reflection in the water. In her reflection she was terrified, helpless, and sorrowful. Husband, didn't you say that you would never leave me? Woo woo woo. Murong Yan was extremely upset. My husband said that he would never leave me. She's the real one and I'm the fake one. Why am I the fake one? Murong Yan cried uncontrollably. Sounds of explosions could be heard from afar. It seemed like the Fire Emperor and Jiang Lianshan were in conflict. After an unknown amount of time, the Fire Emperor arrived at the small stream where Murong Yan was. Yener, His Holiness drank too much wine. Don't take it to heart. The Fire Emperor consoled her gently. Murong Yan turned her head to look at the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with love as well. However, the Fire Emperor felt a sense of inferiority. Brother Fire Emperor, Yener begs you for something. Murong Yan suddenly spoke in a solemnly manner. Speak. Take me away from this place. Take me to my husband. Murong Yan's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke. Do you know where old man Guanxi is? The Fire Emperor asked curiously. No, I don't know. I just don't want to stay here any longer. I'm worried. Murong Yan spoke with a tinge of fear in her voice. The Fire Emperor looked at Murong Yan as his heart softened. You're worried about His Holiness? If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'm sorry. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Murong Yan shook her head. After all, the Fire Emperor was the leader of the Dian dynasty. How could the Fire Emperor betray Jiang Lianshan? That was impossible. No, I'll take you away. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. What? Yener, I know that you've always treated me as your big brother and have never thought of anything else. But that's not important. I know myself well. I can't compare to His Holiness, I can't compare to Long Zhanghua, and I can't compare to old man Guanxi. But as long as you're happy, that's enough for me. I'll bring you to old man Guanxi instead of His Holiness. Really? Murong Yan smiled through her tears. When he said those words, the Fire Emperor still felt a little apologetic towards Jiang Lianshan. However, when he saw Murong Yan's smile, the Fire Emperor suddenly realized that nothing else mattered. As long as Murong Yan smiled, nothing else mattered. Really? Let's go now. The Fire Emperor spoke with absolute certainty. Thank you, big brother Fire Emperor. Murong Yan wiped the tears from her eyes. Let's go. The Fire Emperor waved his hands as he brought Murong Yan up into the sky and flew into the distance. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the both of them disappeared into the horizon. The Fire Emperor brought Murong Yen away. Jiang Lianshan wasn't unaware of this. In fact, he watched as the both of them flew into the distance. When he saw Murong Yen leaving, Jiang Lianshan's eyes turned red once again. A wave of unbearable pain filled his heart. Pooh! Jiang Lianshan spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Lianshan seemed to have become much more desolate. He slowly walked back to the main hall and closed the door behind him. In a secluded mountain valley on the Divine Continent, Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin sat cross-legged as waves of corpse chi emanated from their bodies. As the corpse chi surged, the air around them trembled slightly. After an unknown period of time, a pure white lotus flower appeared above Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin's heads. The lotus flower emitted 6 different colors and was extremely dazzling. Inhale. The both of them inhaled at the same time as the lotus flower above their heads entered their mouths. Both of them retracted their auras. Slowly, the both of them opened their eyes. Second generation Jiangqin? A single drop of blood actually increased my strength by so much? Takeshi Ryushin revealed a look of astonishment. Dragon God Ing seemed to have expected this result. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Long Sanchen's senses are still there? Dragon God Ing looked at Takeshi Ryushin. It's been erased by the true Lord. Isn't yours the same? Otherwise Rokudo Shinkoin would have come long ago. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Dragon God Ing frowned and nodded. Both of them were the sons of the Longzhonghua. Naturally, they returned to their birthplace, the capital of the Desantian Celestial Empire, 800,000 years ago. At the same time, they also met an unexpected person there. The both of them stood up and checked their strength. Both of them had greatly improved. At this time, a man who looked like a guard stepped forward and said, "The true Lord is already waiting for the both of you. Please follow me." Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin looked at each other and nodded. A single drop of the true Lord's blood was enough to make them reborn. How strong was the true Lord? Jiangqin? Ancestor Jiangqin. When the both of them received the news of the true Lord, they were naturally extremely careful. Following the guard, they flew to an ordinary field. Kites danced in the air as a group of children competed in flying kites. Haha, mine is the highest, mine is the highest. The group of children shouted proudly. No, it's little Six. The children were surprised. They saw the youngest child, who was about 5 or 6 years old, proudly flying the highest kite. No, it should be the white-robed man next to him who was teaching him step by step. Chinshu, look, our kite is the highest, the highest. Little Six shouted excitedly. Chinshu, you are biased, helping Little Six, not helping me. Suddenly the group of children kept shouting. Ha 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 ha. The white-robed man laughed happily. At this time, Dragon God Ing, Takeshi Ryushin, and the guard landed behind the white-robed man when the children were not paying attention. All right, Little Six, you hold on to this one, I have something to do. The white-robed man smiled. Yes, Chinshu, I will wait for you to come back, we are still the first. Little Six said happily. Chinshu, hurry up. Ah, Chinshu, when you come back I will definitely be the first. The group of children shouted proudly. The white-robed man smiled and said goodbye to the children, then came to Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin. Both of them were monarchs and had long lost their childlike innocence. They could not understand why such a powerful figure like Ancestor Jiangqin would play with a group of children. Refined? The white-robed Jiangqin smiled. Yes, thank you, senior. The two of them said respectfully. The guard at the side immediately took out 3 extremely comfortable white chairs and a huge wine rack. The wine rack was huge and had close to 1,000 jars of sealed wine. More importantly, the wine rack was white and so were the wine jars. It seemed like Jiangqin was a clean freak who liked the color white. I like the clear stream wine that has been aged for 300 years. It is fresh and fragrant. Take a look yourselves. This is my cellar. If you like it, take it yourself. Jiangqin took out a jar and smiled. Huh. Takeshi Ryushin and Dragon God Ing frowned slightly. Jiangqin looked too casual, right? The close to 1,000 kinds of wine in front of them confused the two brothers. Although they had their own labels, the two did not care much about wine, so they casually took 2 jars. Jiangqin leaned on the chair and held a cup of wine, smiling at the two. In front of me you can be casual. There is no need to be reserved. Cheers. Jiangqin said with a smile. The two were slightly stunned and nodded. Senior, you know about our matter, right? Rokudo Shinkoin wants to kill heaven. Dragon God Ing said with a frown. Kill heaven? No, you transmigrated after heaven died. Jiang Qin took a sip of wine and shook his head. At the same time he crossed his legs, looking indescribably satisfied. What? Heaven is dead? Takeshi Ryushin exclaimed in shock. Jiang Qin did not mind and looked at the two's reaction. Senior, why are you helping us cultivate? Dragon God Ing frowned. You've cultivated my cultivation technique? That's right. However, you are at most a third generation Jiang Qin. I helped you evolve your blood to the second generation so your strength should be higher. As for you? Hey, you have some thoughts but it doesn't matter. I will help you wash your blood once. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Many thanks, Senior. The two frowned. May I know why Senior is helping me? Dragon God Ing frowned. Nothing, I'm just happy. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The two were slightly stunned. Oh, right, in less than a year Rokudo Shinkoin's divine body will return from the void. He should be bringing Sinuan. The one who obtains Sinuan can control the immortal dome. There should be many people fighting for it. If you are interested you can go too. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What about Senior? Dragon God Ing frowned. Me? I'm not interested in Sinuan. I won't go. Jiang Qin shook his head. The two were slightly stunned. They could not understand. Sinuan becoming an immortal? Controlling the entire immortal dome? You said you were not interested? Well, let's get to know each other today. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. The two of you, please. Little Six is calling me. His kite fell. I'm going to help him. Jiang Qin suddenly sent them off. The two were stunned. Sending them off? Because you are going to fly a kite with a group of children? Chinshu, come and help me. Little Six said anxiously from afar. The two of you, please. Jiang Qin said again. The two could only get up and bowed respectfully to Jiang Qin. Many thanks, Senior. Boom. The two immediately flew far away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. True Lord, why are you helping them? That is your blood essence. Why did you let them become the second generation? The guard at the side said in confusion. Am I happy? Ah. Jiang Qin said with a smile. As he laughed, he looked at the two who were leaving. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Chinshu, come and help me. Little Six said anxiously. Come, let's see Chinshu take revenge for you. Jiang Qin immediately walked toward the group of children with a smile. The guard carefully put away everything around him. He stood respectfully not far away. Chapter 830. Dongfang of the Divine Continent, Daqi Celestial Dynasty. On the peak of a mountain outside the imperial capital. The 6 paths of black robes stared coldly at the fate of the Celestial Dynasty in the distance. Mo Yike flew over quickly. Your Majesty, something is wrong. The great Qi Celestial Dynasty's emperor is not in the imperial court. I heard that the 6 white-robed Daos invited him. He followed the 6 white-robed Daos to hunt us down. Mo Yike frowned. The 6 paths of white robes are one step ahead? The 6 paths of black robes' face darkened. Yes. The 6 paths of white robes are too influential. We're too late. However, Your Majesty, there were 4 celestial dynasties and 8 sacred grounds 800,000 years ago. Should we go somewhere else? Mo Yike said with a frown. The 6 paths of black robes was silent for a while before shaking his head. There's no need. Old man Guanxi is extremely intelligent. If I can think of it, so can he. Celestial dynasties and sacred grounds? They're already in his bag. So now? Mo Yike asked with a frown. Let's settle for the next best thing. We'll start with the Imperial Dynasty, Sovereign Dynasty, Lower Sect, and Middle Sect. If we can't beat him in terms of quality, we'll surpass him in terms of quantity. Let's go. The 6 paths of black robes flew away with Mo Yike. Soon they arrived at a Middle Sect. Without alerting anyone else, the 6 paths of black robes went straight to the sect leader's hall. Who's there? A white-robed elder stared as if he was about to attack. When he saw who it was, he paused and said in surprise, Perfected Cultivator, why are you here? Sect leader of Rakshasa sect, the demons are rampant and want to harm the heavens. I'm here to ask for your help so that you can come with me to slay the demons. Solemnly the 6 paths of black robes said. Oh, I wouldn't dare to disobey an invitation from the Perfected Cultivator. Please give me your orders. The sect leader of Rakshasa sect said in surprise. I'll set up a formation in your sect. Explain it to your disciples and then come with me to slay the demons. Solemnly the 6 paths of black robes said. Perfected cultivator, please wait. The sect leader of Black Robes sect went out excitedly. The 6 Tao of Black Robes had set up a Go Dao formation in the sect leader's hall. After the Rakshasa sect leader gave his instructions, the 2 of them left the Rakshasa sect. The 2 of them did not stop and continued to visit the lower sects, middle sects, imperial dynasties and imperial dynasties. Although it was strange that Rokudo Shinkuin even invited the lower sects, none of the experts asked about it. The charm of the dominator of samsara was fully displayed. After gathering nearly 100 people, they arrived at a secluded mountain forest. True monarch? Where are the demons? Why are we here? The Rakshasa sect master asked in confusion. Everyone please excuse us. The 6 paths of black robes suddenly spoke. Roar. The black robe 6 Tao let out a loud roar as a powerful suction force appeared from his mouth. True Lord, what are you doing? True Lord, we're here to help you. True monarch, everyone in the sect knows that I came out with you. Don't eat me, ah. As everyone cried out in shock, the 6 Taos in black robes swallowed them all. Off. In the blink of an eye, the group of experts disappeared. Not far away, Mo Yike flew over. Your Majesty, how was it? Mo Yike asked worriedly. The 6 paths of black robes took a deep breath and shook his head. It's fine. I don't need to refine their consciousnesses. I just need to keep them in the water ball egg. Let's go to the next area. Yes. Mo Yike replied. The 2 of them left quickly and repeated the same thing. For a time, the world's authorities were invited by Rokudo Shinkuin and disappeared one after another. Guanxi's reputation spread across the world because Guanxi was leading a group of demons in a futile attempt to go against the heavens and enslave the people. Everywhere in the world, the horror of the demons was spreading. The world was in a state of panic. North Sea, in an extremely dark underwater canyon. There were a large number of Xuanwu swimming around, driving the monsters into the depths of the canyon. Roar, roar, roar. Countless Xuanwu looked ferocious. One by one, the sea monsters fled to the canyon. But as soon as they entered the canyon, they were sucked in by a suction force. Ah, don't eat me. Help. The sea monsters screamed in horror, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the depths of the canyon were silent. Obviously, all the sea monsters had been devoured. Ancestor, do we need more? A group of Xuanwu asked respectfully to the depths of the canyon. No need. An old voice sounded from the depths of the canyon. Yes. All of the black tortoises responded in unison. They circled around outside the ocean valley, guarding it. Shengguanhen, why aren't you eating? The old voice sounded. I can't eat. You can eat. Isn't that enough? Shengguanhen's voice sounded. He won't eat. After following Gu Hai, he didn't eat these innocent monsters. Haha, he didn't cultivate Buddhism. Why are you pretending to be merciful? Another voice sounded. It was Feng Yu's voice. There are benefits to not eating. Feng Yu, your thoughts are too evil. You will be tainted with too much karma. The old voice sounded. Karma? Oh, I don't believe it. Feng Yu shook her head. Karma exists. In the past, when I led the Xuanwu clan, I killed too many people, so I was punished by the heavens. The old voice sounded. Didn't you say that the heavens are dead? If the heavens are dead, then he has committed too many sins? Feng Yu said in disbelief. The heavens are lazy, so there is this tribulation. The old voice sounded again. I never thought that the ancestor of the Xuanwu clan would look like this. In that case, I am also the ancestor of the Xuanwu clan? Shengguanhen frowned. At this moment, in the depths of the sea valley, there was a huge Xuanwu. However, this Xuanwu looked very strange. The Xuanwu was divided into 2 parts, the black tortoise and the black snake. But now the black snake had 9 heads. They were all pitch black and there was a blood-colored sarcoma on each head. The black tortoise also had 9 heads. Most of them were greenish-black, and there was a blood-colored sarcoma on each head. 9-headed snake and 9-headed tortoise? One of the golden tortoise heads belonged to Shengguanhen. As for the blackest snake head, it belonged to Prime Fengyue. Of the 9 heads of the black tortoise, one was the biggest. It was more than 3 times the size of the other heads. On the back of the tortoise, there was a 9-palace diagram. The old voice came from the largest black tortoise's head. My black tortoise clan has a 9-headed undying body. Once this head's lifespan is exhausted, one of you will be chosen as the leader. At the same time, a new head will grow. Shangguanhen? Your cultivation technique is strange. The big shot looked at Shangguanhen's golden head in confusion. The 8 and 9 mystic arts. Elder Wu, if you want this technique, I can give it to you. Shangguanhen did not hide anything. The big shot Elder Wu shook his head. No need. This technique of yours is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. You can practice it yourself. I hope that when my life is exhausted, you can rise up. Old Wu Shangguanhen was the weakest in the past. Why is it him? The black tortoise and black snake heads asked unwillingly. He has the invincible Vajra body. If he becomes the leader, it will be good for you. Elder Wu said in a low voice. The black snake and black tortoise were uncomfortable, but they did not dare to refute Elder Wu's words. Elder Wu, does this mean that I am the reincarnation of Supreme Xuanwu? Like Supreme Fengyu? Shangguanhen frowned. Logically speaking, yes. Otherwise, you would not have returned to your original body. However, was that old man Guanxi chosen by the heavens to come back for revenge? Elder Wu looked at Supreme Fengyu. I'm not sure. Elder Wu, if Rokudo Shinkuin becomes an immortal, the world will be turned upside down. Think about it. After 800,000 years, only Shangguanhen and I will be left. This means that everyone is dead. Why not fight? Even if we don't fight, we will be killed by the 6 Tao. Supreme Fengyu shouted. That's right, Old Wu. The group of black snakes and black tortoises cried out. Elder Wu was silent for a moment. Just as Elder Wu was thinking in silence, Ancestor, there is someone who calls himself Old Man Guanxi. He wishes to see you. Xuanwu's voice came from above the sea valley. Elder Wu's face darkened. The black tortoise and black snake heads were shocked. Old Man Guanxi? How does he know about this place? Impossible. Only a few people in the Xuanwu clan know about this place. Elder Wu even set up a formation to conceal this place. Even the heavens do not know about this place. While everyone was shocked, Elder Wu looked at Supreme Fengyu thoughtfully. Elder Wu, I didn't. Supreme Fengyu immediately shouted. I know you didn't. You have been in front of me for the past few days. How could you have sent me a message? It can only mean that you have the power he gave you in your body. He followed his own power to find you. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. In the past, old Mr. Guanxi helped me raise my cultivation. However, that was my own strength. Supremacy Fengyue said anxiously. I was wondering why the evil power in your body was so strange. Old man Guanxi used you to find me. Elder Wu said with a frown. Elder Wu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this. Supreme Fengyu said with a frown. Forget it. Since you are here, let's meet him. Old man Guanxi? I want to see what kind of person dares to compete with the 6 Tao. Elder Wu said calmly. Soon, old man Guanxi was invited down. Whoosh. The white-robed old man Guanxi landed in front of Ancestor Xuanwu. Guanxi greets the senior. Old man Guanxi said politely. Elder Wu looked at old man Guanxi coldly, but the other heads did not say anything. Old man Guanxi? Forget it. Hey, you are quite capable. You brought a group of people back from 800,000 years ago? Elder Wu said coldly. Old man Guanxi shook his head and said humbly, This is the arrangement of the heavens. I just happened to be here. Elder Wu said coldly, All right, don't talk nonsense. Tell me why you are here. Old man Guanxi solemnly said, The heavens are dead and the common people are in trouble. I am here to invite the senior to avenge the heavens and live for the common people. The heavens? If it wasn't for him, my Xuanwu clan wouldn't be hibernating here. Common people. You are talking about the human race, right? What does the life and death of the human race have to do with me? What does the common people's suffering have to do with me? You want to use me to deal with Rokudo Shinkuin? But I have no grudges with the 6 Tao. Why should I get involved? Elder Wu said calmly. Chapter 831. Elder Wu's rejection did not make old man Guanxi give up. Senior, Fengyu and Shangguanhen have returned. I believe you already know what will happen in the future. The Xuanwu clan has declined, but they only flourished because they formed an alliance with the Sky Chess Pavilion. Before that, all of us here had fallen. It's not that we don't care, but we won't be in trouble. Old man Guanxi shook his head. Oh? I do know a little about the future, but can you guarantee that I wasn't killed by the samsara because I cooperated with you? Elder Wu asked. I can't guarantee. Old man Guanxi shook his head. Can't guarantee? According to history, I should have been killed by the samsara because of you. Elder Wu said. History in the future might be set right. Perhaps the future might change completely. I'm not sure. I only came here to seek cooperation with Senior, old Mr. Guanxi said seriously. Not interested. Elder Wu shook his head. Since you didn't chase me away, it means that you are still interested, right? Old man Guanxi smiled. Oh. Elder Wu stared at old man Guanxi. I believe that Feng Yu has explained everything to you. Why do I have a grudge against the samsara? Guanxi said seriously. Murong Yen? Didn't you come back to life? She was formed by my formation. She's not a real person. That's why I put all my eggs in one basket. Senior, I only want to save Murong Yen in the fight against the samsara. Everything else is not important to me. Everything else is yours. How about that? Old man Guanxi said. Everything else? What else? Elder Wu sneered. Sinyuan. Old man Guanxi said in a deep voice. Sinyuan? Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. Elder Wu, you have the Book of Luo of the 9 Palaces on your back, so you should be able to predict this. The heavens are dead and Sinyuan has been obtained by the 6th Tao. Once the 6th Tao returns, he will use Sinyuan to merge with the immortal firmament and become an immortal, the ruler of the heavens and earth. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at old man Guanxi. Sinyuan is useless to me. I only ask that Senior, after obtaining Sinyuan, help me save Murong Yen. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. I'll obtain Sinyuan? Elder Wu sneered at old man Guanxi. After obtaining Sinyuan, the Xuanwu will become the ruler of the heavens and earth, the #1 race in the heavens and earth. Senior, are you not tempted? Old man Guanxi looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu stared at old man Guanxi. Sinyuan. Elder Wu did have some thoughts. However, he didn't want to cooperate with old man Guanxi. Instead, he wanted to reap the benefits. However, when old man Guanxi pointed it out, Elder Wu was slightly surprised. What does that have to do with you? Why should I cooperate with you to deal with the 6th Tao? Elder Wu said calmly. That's because I know where the samsara 6 paths will return, the route he will take and where he will return to. I can intercept him. You know? Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. Elder Wu had the Book of Luo. Even he couldn't predict how Rokudo Shinkuin would return. How could old man Guanxi know? I've already grasped the 8 bodies of Rokudo Shinkuin. I can sense his location. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Oh. Senior, why don't you listen to my plan first before making a decision? Old man Guanxi smiled. Plan? I've heard from Feng Yu that you have countless schemes. You use people as chess pieces. With one move, all the experts 800,000 years later have become your chess pieces. Tell me, how are you going to scheme against me? Elder Wu said calmly. Senior, I don't dare to accept your words. Everything that happened before was just for this final battle. Furthermore, I don't dare to scheme against you. Old man Guanxi shook his head. Is that so? Elder Wu said in disbelief. Senior, you don't have to make the first move. Allow me to fight the 6th Tao. I believe that with my strength I can hold off Rokudo Shinkuin for a while. When Rokudo Shinkuin and I are both busy, please kill the 6th Tao and capture Sinyuan. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. You're going to fight the 6th Tao and let me pick up the spoils? Elder Wu didn't believe him. Although this was what he wanted, Elder Wu couldn't accept it when it came from old man Guanxi. I've already shown my sincerity. Please don't doubt me. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu narrowed his eyes and looked at old man Guanxi. I'll use everything I have. I only have this chance because the 6th Tao was injured by the firmament. However, I won't be able to hold him back for long. Please kill him in one strike. Old man Guanxi said solemnly again. Hey, you're that kind. Senior, I only want to revive my wife. That's all. Moreover, you can predict the future. Am I lying? Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu was silent for a while. He seemed to be thinking about the pros and cons. He seemed to be calculating the future. He stared at old man Guanxi and felt that this pie was too big. Old man Guanxi is sacrificing himself to help me get Sinyuan and become the ruler of the world? No, he wants to revive Murong Yen and is waiting for the charity after helping me? However, Elder Wu couldn't tell whether it was real or not. Senior, I remember that there's a Jiang Chen in this world? Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Oh, you want to use Jiang Chen to pressure me? Elder Wu's eyes turned cold. I wouldn't dare. I'm just guessing. If Senior doesn't go, then Jiangchen might be willing to go. Old man Guanxi shook his head. If you don't want to work with me, then I'll work with Jiangchen? Guanxi knew that Elder Wu and Jiangchen were sworn enemies, but he still wanted to force Elder Wu to agree. Once Jiangchen controlled the world, it would be a great disaster for Xuanwu. Elder Wu looked coldly at old man Guanxi. It was obvious that the other party's threat was effective. Of course, I'm the Sky Chess Pavilion. I've received countless help from the Xuanwu clan. There's no reason for me to work with Jiangchen. Moreover, I believe in Senior's strength. Senior, if you have any concerns, please tell me. I'll clear up your doubts. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. A threat and a flattery. A stick and a carrot. If it were any other time, Elder Wu would have scoffed. However, he was confused because of his concern. How could he not grasp such a heaven-sent opportunity? Sinuan? Yes, Sinuan. He was the ruler of heaven and earth and could manipulate the power of the laws of heaven and earth. What about Jiangchen? Could he not destroy him whenever he wanted? Elder Wu was moved. Also, Rokudo Shinkuan's divine body. If I'm not wrong, he will definitely return early. Moreover, he will definitely not use the same path as before. He will definitely use Sinuan to cover his tracks. Other than me, no one knows where he is. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu stared at old man Guanxi and sneered. Brat Feng, you said that you're powerful. You're indeed calculating. However, I'm still worried if I work with you. I'll put a heart-locking curse on you. If you lie to me, I'll kill you immediately. How about it? Senior, you agree? Old man Guanxi suddenly smiled. It's up to you. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. Senior, please use the curse. As long as you can save my wife, I'll do anything. Old man Guanxi solemnly said. Elder Wu's expression was slightly strange. Could it be that old man Guanxi was really sincere? After thinking about it, Elder Wu seemed to have put a heart-locking curse on old man Guanxi. Senior, success or failure depends on this. Please wait for the good news. I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Old man Guanxi solemnly said. Elder Wu nodded. After sending old man Guanxi away, Elder Wu was silent for a long time. Elder Wu, are you moved? Shengguan Hen frowned. Shengguan Hen, what do you mean? It's such a good thing, anyone would be moved. The others immediately shouted. Elder Wu was silent. Heaven is dead. Although the samsara is strong, I'm not inferior to him. Now that he's seriously injured and old man Guanxi is willing to stand in front, there's no reason not to fight for it. But I'm still worried. Why don't you look for His Majesty, Gu Hai, and ask him to help you analyze the situation? The heart-locking curse may not be omnipotent. Shengguan Hen said worriedly. No need. I have the Book of Luo and can predict the future. Although it's not too far away, it can predict the near future. Heart-locking curse? I'm not entirely counting on it. If old man Guanxi is lying to me, I can predict it in advance. The more people know, the more variables. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. Yes. Shengguan Hen said helplessly. 8 months later. In the entire divine great land, many suzerains and monarchs were invited by the dominator of the 6 realms for help. The news about old demon Guanxi spread throughout the world. All the people in the world were filled with righteous indignation. They wished they could eat old demon Guanxi's flesh, drink his blood and tear the demons into pieces. The people were filled with anger, but they lacked a catalyst. On the peak of a mountain, Mo Yike and the samsara in the black robe frowned as they looked at a city in the distance. Your Majesty, you've eaten most of the sect leaders and monarchs in the world. It'll be difficult to find more. Mo Yike said with a frown. It's about time. There's no need to find more. Moreover, I have a feeling that the samsara's body of God is coming back. The samsara in the black robe said in a deep voice. Just as Mo Yike was frowning, a loud sound came from the sky. Kaboom! With a loud bang, the weather suddenly changed and the sky was suddenly covered by rolling blood clouds. Whoosh! As soon as the blood clouds appeared, drops of blood rain fell from the sky. Then it became bigger and bigger. Woo 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 woo. In the void, sorrowful sounds of horns could be heard. Blood rain from the sky? Sorrowful sound? What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel sad? Sad feeling? So sad. I want to cry. What's going on? So sad. Someone seems to have died. Why do I feel like this? The people looked at the blood rain in confusion. Heaven is dead. Heaven and earth are sorrowful? Suddenly, someone said with a pale face. Heaven is dead? That's impossible. How could heaven be dead? Did Guanxi kill heaven? Did Rokudo Shinkoin fail? The common people seemed to have guessed the result, and countless people immediately knelt down. A great sorrowful atmosphere made everyone feel sorrowful, and many people started to cry. Your Majesty, the Samsara is back? The news of heaven and earth's death has been sensed by the laws of heaven and earth. Blood rain, sorrowful sound? Rokudo Shinkoin is back? Mo Yike's expression changed. Boom. Suddenly, Gu Hai heard a loud sound in the distant starry heavens. Then he saw a gigantic tear in space. A huge shock wave spread out in all directions. The surging scarlet clouds trembled, revealing a small gap, allowing Gu Hai to see the starry heavens. The Six Paths Heavenly God body is back. Old man Guanxi is fighting with him? Has it started? The Samsara squinted his eyes. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Protect yourself. I'm going. The Samsara took a deep breath and said, Yes. Whoosh. The Samsara turned into a stream of light and rushed into the starry sky. In that direction, Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkoin were about to fight to the death. Chapter 832. Washu Island. It had been more than 8 months, but Fushi had not come out of seclusion. There was also no news of Gu Hai. Taiwa felt frustrated. Any news? Taiwa looked at Hichu. No. I can't divine it either. The heavenly mysteries have been somewhat chaotic these days. However, Gu Hai should still be alive. Hichu said with a frown. Big brother has also been in seclusion. I wonder how he is doing. Taiwa looked at the nearby hall in frustration. Empress, you seem to be in a bad mood these days, Hichu said, feeling puzzled. I'm not sure either. I'm so frustrated. I suddenly feel very frustrated. Taiwa said gloomily. Could it be that something is about to happen? Hichu asked doubtfully. Just as Hichu finished speaking, a loud sound came from the hall where Fushi was. Boom. A powerful black shockwave spread out in all directions of Hwashu Island. It was like a nuclear explosion, destroying everything in its path. No, it was countless times stronger than a nuclear explosion. In an instant, the shockwave reached Taiwa. Protect the Empress. A loud shout rang out. Jianghu led a group of zombies and rushed in front of Taiwa. Boom. The huge shockwave blasted the zombies at the front. However, Taiwa and Hichu were sent flying by the shockwave. The two vomited a mouthful of blood in midair as the shockwave blasted them out of Hwashu Island. Master? Hichu cried out in shock. Big brother? Taiwa also cried out in shock. Hwashu Island was now in ruins. Of the 1,000 zombies, only Jianghu remained intact. The other zombies had been blasted to pieces. The huge shockwave spread to the surrounding sea, setting off huge waves in the East Sea. The ruined Hwashu Island was shrouded in smoke. 30? You can actually divine that something big is going to happen in my immortal dome at this time? Fushi's roar came from the smoky ruins. Boom. Woo 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 woo. At the same time, the entire sky was suddenly covered with blood clouds. A rain of blood poured down, and the mournful cries of horns resounded. A sorrowful atmosphere filled the entire world. When the heavens die, the heavens and earth grieve. This means that the laws of heaven and earth have sensed the death of the heavens. Has Rokudo Shinkoin returned? Hichu's expression changed. Hong. In the distant starry sky, there was a deafening sound that seemed to tear the world apart. A huge impact tore apart a large amount of blood clouds. Taiwa looked over. Old man Guanxi? Rokudo Shinkoin? Taiwa's expression changed. However, in the next moment, Taiwa still paid attention to Hwashu Island because he was more concerned about his big brother's safety. Ah! Fushi's roar came from the island. 30? Ah! What great strength and deep scheming. You chose to attack when the laws of heaven and earth were mourning for the heavens? If it wasn't for me, this world would have been completely destroyed by you. Unfortunately, you're just a strand of divine will. I can't beat you, but I can still destroy your divine will. Fushi's roar came again. Taiwa and Hichu both became nervous. I have a bad feeling. Hichu's expression changed. Shut up. Taiwa shouted anxiously. This was because Taiwa also felt an ominous premonition, but she didn't want to accept it. Taiwa, protect yourself well. Go and find your husband. Die. Fushi roared sorrowfully and then let out a desperate cry of death. However, a loud sound came from Hwashu Island. It was not an explosion but an explosion in reverse. Whoosh! The entire Hwashu Island and the surrounding ruins shrank into a ball. Then it shrank and disappeared. Walalala. The surrounding seawater surged, but Huashu Island and Fushi were gone. Big brother. Taiwa rushed over with tears rolling down his face. Hichu stood there in a daze. That's impossible. I can't sense Master. I have a telepathic connection with Master. Master is gone? Master is dead? Fushi is dead? When Taiwa heard that his big brother asked him to find Gu Hai, he knew that something was wrong. Before Fushi went into seclusion, he said that if anything happened to him, he should go find Gu Hai. Accident? He wants me to look for Gu Hai? Big brother is dead? No, big brother. Where are you? Where are you? Taiwa cried in despair. Rumble. The surrounding seawater surged, but Huashu Island was gone. It was as if it disappeared into thin air. In order to stop 30, Fushi died with 30? Hichu, big brother is still alive, right? Big brother is still alive, right? Taiwa cried as he flew toward Hichu. He wanted to know the truth from Hichu. Hichu was also stunned. Then he said sorrowfully, no, Master's aura is gone. I can't sense him. Not even a bit. Master might have. No, you're lying to me. You're lying to me. Taiwa cried out in grief. At this moment, the world was sorrowful, and the great sorrow was amplified. Taiwa and Hichu immediately burst into tears. It was as if the entire world had abandoned the two of them. At the side, Stiffy felt slightly better. Nyang Nyang, before Master died, he asked you to go find Gu Hai. Solemnly, Stiffy said. However, Taiwa and Hichu were in grief and could not hear it at all. Stiffy raised his head and looked at the battlefield in the starry sky. Rokudo Shinkoen has returned. Old man Guanchi is fighting. I think Gu Hai will definitely go there. I'll take you there. Stiffy waved his hand. Shio. Dragging the two of them, he flew toward the starry sky. On the divine continent, on a field. Jiang Qin frowned slightly and looked at Dongfang. Fushi? That 30, is he really that powerful? Even you can't stop him? Chinshu, it's raining red. Let's go home. Let's go back and play? A child pulled Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Qin shook his head. Little six, you guys go back. I won't go. Go. Jiang Qin waved his hand. The group of children could only leave helplessly. Jiang Qin stood in the midst of the blood rain. Strangely, however, the blood rain automatically avoided him as it neared. A guard stood respectfully behind Jiang Qin. True Lord, Dominator of Six Paths is back. The guard said respectfully. Jiang Qin did not look at the starry sky. Instead, he looked at Dongfang with a frown. Slowly, Jiang Qin closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Not a trace of life? Fushi, are you really dead? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a dignified look. Even you are dead. This world can't stop 30? Jiang Qin opened his eyes slightly. However, there was a heavy heart in his eyes. Shaking his head, Jiang Qin sighed slightly. He looked up at the starry sky. True Lord, are you going? The guard asked respectfully. There's no need for that. I'm going to the East Sea to investigate the cause of Fushi's death. Jiang Qin shook his head. What about Dominator of Six Paths? With Sinuan around, maybe? The guard said worriedly. It doesn't matter if I go or not. What's destined cannot be changed. Besides, I've done what I had to do. What I'm more concerned about now is whether Fushi is dead or not. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's body flashed and disappeared. Divine continent, beside a small stream. Brother Fire Emperor, thank you so much for looking for my husband these past few days. Murong Yin looked at the Fire Emperor gratefully. Yin, don't say that. These past few days I've been able to accompany you. I have no regrets. The Fire Emperor looked at Murong Yin happily. Although he had betrayed Jiang Lianshan, as long as he could accompany Murong Yin, the Fire Emperor felt that everything was worth it. Even though he was looking at her from afar, the Fire Emperor felt that it was enough. Just as the both of them were talking, boom. Woo woo woo. Blood rained down from the skies as cries of agony filled the air. Both of them froze in shock. Rokudo Shinkoen is back? The Fire Emperor's face fell. Hong. A huge sound rang out in the starry sky as the blood clouds were torn apart. What's that? The Fire Emperor's face fell. Brother Fire Emperor, what did you see? Murong Yin asked anxiously. The Fire Emperor paused for a moment, unsure of whether he should say it or not. However, when he saw the look of anticipation on Murong Yan's face, the Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. If he said it, his time with Murong Yan would be over. Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkoin have started fighting. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. Really? My husband has appeared? Murong Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. Do you want to go? The Fire Emperor looked at Murong Yan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Murong Yan shook her head. However, Murong Yan nodded her head immediately. Thank you, Brother Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly and nodded. All right, I'll bring you there. Shio. The both of them charged into the starry sky. Phoenix Island. The White Emperor looked at the starry sky in shock. His Holiness Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkoin are fighting? The Scarlet Emperor exclaimed excitedly. Is that Sinuan? Is that Sinuan? The White Emperor was shocked as well. Jiang Lianshan sat beside the stone table, holding a cup of wine as he looked up at the starry sky. As the days passed since Murong Yan left, Jiang Lianshan looked much more haggard. Immortal Dome? Only by dominating the heavens and earth can everything be reversed? Only then can everything be reversed? Jiang Lianshan mumbled to himself. Crack. Jiang Lianshan crushed the wine cup in his hand. His Holiness, are we going to fight too? The White Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan. Fight, we have to fight. This Sinuan must be mine. Jiang Lianshan suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. With a strong determination, Jiang Lianshan was able to disregard everything else. Let's go. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. At that moment they shot into the sky. Wanshou Taoism. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master also saw the battle in the starry sky. Second senior is still in seclusion? The Tongtian sect master frowned and asked. If he's in seclusion, let him be. It's best if we don't get involved. If anything happens to us, at least Wanshou Taoism can still be passed down. Let's go. The Taishang sect master said. All right. The Tongtian nodded. Chapter 833. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master rushed toward the explosion. However, when they got close, their expressions darkened. No, it's still far away. The Taishang sect master's expression darkened. However, he saw that the location of the explosion was like a mirage. It was only a reflection of the starry sky. The real location of the explosion was even further away in the starry sky. At the edge of the Immortal Dome? The border between the Immortal Dome and the Void? The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. Old Man Guanxi blocked the 6 paths at the border. That's right. If the 6 paths entered the Immortal Dome, Sinuan would be able to control all the laws of heaven and earth. Let's go faster. The Taishang said. The Tongtian sect master nodded. The two of them headed toward the farthest border again, toward the true location of Old Man Guanxi. The border of the Immortal Dome was the end of heaven and earth. Here time slowed down and space was distorted. There were quite a few stars. However, at this place, due to the distortion of space, the stars that were perfectly round slowly turned into oval shapes. In places where the distortion of space was even more intense, the stars were even distorted into long strips or even curved planets. There were no cracks in the void here. This was because the space here was so thin that it was barely discernible. The void itself was close to nothingness. There was no such thing as a tear in the void. Old Man Guanxi and Rokudo Shinkoin were here. In the void, there were 100 Old Man Guanxi sitting cross-legged. They looked exactly the same. Each of them held a white chess piece in their right hand. 100 Old Man Guanxi surrounded a white-robed figure in the white fog. They looked at the other side coldly. Up, down, left, and right, countless stars revolved around it. Some of them were intact, while others were distorted. At that moment, there were hundreds of billions of them. They moved slowly as if they were forming a Go formation. They were facing off against the 6-colored fog. A man was wrapped in the 6-colored fog. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. Around him, up, down, left, and right, there were also countless stars. This also formed a Godao aura that pressed towards old Mr. Guanxi. The two great forces collided in the void, forming a blurry collision surface of airflow. The one in the 6-colored fog was naturally Rokudo Shinkoin's body. Above the 6 paths of the celestial god, there was a red ball floating. The red ball emitted strands of tentacle-like energy, causing the surrounding void to emit rolling red smoke. The 6 paths of the celestial god. The 6 Daos of the celestial gods could not touch it, and neither could Old Man Guanxi. It just floated above the 6 Daos of the celestial gods. At this moment, there were still some people outside the battlefield of old Mr. Guanqi and the 6 Tao heavenly gods. These people were divided into 3 groups. In the first direction, there were 9 black tortoises led by old Wu, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, Crown Prince Ao Shun, Crown Prince Ao Sheng, and a handsome silver-robed man with a gloomy expression were in the third direction. Sun Yuan? Dragon God Ing narrowed his eyes as he stared at the red ball floating above the 6 paths of the celestial god. That is Sun Yuan? An intense desire flashed in everyone's eyes. Obtain Sun Yuan, control the immortal dome, become an immortal, and live forever? Although Sun Yuan was right before them, none of the 3 sides charged forward. Not to mention that Sun Yuan was above the 6 paths of the celestial god. The Go formation that old man Guanqi and the 6 paths of the celestial god displayed was not something that they could casually enter. Once one entered, one would definitely be attacked by the 2 forces. Old man Guanqi? What a move! The 6 paths of the celestial god said with a sinister expression in the fog. Although the 6 paths of the celestial god showed a sinister expression, he did not show any fear. How could a person who dared to kill heaven and succeeded in doing so be a coward? You are the one with a good move. You are toying with heaven and all living things in the palm of your hand? Rokudo Shinkuin, who could have expected you to be so ambitious? You have such great ability? The old man Guanqi said sullenly. Boom. The Go formations of the 2 sides clashed once more. The fog around them dissipated. The 6 paths of the celestial god wore 6 colored robes. However, the one that the 100 old man Guanqi surrounded was the white-robed 6 paths of the celestial god. This was the 6 paths of the celestial god's body, which the old man Guanqi snatched away. The rest of my body was eaten by you? Heaven is truly unwilling to give up. Even before dying, it still left so much trouble for me? A person from 800,000 years ago? Do you think you can change history? The 6 paths of the celestial god sneered. The old man Guanqi sneered. Didn't I start now? Rokudo Shinkuin? Hey, if you didn't kill my wife, you wouldn't have suffered today's calamity. Murong Yen? So what if I killed her? When I, the 6 paths of the celestial god, do things, it is not up to others to decide who is right or wrong. The 6 paths of the celestial god said coldly. Obviously, the 6 paths of the celestial god knew the history of the future clearly because of the connection between the 10 clones of the 6 paths of the celestial god. In the future he would reach the heavens, but now there was a group of clowns blocking his path. I think the connection between the 2 spaces started when you went against me for the first time? When you played against me, the Sky Chess Pavilion was destroyed and you lost miserably, right? The 6 paths of the celestial god said. That's right. You guessed right. Heaven sent me the law of time. However, my strength was not enough to open the gates between the 2 spaces. In that game I lost on purpose. My goal was to borrow your strength to open the gates between the 2 spaces. I did it. The gates opened between the 2 spaces. However, my Sky Chess Pavilion was nearly destroyed, leaving only Tenjin Island. The innate puzzle world. The old man Guanqi said. In that game of chess, the 33 Go games? You lost before the game finished? I guess that you were not dead yet. That was because I could not find your 3 souls. Not dead yet? Ah. 800 years. So, you have been hiding in Tenjin Island's innate puzzle world? The 6 paths of the celestial god said. You were monitoring Tenjin Island's Sky Chess Pavilion, waiting for me to appear. However, did you not think that the most dangerous place was also the safest place? I was always right under your nose. However, you did not realize that the Tenjin position was both a useless and fatal place. The old man Guanqi said. 800 years? Why wait 800 years? If not for 800 years, you might have had the Long Jianghu as a helper. Wouldn't that have been better? The 6 paths of the celestial god said. 800 years? I only have 800 bodies. The old man Guanqi said. The 6 paths of the white robe had 100 old man Guanqi around him. They all looked the same, had the same expression, and had the same hatred in their eyes. 700 bodies stole my earth god body's consciousness? A total of 800? The law of time? The 6 paths of the celestial god said. The law of time is indeed wondrous. When heaven gave me the law of time, it also gave me a small immortal Cheong that would be born 1 million years later to deal with you. However, the small immortal Cheong is useless against me. 800 years? I split each year into 800 years. Each year had a complete version of myself. Naturally, I could not treat this battle lightly. Although I spent 800 years in the innate puzzle world, I did not spend any time there. Instead, I sent each of the 800 years to this place and spent 1 year here. One person spending 800 years and 800 people spending 1 year are equal in terms of the law of time. I did it. Only by doing it can I meet you face to face and settle our grudge. The old man Guanxi said with a cold expression. 800 old man Guanxi? No, there are only 100 left. Do you think you are qualified to talk about grudges with me? What a joke. The 6 paths of the celestial god sneered. Old man Guanxi, I just knew that 33 was not your limit. 34? That's right. My Go skills are inferior to yours. However, your strength is far inferior to mine. I even obtained a portion of heaven's power. I used power to control the Go pieces. Even if my Go skills are insufficient, my own strength is strong enough. I can still suppress you in the general trend. The 6 paths of the celestial god smiled coldly and waved his hand. Boom. The 6 paths of the celestial god's Go Dao sent out a strong impact, immediately shaking the Go Dao on the old man Guanxi's side. Crack, 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 crack. The stars on the old man Guanxi's side immediately exploded. Do you think that this is my limit? Don't forget that I have the law of time, the strangest and most unfathomable energy in the world. The old man Guanxi shouted coldly. Suddenly, the 10 old man Guanxi turned into 7 colored lights and charged at the 6 paths of the white-robed Dao, flying into his mouth. Each of the old man Guanxi was like a part of the power of time. As the 6 paths of the white-robed Dao continued to devour them, a powerful energy gradually entered the 34 great formations. The celestial god's Go Dao was slowly reversed. The powerful pressure continued to clash at the center. One by one, the old man Guanxi entered the mouth of the 6 paths of the white-robed Dao. The power grew stronger and stronger until the last old man Guanxi was eaten. The 2 sides were finally in a deadlock. The power of time? You used my earth god's body to eat my clones. Do you have the power to fuse with them? However, is that enough? The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao snorted coldly. Boom. The 2 Go powers collided with a loud boom at the center. A huge hole was suddenly squeezed out of the center. It was not a black hole but a hole of flowing light. There were rings of 7 colored flowing light inside. Primal chaos spacetime? You are burning the laws of time? The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao's face sank. Burning the laws of time will create this extreme primal chaos spacetime? The time inside is chaotic. Once you enter, you will never be able to return. The time inside is endless and boundless. It is not within the heaven and earth, nor is it within the void. From then on, you will disappear into the river of time, never to be seen again. The old man Guanxi said solemnly. Burning the laws of time? You are destroying the immortal dome? The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao said coldly. Destroying? Not to that extent. It's just that from now on, no one will be able to use the laws of time. The immortal dome's time is still there and history is still going on. Time is everywhere, but from now on, it will not be used by anyone. Even the new heaven will not be able to use the laws of time, the old man Guanxi said solemnly. For the sake of Murong Yen, you are truly staking everything. The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao said coldly. The old man Guanxi laughed coldly. Elder Wu? Rokudo Shinkoin is already being held back by me. He is using all his power to activate the 34 Go games. Now you just need to throw him into the primal chaos spacetime. Once he enters, he will never be able to return. Asking Ancestor Xuanwu to make a move? The 6 paths of the white-robed Dao's face sank. Chapter 834. Ask Ancestor Xuanwu to help? 6 paths of God looked over with a heavy expression. Elder Wu? You are with old man Guanxi? 6 paths of God said coldly. There was no fear in his voice. Instead, it was oppressive as if he was interrogating Elder Wu. Of the 34 great formations, 6 paths of God seemed to be completely suppressed by old man Guanxi. Even Elder Wu's eyes flashed with anticipation. However, Elder Wu still did not act rashly. Elder Wu looked at old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi? Are you lying to me? Elder Wu said coldly. Elder Wu? What do you mean? Old man Guanxi said in a heavy voice. What about the heart-locking curse? My heart-locking curse is useless now, right? Elder Wu said in a heavy voice. Heart-locking curse? Elder Wu, you were the one who said that you wanted to put a curse on my body. I agreed. What's wrong with that? I didn't say that I only have one body. Old man Guanxi said in a heavy voice. Let's not talk about the heart-locking curse for now. You brought me to the battlefield. Why did you bring them? Elder Wu looked coldly at the other two sides. One side Dragon God Ing Takeshi Ryushin. The other side, Ao Shun Ao Shing and the silver-robed man. The silver-robed man said coldly, Old man Guanxi, I didn't expect that you would look for them after seeking my alliance. West Sea Dragon King, did I say that it was only you? Old man Guanxi said indifferently. The silver-robed man was the West Sea Dragon King. At this moment, the West Sea Dragon King looked at Old man Guanxi with narrowed eyes. Old man Guanxi did not say that there were outsiders, but his tone at that time was to bring him to get Sinyuan. Now there were two more groups of people. West Sea Dragon King? And Jiang Chen's descendant? No, it should be the second-generation zombie. Where's Jiang Chen? Elder Wu asked coldly. Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin narrowed their eyes. However, they ignored Elder Wu and looked at Old man Guanxi instead. Old Mr. Guanxi, you invited us two brothers to force the Black Tortoise's ancestor to make a move, right? Us two brothers in your eyes, are we just decorations? A gadfly on horseback? Dragon God Ing said coldly. West Sea Dragon King? If I'm not wrong, you, the West Sea Dragon God, have a strand of the original power of the dragon ancestor? Is that right? You brought Ao Shun and Ao Shing here because they also have the dragon god in their bodies. Only the dragon god's power can activate the original power of the dragon ancestor. You have the power to attack the dragon ancestor? Old man Guanxi looked at the West Sea Dragon King. Elder Wu's face darkened. The power to attack the dragon ancestor? The West Sea Dragon King also looked at Old man Guanxi with a gloomy face. He did not expect that Old man Guanxi knew about his secret. Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin? If I am not wrong, the two of you have Jiang Chen's blood essence inheritance. Now, with the two of you working together, you can open a void passage for ancestor Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen can come here instantly? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Bastard. Elder Wu's face turned cold. In the ancient times, there was a war between the shamans and the demons. In the end, the four divine beasts and the shamans suffered great losses. Elder Wu and Jiang Chen could be said to be irreconcilable enemies. If Sinyuan was taken by the West Sea Dragon King, it was understandable. They were both from the demon race. But what if Jiang Chen took it? Rokudo Shinkuin can't move anymore. Sinyuan is right in front of you. If you can take it, you can become an immortal. Have you not been tempted? Old man Guanxi said solemnly. You know there is a trap. Do you expect us to jump in? Elder Wu said coldly. The six Tao of deities sneered and said, Everyone think carefully. Today you have been bewitched by Old man Guanxi. As long as you don't interfere, I can let bygones be bygones. If anyone dares to interfere, I will destroy your body and soul. You will die without a burial place. The six Tao of deities' threat made everyone's heart sink. If they failed, all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone knew the six Tao of deities' methods. If he wanted to take revenge, his body and soul would be destroyed. I said, if you succeed, you will become an immortal. If you fail, you will die. West Sea Dragon King? Elder Wu? Have you forgotten the history of the future? Feng Yu Shengguan Hen Ao Shun Ao Shing, do you want to tell Elder Wu and West Sea Dragon King what will happen to them in the future? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Shengguan Hen, Feng Yu Ao Shun and Ao Shing frowned. They looked at Elder Wu and West Sea Dragon King. In the future, the two of them would die. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The history of the future tells you that even if you hold back today, in the future, you will still be destroyed by Rokudo Shinkuin. Not a single one of you will be left alive. Old man Guanxi said indifferently. Elder Wu and West Sea Dragon King's eyelids twitched. If you attack, you will die. If you don't, I can let you go. My promise is the will of the heavens. The six Tao of deities said coldly. You promise? Hey Rokudo Shinkuin, don't make promises. You made promises to the heavens, but what will happen in the end? The heavens are dead because of you. What's the use of making promises to them now? When you take over the world, won't they be at your mercy? Rather than die a cowardly death in the future, why don't you fight now? That is Sinyuan, the Sinyuan that will become an immortal. Old man Guanxi said. West Sea Dragon King's eyelids twitched. Become an immortal? The temptation was too great. It was like a moth flying into a flame. Even though they knew it was dangerous, they couldn't stop. Whether they would be killed for Sinuan or be killed in the future, nothing was important. What was important was that they would become an immortal after obtaining Sinuan. They would be able to control and change everything. Rokudo Shinkuin and Old Man Guanxi were in a stalemate. At this moment they were also staring at the crowd. Elder Wu, I have done what I promised you. You said that you would attack, why are you hesitating? Old Man Guanxi said solemnly. Elder Wu squinted his eyes. His instincts told him that this was a trap. He wanted to use the Book of Luo to predict what would happen later. However, time was in chaos. The Book of Luo seemed to be unable to predict anything. Elder Wu was anxious. As long as we can force Rokudo Shinkuin into the primal chaos space-time, everything will be fine. If you don't attack, you can't blame others. Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, and West Sea Dragon King's eyes were filled with uncertainty. I think that after a while the countless experts below will know, right? Fuxi is coming, Jiang Chen is coming, Jiang Lianshan is coming, and everyone else is coming. You know that when the time comes, this opportunity won't be yours anymore. Old Man Guanxi said again. Ao Xing, Ao Shan, follow me. West Sea Dragon King shouted. He waved his sleeves. Boom. The three of them turned into 3 giant dragons, 1 white and 2 black, and flew towards the 6 paths of celestial gods. Greetings to the ancestral dragon. With the dragon god as the guide, we request for the ancestral dragon spirit in heaven to descend with the power of the ancestral dragon. Please. The white West Sea Dragon King roared. A giant dragon god projection appeared behind the West Sea Dragon King. The projection burned and turned into a green flame. The moment the flame appeared, it enveloped Ao Shun, Ao Shing, and West Sea Dragon King, forming a flaming green dragon. The green dragon was thousands of miles long. Tong Tian flew towards the 6 paths of celestial gods amidst the green dragon's roar. The green dragon's body slowly turned from a flame to a real body. Other than its eyes being blind, it was no different from a real dragon. As it roared, it emitted a monstrous might. Wherever it went, countless stars were blown away by the dragon's tail. The green dragon roared. The success or failure of the ancestral dragon's attack depended on this. West Sea Dragon King couldn't wait to get Sinuan. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Elder Wu's face turned gloomy. Old Man Guanxi was using the green dragon to force him to make a move. This Old Man Guanxi seemed to have guessed that he might not make a move, so he specially found the green dragon to annoy him. If he didn't make a move, the benefits would be taken by others? Make a move? Not make a move? Elder Wu resisted the urge to make a move. Elder Wu resisted, but Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin couldn't resist. The two had just obtained Jiang Chen's inheritance. Now their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Why should Sinuan be given to West Sea Dragon King? Why couldn't they have it? Both of them were emperors and had an inflated confidence in themselves. Make a move. Dragon God Ing shouted. Boom. Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin immediately emitted rolling black gas and pounced towards Rokudo Shinkuin. The green dragon wants it, so do we. Whoever can get Sinuan will depend on their ability. A pair of huge dragon wings appeared on the backs of the two. With a flap, the black gas increased by more than 100 times. At this moment, Elder Wu finally couldn't bear it anymore. If West Sea Dragon King got Sinuan, then so be it. But what if his sworn enemy Jiang Chen got it? If the two of them attacked together, they could open a void passage. Even if they failed, they could still open a door for Jiang Chen. Even if they failed, there was still Jiang Chen. Old Man Guanxi, humph, you are so shrewd. Elder Wu roared furiously. Boom. Elder Wu also rushed towards the 6 paths of deities. But his heart was filled with unwillingness. When Old Man Guanxi saw Elder Wu make a move, he secretly sighed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. West Sea Dragon King? Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin? Old Man Guanxi never expected these people to succeed. Regardless of the future history or Old Man Guanxi's calculations, they would never get Sinuan. The ancestral dragon only had the strength for one attack. What would happen after that? The 6 paths of deities could kill heaven, how could he be defeated by one attack? Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin were the 2nd generation zombies? So what? The 2nd generation was still the 2nd generation. They would never be able to replace Jiang Chen. These people only had one goal, which was to force Elder Wu to make a move. Now Elder Wu had made a move. He had acted according to his plan. In the distance, the 6 paths of deities was not angry. Instead, a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had been waiting for them to make a move. His expression was extremely strange. You brought this upon yourself. The 6 paths of deities coldly snorted. 6 paths, today I will take revenge for heaven. The West Sea Dragon King roared in the Azure Dragon's body. Roar. The 6 paths of deities suddenly opened his mouth. As he opened his mouth, 6-colored energy surged out from the 6 paths. The 6-colored energy rushed out and condensed into a super huge mouth in the void. In the mouth there were sharp fangs looking exceptionally ferocious. So what if the Azure Dragon was thousands of miles long? The 6-colored ferocious mouth bit down. Boom. The huge mouth bit down on the Azure Dragon's head. The Azure Dragon's charging figure suddenly stopped. What? The West Sea Dragon King's incredulous voice came from the Azure Dragon's body. Rumble. The Azure Dragon's body quickly twisted, but the huge mouth was firmly biting down. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. The ancestral dragon's attack was actually not a match for the 6 paths mouth? You overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of deities coldly snorted. The 6 paths of deities chewed as if he wanted to swallow the huge Azure Dragon. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.